Hello, everyone. So in this video, we are going to start a new chapter. And in this section, we will learn how to access the features of the particular Android device. So the first subject of this section will be sending SMS. So we will reach the SMS section of the device with the Android application and send a text message from there. The important part here is that we're not going to send the message from the application, right? We send it via the text message feature of the device and send it to any phone number that we want. Now, if you're ready, let's go to Android Studio and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here I've created a new project for this section in Android Studio. So I want to show you the finished version of the project so you know where we're going with this. There are two edit texts in this application. One of them is to write the user's message, and the other one is to write down the phone number to which the message will be sent. So there's also a button to send the message, and when the user presses the Send SMS button, the message will be sent from the device's SMS section. So let's go ahead and try out the application. So I'll write hello in the message section. And also I can write any number in the phone number section, and I'll press the Send SMS key. And the device alerts me when I press the Send SMS button. This message may be paid, depending upon your provider, whatever, because the message will be sent via the SIM card attached to the device. So it might actually cost you some ducats. So I'll press the Send button again. And now let's check the message to see if it's been sent. So for this, I'll just quit the application and switch over to the Messages section of the device. And as you can see, the message has indeed been sent. Now, you can apply this method to different systems wherever you want, as you wish. The important thing here is that we can reach the Messages section of the device via the Android application and then send a message from the number that we want. We can send messages as well as read incoming messages as well, of course. So let's start developing the application. And then I'll just delete the text view. And now I have to add two edit text. The first edit text will be multi-line edit text, because that way the user can write along, longer message anyway. And I'll make the width of this edit text 300 dp, and I'll make the height 150 dp. And likewise, I'll add another edit text. And this will be the edit text where the phone number is going to be entered. So I will make the width of this 300, and here I will also add a button. I'll also change the text of the button to Send SMS. Now, since the layout is constraint layout here, I have to give these components constraint values from the edges. Otherwise, all the components will shift to the 0.0 position where the, whenever the application's open, just like that. Now, if you remember, there was an easy way to determine this constraint. I'll select all the components and click on the magic wand icon at the top. And then all components automatically get the necessary constraint values based on their current positions. So it's a really nice feature of constraint layout. So why don't we give an ID to these components? So I'll write edit text message into the ID of the first component. And I can write this second edit text number. And I'll write button send in the ID of the button. Okay, so now we can go to the Java side Let's first define the components here. Then I match the IDs in the onCreate method. And I'll also add a quick listener to the button. Okay, so now I have to take the user input data and assign it to string containers. So first, I'll get the message. Then I'll get the phone number. And also, I'll get the phone number as a string because, of course, I will use it as a string in the same way. Okay, cool. So I'm going to use a separate method for sending messages. So I will call this method in the onClick method. I will write public void send SMS here. And this method will have two arguments. The first argument will be user message. The other will be user number. And then after that, we need to get permission from the user before sending the message. So we will get user permissions from the manifest file. The user sees these permissions when downloading the application from Google Play and downloads it accordingly. And I'll open the manifest file immediately. Now, when I write user permission here, the permissions I can get show up automatically. So there are names like send SMS, receive SMS, read SMS. So I must get permission for whatever I want to do, right? So I'm getting the send SMS permission. All right, so now let's keep writing code. If I'm writing a condition here, I write context compact dot check self permission. This method will take two parameters. The first one will be this. The other will be manifest.permission.sendSMS. Now here it's checked if the permission is obtained from the manifest file without sending the message. So I'll add the unequal sign after the parenthesis. And I'm writing package manager.permission granted. So the code after the unequal will ask the user for a second permission. And if the user does not allow that, it won't be able to take any action. Okay, so here it compares the permission given by the user when sending a message to the permission in the manifest file. So even if you get permission in the manifest file, if the user doesn't give permission again, the if condition will work. So this condition is if the message will not be sent. So I write activity compat.request permission inside the if condition. And here the first parameter is this. Second parameter is new string manifest.permission.send SMS. The third parameter will be request code. So I write 1 in the request code. And this is pretty standard in this section. Now, here is an extra security measure brought to you directly by Android. So in other words, even if the user accepts the permissions while downloading the application, he or she asks for confirmation from the user in situations requiring high security. Sending SMS is one of the processes that requires this approval. So when I write the else condition, if the user allows, he or she will switch to else. And we will send the SMS message here. So for this process, I first create an object from the SMS Manager class, and I'm writing SMS Manager equals SMS Manager.getDefault. Then I write SMS Manager.send text message. And this method will take 5 parameters. First parameter is a phone number to send, so user number. The second parameter will be null. Third parameter is the text of the message to be sent, and that means user message. The fourth and the fifth parameters will be null once again. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. If the request code is 1, and if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, and we will send the SMS message here. All right, my friends, so that is asking the user for the necessary permission. All right, so let's call this method inside the click listener method of the button. Cool, so now the app looks ready, and let's run it. Of course, it might take some time to open the application, but here it is, opened before you. Now, if you want to, you can add hints as well to edit text, so the user will know what to write in which and where. So I write hi in the message section, and I'll also write any phone number in the number section. So when I click the send message button, it asks for extra permission from the user, and thereby warning the user that it wants to reach the messages section of the application. And if the user gives permission, a message will be sent. Cool, so we've done everything here just as the user sees it. But, of course, we could have been doing these transactions confidentially. For example, when the user sees other things in front, well, we could be sending a message in the background to a number that we wanted to when the user pressed a certain key. Yeah, Android operating system takes extra security measures for these particular situations. So don't get ahead of yourself. So anytime the application wants to send SMS or it wants to reach the camera, for instance, the user will be informed. So I'll click on Allow, so the message was sent. Of course, you might want to add a toast message stating that the message was sent. Looks like that. And now let's move on to the Messages section and check, and as you can see, the message has been sent. All right, so that's how you send SMS on this device. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we're going to learn how to send email, which is the second most popular subject, accessing the features of a particular Android device. So you're going to see how email is sent through the application that we're going to develop. So if you're ready, why don't we just continue through Android Studio and get right to it. So I created a new project for this section in Android Studio. Now, before we go into any of the details of the project, I want to show you the finished version so you see where we're going. And what you see here are 3 edit texts. One of them will write the address to which the user's email will be sent. Another will write the subject of the email. And as you know, the subject section should be filled in when sending an email. So the user will write the message into the final one here. So why don't we fill these sections first? I'll write any email address in the email address section, and I'll write a subject on the subject line. And I'm also writing something here in the message section. So when I press the send email button, it shows me alternative programs installed on the device. You see Gmail, and if other programs were installed on your device, it would show them, like Outlook or Yandex. I'll choose Gmail for this. And as you can see, when I select Gmail, it wrote the address that I entered into the application in the address section. That's good. And it puts in what I wrote to the subject line. And it wrote the message in the application to the message section. So it all lines up. So if I press the send button in Gmail, the message will be sent. Okay? Very simple, but it shows you a lot. So let's start developing the project. Now I added in some components, as you can see here. So I prepared this part so as not to waste any of your time. Let's get to it. You can, of course, you can make this section yourself. Now I added an email edit text here. I added normal edit text for just one topic entry. And I added a multi-line edit text to write a message. And finally, I added a button. Then I gave an ID to these components. So first I wrote edit text email into the ID of edit text. I wrote edit text subject for the ID of the second edit text. And I wrote edit text message for the ID of the third edit text. Also wrote in a button send into the ID of the button. So there's absolutely nothing different in this part. But on the Java side, I'll first identify these components, then match these components with their IDs in the onCreate method. And I also added a click listener to the send button. Then finally, I assign the data to be entered by the user into strings in the onClick method. Right now, I assign the data entered in the address section to the user address string. You see how it goes. I assign the data entered in the message section to the user message string. And I assign the data entered in the subject section to the user subject string. Now, the section up to now was the section that you already knew and we already explained. So let's do the rest of the mail sending part together after this. So first, let's create the method of sending mail. And the name of the method, let's just call it send email. This method will have 3 parameters. First parameter will be user address. Second parameter will be user subject. Third parameter will be user message. Okay, so now I'll be able to put the email address into an array, which I will create because the method I will use to send mail keeps the email addresses in the array. The reason for this is simple. It's just that here we're only going to put in one email address, but in real situations, we're going to need to send it to many addresses, for instance. So for this reason, when we transfer all the email addresses to an array and then assign the array to the sending section, all the elements of the array, that is, all the email addresses, will be written in the email addresses section to be sent, right? So for this reason, I will be creating a string array. The name of the array can be email address, and I'll assign the user address to the array as an element. So the array has one element, but if I want to, I can always add as many elements as I want. So after that, we come to the section of sending the email. So I'll send the email with the intent method. I'm sure you remember we use the intent method to switch from one activity to another in order to send data between activities, right? We can also use the intent method to switch to another application and send data to that application. So here we will use intent to send mail. So after I write intent, email, intent equals new intent here, I'll write intent.action send in parentheses. Then after writing email intent.setData, I write URI.parseMail2. And here we'll need to define the data to be sent by intent as email. This line is standard and it's a mandatory line of code. So then I'll write email intent.setType text plain. And by doing all that, I've defined that the text to be sent here is text. Of course, you can send attachments like photos and music videos, but I've got to write this code line for email. And then I will add the data to be sent to the mail application using the email intent. So I write email intent.putExtra here. And of course, you remember the subject of intent. We were sending data with the putExtra method. So first I need to send email address. So I'll write intent.extra email. So with this parameter, data will be automatically written to the email address section. And the data that I want to be written is the name of the array. So the email addresses are inside this array. So I write email address. And in this way, all the addresses in the array will be written in the mail address section. And I should also send the mail subject. So I'm sending the subject with the extra subject parameter. And the data will be sent is user subject. Then finally, I'll send the message text. And I'll send it with the extra text parameter. And the data that will be sent is user message. All right, so we wrote all this because the sections that we want to send by this email are in 3 parts, right? If there is anything else that you want to send, well, yeah, you can add them as well, but this is the standard protocol. But I'll give you an example. If you want to add a CC to the mail, well, you should select an extra CC parameter at this time. Okay, so you could also take CC from the user. You could do all those other things as well, priority, BCC. But I'm just going to be deleting this part right now because I don't want to have it. I want to keep it clean, keep it simple. All right, so let's start the intent. And after writing the start activity, I am writing the method intent.createChooser. So this method also takes 2 parameters. The first will be the email intent, and the second will be title. So here, the intent.createChooser method allows the user to choose alternatives to send the mail. All right, so basically gives the user a choice. Doesn't have to use our cute little app here, can choose whatever app the user wants. Now the title will be the top description in the selection section. And you should write what you want to appear here in the title section. If you want to, you can also leave this section empty. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so now that the intent method and the send mail method are complete, let's call the sent mail method inside the onClick method. So I'm writing send email. And of course, it's going to take 3 parameters: user address, user subject, user message. So now we can run the application. So here it is. The application opens, and I'll write the email address. I'll write meeting for the subject, and in the message, I'll write the meeting will be at 9. So now when I press the send email button, yes, it shows us alternatives. Email send in the title. I'll choose Gmail. And as you can see, right in the address field, android@gmail.com. It wrote meeting in the subject section, and it wrote the message in the message section. So now when I press the send button, it will send this email. Very cool. So how about that? There's a video in which we learned how to send mail via an application that we wrote. See you in the next video. All right, so here we are in the next video. I want to say hello to everybody. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to make calls, which is the third subject of accessing the features of this wonderful Android device. Now, through the new Android application, we'll be able to reach the call section of Android phone and call a number that we want to. So if you are ready, let's go ahead and move on over to the Android Studio and continue from there. So you'll notice I've created a new project in Android Studio just for this lesson. Now, before we get into the details of the project, let me just show you a quick rundown of how it works so you can see where we're going. And what you're looking at here is an edit text and a button in the application. So when the user types number that the user wants to call, press the call number button and the number will be automatically dialed. You've used it before, I am sure. Now, when we hang up, which is what I used to do, but when we close the call, let's say it will return to the application, right? So here we get the number to be called from the user, but if we want to, we can also make the user call a fixed number that we set, like the bat phone or some emergency line or significant other. If you think of this too as perhaps a mobile banking application, when the user wants to call customer service, for instance, it can call customer service by pressing an icon or button in the application. And that way the user can call customer service directly without having to fumble around in a contacts app or some other address book. And of course, I'm sure that you can see that this method can be used in many other areas. So now that you're ready, let us go to Android Studio and see how to develop this application. All right, so I have already added an edit text as well as a button to the project. The edit text ID is edit text number. The number ID is button send. Then I define the components on the Java side. In the onCreate method, I will also match the components with their IDs. Now, if you look here, this is where I added the click listener to the button and assigned the number to be entered by the user to the string. Okay, so now we can work on it together from here on out. First up, we'll need to go to the manifest file and get permission from the user to call. So permission to make a call is call phone. Okay, so let's go back to the Java side. Next, let's create a call method and perform the operations in this method. So the name of the method can be phone call. And this method will be a single parameter method. And we'll do the call again using the intent. And I am creating a new intent here. So after I write intent equals new intent, I just write intent.actionCall. On the bottom line, I write the intent.setData method. All right. So here I write URI.parse in the setData method. So let me point out in this parse method, first I will write the tell between the quotation marks, that is phone abbreviation, and add the plus sign and write the number to be called. So I write user number because we're getting that number from the user. And then finally, I'll need to run this intent, and I am writing the start activity intent. Okay, so normally this is how the call should be done. But these codes do not work alone in newer versions of Android operating systems. In fact, in the top versions, such as Oreo and Pi, we need to add some other code to this code, but it will work this way in the older versions. So, in the new versions of Android operating systems like API 27 and 28, the call process is a process that requires high security, right? So the permission from the manifest file is not going to be enough. So here, a second permission is required from the user. For this, I'll create an if condition, and I will write if context compact.check self permission. So this method will take two parameters. The first is main activity.this. The second parameter needs to be specified for the permission from the manifest file. So I'll write manifest.permission.callPhone. In other words, the permission from the manifest file is specified first, right? And then I will add the not equal sign. So then this if condition will work if the user doesn't allow it. So I'll go to the bottom line because it doesn't fit on the screen. And after this not equal sign, I'll write package manager.permission granted. So I specify the permission to be obtained from the user after it is not equal. So this section is the control clause of the if condition. And now let's write the inner part of the if condition. I call the method activity_compat.request_permissions. So in other words, I'll ask the user for permission. And this method will also take three parameters. The first parameter is activity.this. And the second parameter is an array. And I will create this array typing new string. Now the elements of this array will be permissions from the user. I'll need to specify how many permissions that I get from the user. And I'll just take one, and it will be the call permission. But if I had to get other permissions from the user, I would add those permissions to this array, such as reaching a telephone directory or something like that. Okay, so now let's specify the call permission. So I write manifest.permission.callPhone. This was the second parameter. Third parameter is request code. And I'll write 100 in the request code. Now, if you remember from before, I wrote 1 in the request code while sending the message, right? So I'll write 100 to call. So when I write the else condition, if the user allows, he or she will switch to else. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. And if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, okay, so that is our call method ready. Now let's call this method in the click listener method. So I'll write phone call here. Its parameter will be user number. We can run the application. Okay, so the application's open. I write the number. It asks for extra permission from the user. The call was made by pressing the Make Call button. And when I finish the phone call, it returns to the application. Bada boom, bada bing. So, in this video, we learned exactly how to put together an application to make some calls on your Android device. See you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will learn how to translate speech into text. Whoa, what? Yeah. So this is the subject of the fourth section, accessing the features of an Android device. So in this video, we're going to learn how to reach the device's microphone and translate what is said into text, and then print this text within the app through the Android application. So this topic is called speech to text, when you would ever see it in some sort of a guide. If you want to research the subject, well, you can do that as well. Just search for speech to text. Now, if you're ready and you've come back from all that research, let's move ahead and go to Android Studio and continue from there. All right, so here I've created a new project for this course in Android Studio. The name of the project is Speech to Text, and we will create everything from scratch in this project. So I want to show you what the application looks like while it works before we actually start constructing it. There is one text view here, and in this text view, we will tell the user what to do. So in that way, we'll say that the user needs to press the microphone button to translate the speech into text, right? So there's a microphone-looking image view here, and when the user clicks on the microphone, Google's speech listener opens, and what the user says here will be taken in, converted to text, printed on text view in our application. Sounds pretty easy, huh? Of course, this system is not working because this is a virtual device. If you do want to try this application on a real device, you'll definitely be able to see that it works. Maybe you can run it on a virtual device on your computer, but not all virtual devices are the same. So they may have the same features, they might not. In any event, we're going to start developing the application, and you can figure out all the rest of the stuff on your own. All right, so let's do it. First, I'm changing the text of text view. So I'll write the text in the application to the text of text view, and you can write a description if you want to here. So let's also enlarge the text size of this text view. Also add an image button, but I got to do something first. I got to right-click the drawable folder with the mouse so that I can select the new vector asset option. So in this section, I will add the microphone icon as an XML file, which I will then add to the image button as a background. So when you click on this clip art here, you will see icons related to each area. So I can just choose a microphone. And we can also change the color of this microphone. For example, we can make it blue. And then when I click Next and Finish, an XML file was created under the drawable folder. So I'm going to add an image button. Now the source of this image button will be this XML file that I've created. Thus, a mic-shaped button was formed. That's pretty cool. So let's change the height and the width of this button. We'll make it 150. And I'll select the button and make the scale type option fit center. So the mic icon is placed in the center of the button. And finally, let's check their IDs. See, the ID of text view is text view, and the ID of the image button is image button. All right, so that completes this design part. So now we can go and write our Java code. So first, I'll define the components. I'll call text view result because I will print the text of the speech again in this text view. Then, in the onCreate method, I match the components with their ID. I'll also add a click listener to the image button. Now, this part up to now is probably what you already knew or what you remember. I'm just refreshing your memory. So right now, this is how we're going to do the translating part, okay? Because we got to translate the speech into text. So I am creating a new method for that process, and the name of the method can be, well, convert speech. So it will be a method without parameters, and we will use the intent method to translate the speech into text. So first, I create a new intent. I'll also write inside the new intent recognizer intent.recognize speech. And then that way the speech listener will be launched. So I need to define certain features of this speech listener. And this is going to launch later. But here I want to write intent.putExtra. After that, I write recognizer intent.extra language model. So here I define which model the speech listener will work on. Okay, so I write language model free form after the comma. So in other words, the speech listener will work in this model called free form. You'll see why in a second. So after typing intent.putExtra on the bottom line again, I'll write recognizer intent.extra language. So here I define the language in which the converter will work. So I write locale.getDefault after a comma. So whatever language the device is set to, the speech listener will work from that language, right? That's cool. Just to be clear, I mean, if the language of the device is set to English, then the listener will listen to the conversation and translate them into text. If the language of the device is Turkish, of course, this time it will listen to Turkish and translate it into Turkish. If it's Italian, Italian, French, etc., right? You get the idea, right? I don't want to necessarily leave any language out, but just to be clear. Okay, so that is the intent process complete. So yes, indeed, you are right in your thinking. We need to now run this intent. So I will run the intent with the start activity for result method. Because after translating the speech to text, I'm going to get the results and then print them into the text view, which is inside this application. So this method will take two parameters. The first is intent. The second is request code. Okay, so I'm writing a request code. And you can write any number here. You only need to request the same request code while getting the results, is all. So this speech was translated into writing. And now let's take that translated text and use it wherever we want to in practice. So I'm going to do this by using override the onActivity result method. And I'm writing an if condition first. So I'll write if request code is equal to 1, because we wrote 1 in the request code above. And of course, you remember that. We just got to stick to the same number. Then I add the and sign, and if result code equals result okay. That is, if the result comes true, we will determine the actions that we will perform. First thing we do is create a string array list. Now this array list keeps the translated speech in strings. So I'll write speak result as a name for the array list. I'll transfer the data to this array list. I'll then get the data with the data parameter. I will then write the method speak results equals data.getString array list extra. You follow? So the parameter of this method will be recognizer intent.extra result. So we basically take the data and assign it to the string array list. So now we need to write the strings inside this array list to text view. We named the text view the result name. And now I will print this result in text view. So after typing result.setText, I write speak results.getZero. And that's the way that I'll write the string's 0th index. Remember that? That's the very first element over the text view. Okay, of course you remember. All right, so that's going to get our results printed. So why don't we call the convert speech method in the onClick method. And now we can run the application. Are you nervous? I'm not. I don't know why you are. Just playing. The system works when you press the microphone in the application. Now, of course, like I said before, it's not going to work on my virtual device. If you test it on a real device, you will definitely see it working. I hope that you're doing that. Otherwise, trust me. Okay, so that is the end of this, and I want to see you in the next video. All right, so here we are. In this video, we're going to start a new chapter. So in this section, we're going to discuss notifications in Android, and we're going to get into some pretty hairy details in the weeds, so to speak. Just kidding. I just want to say that notifications are basically reminder messages that Android operating systems show to the user other than the user interface. Now, these messages come from the Android application as well as from the Android operating system itself. Now, to give you an example, while messaging with someone through a messaging application, preferably one that we wrote, the application will send you a notification when a new message arrives, yes? And this notification comes from the very app itself. But what if you get a notification that your device is running a low battery? Well, that's the Android operating system sending you notifications. All right, so now that we got that sorted out, notifications are also divided into sections. So what we're going to do here is discuss the different types and what kind of features are within the different types of notifications, and we'll get into some pretty good detail. So first, we're going to discuss the issue of local notifications, and then later on, that's when we'll get into what they call periodic notifications. And then after we learn and discern, I suppose, the differences between them, that's when we get into notification processes. We're also going to explore how the user interacts with notifications. And then finally, we're going to learn about push notifications, which is basically a process to send notifications. So notifications has a great deal of importance. It has a bunch of components, and that's why I've broken it up for you into these different sections of focus. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will learn about local notifications, which is the very first subject of our notifications section. So local notifications, they're created by applications. For example, when you reach a certain number in a pedometer fitness application, it's a local notification that the application shows and tells you, hey, you've reached your goal, whatever it might be. Or when you set up a reminder, the user will tell the application to send you a notification at the scheduled time to remind you of whatever activity that you want to do. That is a local notification. Now, of course, we could show you many more examples of local notifications, but I think that you get the point. So if you are ready, let's go to Android Studio and see how to create this local notification. So I have created a new project here for this section in Android Studio, and the name of the project is Local Notifications. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to create a notification for Android Oreo and above, namely API 27 and above. Now, this is the way it is because the way that we generate notifications in different versions happens to be different. And notifications created according to, the older versions aren't going to work in Android Oreo. That's why they call us developers, because we develop and improve our applications according to the new versions of operating systems. Cool. So let's get to it. So I've added one button to the project. The ID name of this button is button. Then I define this button on the Java side, and I added a click listener. After that, let's write the notification generation codes together. So I'll first create a method to create a new notification. Name of the method can be start notification. Of course, you could probably give this method the name that you want to, but I like to be clear, as you may know. So then I create an object from the notification on channel class. The notification channel class will take 3 parameters. First parameter will be channel ID. Channel ID is a string value. And since I will use the channel ID again later, I will define it as a final constant above. So I'll write here public final string channel ID equals 1. Now with Android Oreo, you can create multiple channels of notifications, and we can put these channels in order of importance. And that way the user can put some of these channels into the junk category and close them. For that reason, we should give channel notifications to our notifications. So here I write 1 in the channel ID. Now, in order of importance, other channels can be numbered 2, 3, etc. Of course, in this lesson, we will create notifications only on this one channel. Now I'll write channel ID as the first parameter. The second parameter is the name that will be given to this channel. And I'm sure you're itching to give the channel any name that you want to. But for now, I'm just going to write 1 in the channel name. Now, in the third parameter, we specify the level of importance of the channel. So here, I'll select the option Notification Manager.Importance Default. Now notice I did not add a specific number of importance to this notification. I just set the default value. If you look at the other alternatives, you will see options such as importance, high, low. You can choose whichever one that you want according to the importance of the notification that you want to show. But here I'll then create an object from the Notification Manager class. After writing Notification Manager, manager equals, I write the notification transformation in parentheses by writing Notification Manager. And then I'll write Get System Service Notification Service. This line of code reaches the system of services and from there to notification services. So then I'll write manager.create notification channel. And that way I've created the very first notification. Okay, so after that's complete, I have to build and customize it. The way I do that is I'll create an object from the Notification Builder class. I'll call the object the builder. And I'm writing builder equals new notification dot builder. Now the builder method will also take 2 parameters. The first one is the name of the activity where the notification will work. So that means I'm going to write main activity.this. The second is a channel ID. So here I'll write channel ID, which is a fixed value. I can now customize my notification. So what I mean by customization, it's just to determine the icon to be shown within the notification. So to determine the title and the message text of the notification, first I'll write builder.setSmallIcon. And that way this method will determine the icon. So I can select the alert icon by typing r.drawable.addAlertBlack. Okay, so you can see that I've created this icon before and I've added it under the drawable folder. And if you remember how to create the XML icon I showed you in the speech to text lesson, surely you remember. Well, then I'll need to determine the title of the notification. So after writing .setContentTitle again, I write the title that I want to see in the notification inside the quotation marks. So I wrote a title to indicate that it is indeed a title. So then I should write the message that I want to show to the user in the notification. So I'll write the message after typing .setContentText. Then I write the priority of the message by writing .setPriority. But since I've already defined the priority above, there is no need for this particular line at this particular time. The fact that the method is already highlighted indicates that this method no longer needs to be used, right? Okay. Now, this method was used when creating notifications compared to the old versions, so that's why we also define the notification features. So finally, I can create an object from the Notification Manager Compat class to show the notification to the user. And I've named this object Compat after writing Compat equals Notification Manager Compat.from. I write main activity.this, and I write compat.notify on the bottom line. The notify method takes two parameters. The first one is notification ID. So every notification should get a special ID number. Now, if you're going to create more than one notification, you should give each of them a different or unique ID. I'm just writing one to the ID of this notification because we're only going to do one. But the second parameter will be builder.build. Okay, so that looks complete. Yeah, we've got it. So the notification's ready. What do we got to do next? Well, we're going to need to figure out how to trigger this notification. In other words, a local notification needs to be sent to the user as an information message for an action that it will do within the application. All right, so that's why we're going to do something like this. Here, I'll define an integer counter variable, and I'll set it to 0. So in other words, each time the button is pressed, a counter value of 1, 2, 3, etc. will be written on the button. Then I can write an if condition. If counter equals 5, the notification will be started. In other words, when the button is clicked 5 times, the notification will be shown, right? Okay. So let's run the application and see. So the application opens. So every time I click on the button, the counter increases by 1. When the counter is at 5, notification is shown. Perfect. So as you can see, the notification message, boom, is right there in front of you. Now, actually, it does come up with a notification sound. You won't hear it here. You will hear the notification sound if you try it on your own device. Hey, you know, this is only an emulator. It's not the real thing, right? Okay, so let's break this down a little further. Let's examine the notification. So the section that says title is the title section that I mentioned in the code. The section that says notification text is the notification message section. So, of course, this is whatever message that you are trying to tell the user with this notification. And local notification section at the top is the name of the application. In other words, the application name is automatically added in order to be absolutely certain which application throws out the notification. Finally, the bell icon is the icon that I mentioned in the code. You can define the icon whatever you want here. Of course, it depends on the application, but in my pedometer example, there might be a notification sent to the user when it reaches a certain number of steps, you know, like every 5,000 or whatever. Well, the feature that makes this notification local, as this number may be different for everyone, may also come to everyone at different times, or it may never come up to those who don't reach the goal, right? So in other words, we call a local notification because this is a personalized notification, because there is no classification that goes to everyone, right? So let me give you another example. This notification can be triggered when a timer or a stopwatch or countdown timer, you know what I mean, reaches a certain number. Then the user can receive this notification even when they are not within or using the timer application. All right, so that's pretty cool. We've talked about and learned how to do a local notification. I'll see you in the next video. We're going to conquer another level. See you then. Hello everyone. So in this video, we will see how to make repetitive notifications, which of course is our second topic of our notification section. So repeated notifications are notifications that keep coming up at regular intervals. So you can schedule these notifications to come up, let's say once a week, once a month, once a year, whatever. Or you can program it to be every hour, every half hour, every 15 minutes. You get the idea. You can determine when or how often the user receives this notification, depending upon the type of application or the needs of the particular user. So let me give you an example of the use of repeated notifications. We'll assume that you have an application that follows the hours that your user needs to take medicine. Okay, so we'll assume that the user needs to take one pill maybe every day at 3 o'clock. So within the application, you can remind the user to take the pill or whatever it is automatically at 3 o'clock every day when you schedule a notification according to this time. So in this example, the notification that we send to the user is still local, it's still personalized. However, we send this notification at certain periods of time. Now, I'm sure that you get the idea, and you can use repeated notifications in many more applications that you can think of. However, you know me, I want to get to it, so enough with the concept, and let's go to Android Studio, and let's see how these repeated notifications are created. I'm sure you remember that we created a local notification in the previous lesson. There was one button in this project, and we got notified when the button was pressed 5 times. Now, if you look at the Java code, we have defined the button here, and we also created a notification in this section. So you know what? We can continue in this same application because we use the button to trigger a previous course notification. So now we'll have it trigger at a certain time, right? So the device will show the notification at whatever time that the user says. So for this, we'll need to create a broadcast receiver. It's through broadcast receiver that we will learn the calendar or the time of the particular device and then be able to trigger the notification at the right time. So do you remember that we explained the broadcast receiver as a full topic in some of the previous lessons? If you're not familiar with it, that's okay. You can always go back and take a look, whatever you need to do to refresh your mind, because we're going to move on. So here, if you want to change the name of the application, because now we're going to create a periodic notification instead of a local notification, I'll change the application name from the strings.xml file under the values folder. And here I'll write periodic notifications as the app name. Now, when you close this file, the name of the application changes. And now we will reorganize the process of sending the notification in this application so that it repeats every day at a certain time of the day. And to do this, we'll need to create a new broadcast receiver class. So I'll just right-click on the main activity Java class and select a new Java class. The name of the class can be notification receiver. Okay, so this class will extend the broadcast receiver class. So yeah, Android Studio warns us this. So here I'll select the implement method option. And then I'll select the onReceive method and press OK. And we will trigger the notification in the onReceive method. Absolutely no need to reproduce the notification process. So I can just copy the notification generation code here and paste it into the onReceive method. Okay, so this time we're going to trigger the same notification with a broadcast receiver. One of the red areas here is channel ID. Now I had defined the channel ID as the final, so I can copy it and paste it here. And if you look at the other warnings, I should add context to the system since we get system service and it's no longer in main activity. Likewise, I'll add context to notification service. Also, the main activity.this here will now be context. So this will also be context. All right, cool. So that is the broadcast receiver class ready. Now, I no longer need the start notifications class for this application, so I can delete these parts. You can also delete the click listener if you want. And I can also delete the top constants. All right, so our notification receiver class is ready. But in order to get the broadcast receiver, we need to define this class in the manifest file. So that means in the manifest file, I can open the receiver tag inside the application tag and select the class name. All right, so that's how you define the notification receiver class. All right, so after all that's done, we must determine the repetition and the time of the notification. So I can do this time determination just by reaching the calendar of Android operating system. And how do I do that? I'll create an object from the calendar class. Calendar equals calendar.getInstance. Then I can write calendar.set and set the time when the notification will be sent. First, I'll determine at what time of the day the notification will be sent. And I can write calendar.hour of the day. And then I will write the clock. So currently my computer's clock is 14:29. Since this notification will come once a day, I just have to set these times to try this notification. So for that reason, I will write 14 in the hour section, and then I will set the minute in the same way. So I can write calendar.minute, and I'll write 35 for the minute. And that way, when we run the application, we'll be able to see the notification get triggered. Now, another important issue here is that we will set the time ourselves. But we could do this in a way to be determined by the user. It doesn't have to be a fixed value, but that way the user can customize it according to whatever the user wants. And we can set this time up to seconds. And likewise, just by typing calendar.second, I can determine at what second it will play. Okay? So then, when the time that we set in the calendar comes up, I will create an intent to operate the receiver. I will write two parameters after typing intent I equals new intent. The first is get application context. The second parameter is notification receiver dot class. And I make the receiver class work. Then I create an object from the pending intent class, and I write pending intent equals pending intent dot get broadcast. So that way the broadcast message of the broadcast class will work. So this method will take 4 parameters. The first parameter is get application context. The second is request code, and I'll write 100 in the request code. And you can write whatever value you want. But anyway, this is a value that you will set. So you should only enter the same value when you are going to use it elsewhere. So the third parameter will be I. Now, this is the name of the object that we've created in the intent class above. So why don't we just write the rest on the bottom line because it's not going to fit on this line. And the fourth parameter is pending intent.flag update current. The fourth parameter, when using different intents, is an issue if there are extra values sent with the intents altogether. I don't want you to get confused here about this, so at this stage you can just write 0, and that is fine. So here I'll create an object from the Alarm Manager class. After typing Alarm Manager equals, I'm typing Alarm Manager again in parentheses, and this is typecasting that you remember. Then I'll write get system service, alarm service, and this way the Alarm Manager class will send a broadcast message to our application when the time comes, and this message will be received in the onReceive method in the broadcast class, and the intent will be triggered. So then I write alarmmanager.setRepeating, and that's how we determine the repetition periods. Parameter 1, alarmmanager.rtcWakeUp. So this code will wake it up even if the device is in sleep mode when the system time comes, right? And that way the broadcast message will still be sent. And the second parameter will be calendar.getTime in millis. So with this code, the time will be gotten from the calendar in order to wake up the device. So let's go into this bottom line again, since the code doesn't fit. And the third parameter will be Alarm Manager. And when you add a point after the Alarm Manager, the alarm repetition times are now visible. So the interval day, that just means here once a day. The second is to repeat every 15 minutes. The third one is half a day. The fourth one is every half an hour or every hour, whatever you choose. Now, the fourth parameter is the name of the object that we created from the pending intent class. Thus, a pending intent will be called once a day. Meanwhile, the clock has progressed, and I made the time 14:37. So actually, we should look at the clock of the virtual device. The time of the virtual device is 12:35. So, all right, so I also set the hour of the calendar to 12 o'clock. All right, so now let's run this application. And the application opens. It's now 12:36. Let's see if there's going to be a notification at 12:37. Yes, the notification has arrived. You were getting nervous there, weren't you? Now, as you can see, the title is Periodic Notifications, so obviously it came from our application, right? That's what I mean by clarity. Here, the title, description, and the icon are all values that we set. So now this notification's ready to come up into this application at the very same time every single day. All right, so I hope you understood and had some fun with this periodic notification. We're going to get to some more in the next video, so I'll see you then. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will talk about the notification processes, which is the third subject of our notification section. So we learned how to send notifications in the previous videos. In this lesson, we're going to take some action with these notifications that we send to the user. So the first of these actions will be to open an activity within the application when the user clicks on the notification that we send. And when the user clicks on the notification that we send, we can ensure that some action is taken. Now, the most basic of these processes is to open an activity from within the application, right? So the activity that we will open can be the landing page of an application or on a page that we designed specifically for notifications where the user can see all of the incoming notifications, for instance. You can decide for yourself which activity will be open, so it's ultimately customizable. All right, so if you're ready, let's move over to Android Studio. Now, in previous lessons, of course, we learned how to send local notifications. We had a particular project for that, and there was a button in this project. And on the Java side, we defined this button, and we created a local notification method, and we triggered this notification by clicking the button 5 times. And we mentioned that we can do this process of sending the notification in many ways. We were playing around with triggering here by clicking the button 5 times, but you can also trigger it when you reach a certain number of steps in a pedometer application, for instance. Or you can trigger it when a message arrives in a messaging application. So far, we've just sent this notification. We did not allow the user to take any action on it. So this was the basic statement that we sent. So in this and future lessons, we will take some action on these notifications. Okay, so now if we look through the application, when the button is clicked 5 times, a notification comes up, right? So right now, I'll quit the application. Now, if we look at the logo of the application, there's a sign on the logo that has the notification name. If we look at the notification, it's a basic notification. The message contains a title, notification message, notification logo, and application name. But when I click on the notification, no action is taken. It's only canceled when I scroll. So when I cancel, the warning sign on the app also disappears. So normally, an action is required when this notification is clicked, right? The most basic of these operations is the opening of an application. Either the application itself, or maybe there's a special page that's created for notifications within the application. That page got to be open. So in this lesson, we're going to see how to do this. So we're going to use our friend, the start notification method again, and we will add some extra features to the notification. So I'm first creating a new intent. After I write intent, I equals new intent, I write this, and this is the first parameter. The second parameter is the name of the activity that will open once we click on the notification. So I'm writing main activity since there is no other page in this application. But of course, you can open any activity that you want. Okay, so this intent by itself is not enough. I also have to create a pending intent. So I'll write pending intent equals pending intent dot get activity. Now, if you remember, we created a pending intent in the periodic notification class. The pending intent will take 4 parameters. The first one is context, so I'll write this. Secondly, I'm writing request code 0. The third one is the name of the object that I created from the intent class, I. And fourth, I'm writing flags here, 0. All right, so now I have to call this pending intent in the builder of the notification so that it will be triggered when the notification is clicked or pressed. So I am writing the .setContentIntent method here. And this method will take the pending intent as a parameter. And I'm also writing .setAutoCancelTrue. This method automatically disappears from the action bar when the notification is clicked or pressed. So in other words, there is no need to close the notification by swiping left or right. So if I set this method to be false, the user will need to turn off the notification itself. So why don't we run the application and see it? And sure enough, the application opens, and then after clicking 5 times, the notification comes up. All right, so let's get out of the app now. And because this notification might have come up when we were not in the application, the notification warning also appears in the logo. So currently, when I click on the notification, the application opens. And like I said, you can always open that page if you want. It's the most basic action that we can do with this notification. So let me see, I'll just send the notification again, and what you see here is the notification disappears automatically in the action bar when you click on the notification. Yeah, did you catch that? That's pretty cool. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a short break here, and we'll continue with some of the other actions with this notification in the next video. See you there. Hello, everybody. So in this video, we will continue with our notification process. We will learn how to add an action button to the notification. Now, I'm sure you recall that we were seeing classic notifications so far, but we're starting to get close to customizing notifications and developing those. There are basically 2 action buttons on the notification in the picture. Each button performs a different operation. So when I click on the toast message button, a toast message will be displayed, and when you press the dismiss button, this notification will be closed. So you can make any operation that you want to with these buttons. Now, as you know, the messages can now be answered via notification in WhatsApp-style applications. You can do many operations like this via notification. So when we click on the notification in our previous lesson, we learned to open an activity from within the application. So in this video, in addition to the action button, we're going to learn how to give the color of the notification text that we want. So if you want to, and I'm sure you do, let's go ahead and move to Android Studio without any further delay. Okay, so we already had an ongoing project in Android Studio. Now, when you click the button 5 times in the main activity, a notification was received. And then finally, we provided the main activity to be opened when the notification is clicked on the intent and pending intent codes here. So in this video, we will add some action buttons to this notification. But before we get started, let me walk you through a little bit of it first. So I'll open the application, clicking the button 5 times, notification, boom. So if we examine the notification, there's a colored logo, and the application name also has a color. Action buttons appear as I scroll through the notifications downwards. Toast message button shows a toast message when you click the button, and the notification closes when you click the dismiss button. All right? Cool. So let's start writing code. So first I'll create an intent again, and I will write the parameters after I write intent action intent equals new intent. So here the first parameter will be this. The second parameter is the name of the class that will work. And here I have to create a broadcast receiver so that the action button can operate. And I will define the actions to be done within this broadcast receiver. So I have to create a new receiver class, and I'll write receiver.class here. And we will create this class soon, don't worry about it for now. But I'll write action intent.getExtra, And with this method, we will send data to the receiver class. We will also send the message to be shown in the toast message here. Actually, we don't need to do this for the toast message, but I do it this way just to find out how data is sent to the other activity or class via the action button. That way you get to learn too. Now, if this was a messaging app, we could also get the message from the user. And of course, it would take 2 parameters. And I'm sure you remember the put extra method. So the first parameter will be the keyword. So I'll write toast as the keyword. The second parameter is the data to be sent. So I'm just writing in, this is a notification message. Great. So this text will now appear in the toast message. So now I can create a pending intent. So I'm writing pending intent action pending equals pending intent dot get broadcast. So pending intent will run broadcast receiver. Pending intent will also take 4 parameters, just like before. The first is this. The second is request code, and I'll write 0 here. The third parameter is the name of the object that we created from the intent class. And the fourth parameter is the flag, and it will be 0. Okay, so now I need to run this pending intent that I created. And I will run this inside the action button. And because of all that, I've got to first create the action button. And here I can write notification.action, action equals new notification.action.builder. Now I also created the action button here. Of course, it'll take some parameters, so I have to choose an icon to be displayed next to the first parameter action button. And I'll write icon.create with resource here. And this method will take 2 parameters. The first is this. And second, I have to determine the path of the icon, r.drawable.bell. But this icon will not appear next to the action button. In these new versions of Android, icons are not shown in the action buttons to give more space to the comments. It will continue to show in older versions, of course. Now, even though that we prepare the notification according to these new versions, we still need to define the icons, or Android Studio will throw an error. So this entire icon code was the first parameter of the action button. And in the second parameter, I'll define the text of the action button. Now, since there's no space in this line, we'll continue on the line below. So I'm writing a toast message here, and this will be written on the action button. So the third parameter is the name of the object that we created from the pending intent class. So action is pending. And finally, I can add the .build method. And that means that the action button is ready. But we should also add this action button to the notification, right? So now we do this below. So I write .add action here. And now the first action button is ready. So when I click on the action button, the receiver class will be run. But we haven't created the receiver class yet. So for this reason, we must first create the receiver class. So now I'm creating a new Java class for this. And the name of the class will be receiver. And this class will extend the broadcast receiver class. And of course, Android Studio throws a warning. So I'll click on the red lamp and select Implement Methods. Then, while the onReceive method is selected, I can press OK. And now the onReceive method was added. Okay, so now we will do our transactions in the onReceive method. So first, I need to get the data I sent with the notification. So I'll write string text equals here. And here I will draw the text that will be written in the toast message. And I can do this just by using the intent object. So I'll write the keyword after typing text equals intent dot get string extra. The keyword will be toast. And now we have to show the toast message. So after writing the required line of code to show the toast message, we need to define this receiver class in the manifest file. So just open the receiver tag in the application tag and select the receiver class. And now the action button to show the toast message is ready. Okay, so now we can go and prepare the other action button. So we need to do the same things in the dismiss action button. So again, I can first create an intent object. This time I'll write dismiss intent as its name. And now I must create a separate receiver class for this action button. So I can call the class receiver dismiss. Now we don't have to put the extra method, as this action button will turn off the notification, right? So I can just proceed directly to creating the pending intent. So I call the pending intent object dismiss pending. Now the other part is the same. Only the third parameter will be dismiss intent. Then I create the action button again. Now I'm writing a dismiss action as its name. So the first parameter of the action button is the same because the icon doesn't matter. It's not going to appear anyway. The second parameter will be the text that will be written on the action button. So I'll write dismiss here. The third parameter will be dismiss pending. And the rest will be the same. Okay, so now let's add this action button to the notification. So I'll create another receiver class. Broadcast receiver classes should be separate as the actions of the second action button will be different, right? So I will close the notification that came in the broadcast receiver class. I was showing the notification with the notification manager compat class here. And for that reason, I will copy this line and paste it into the class of the onReceive method. You follow? So this part will be context, not this, right? So I write compat.cancel on the bottom line. The cancel method will take the ID of the notification to be closed as its parameter. Now, if you recall, we had given an ID when we created a notification. And then we said that we can use this ID again. So now we will close the notification with that ID. All right, so I gave this notification 1 as its ID, so I can just write the same 1 here. And likewise, I should define this receiver class in the manifest file. So now both action buttons are ready. Now, I mentioned earlier about colors, so we should color the text of the notification, don't you think? So we'll do the coloring process with a set color method here. Now, I made it red before. Let's make it blue this time. All right, so that looks good, and everything should be ready now. So let's run the application. Application opens, and clicking the button 5 times, there's the notification. Now, this time, the text of notifications are blue. And when I click on the Toast Message Action button, the Toast message is displayed. The notification disappears when you click on the Dismiss Action button. So that works. Cool. So that's how you add an action button to notifications. Now, of course, we're going to continue with the notification processes, but I do want to take a moment to celebrate. All right, hello to everyone. Thanks for coming this far. We've accomplished quite a bit. But I do want to continue with this notification process. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to add scrollable images and text to notifications. So if you look at this picture on the right, the notification shows up normally, but when the user scrolls down, the big picture that we send with the notification appears. So if we want to show, let's say, long text instead of a picture as a notification, this time it's going to show long text. Just scroll down, and that way you can take up a lot more screen real estate and really get somebody's attention. As you know, this type of notification is now used in many applications. For example, when mail is sent to a Gmail application, you can read its content in the notification without even opening the application with the help of text that can be expanded. Now, if you're ready, let's go ahead on over to Android Studio and we'll continue from there. Okay, so as you remember, we had an ongoing project in Android Studio. So we're going to continue with that same project. But before we get started, I do want to show you the finished version of the app. So I'll close the open application and I'll just open it again. So clicking the button 5 times, notification appears. Looking at the notification, the big picture appears. In fact, if you try it on a real device, the notification will look like this first. Now, just by scrolling the notification down, the bigger picture appears. So in order to create this form of notification, I first added one large picture under the drawable folder in the project. Then I added a long text to the string.xml file. So the text is called big text. It's clear, it's precise, it's understandable, right? So the notification will also show this text as long text. All right, so why don't we continue and work together? So first of all, I should assign the pictures and text to the containers that I'll create in the main activity. I'm then going to add these containers to the notification. So let me grab the picture first. I'll create an object from the bitmap class to get the picture, and I'll call this object icon. And the big picture that I'll show in the notification has to be in bitmap format. You know that, right? So for this reason, I am doing this here. So I'll write icon equals bitmap factory.decode resource. And the decode resource method will take 2 parameters. The first will be get resources. The second parameter will be the path to the picture. And I'm writing r.drawable.android because the picture will be under the drawable folder. Then I will assign the long text to a string. After typing string text equals getResources.getString, I write r.string.bigText. Okay, so the icon and the text are now ready. So let's go ahead and add them to the notification. So we'll add the picture first, and we'll continue below. And I'm writing the .setLargeIcon method here. SetLargeIcon method takes the icon object as a parameter. Now this method is not the big picture scrolling down, but the small picture opposite the notification. So this thumbnail is actually a large icon. Now the icon next to the application name is the small icon that we specify in the code as the setSmallIcon. This is the big icon. It will look like this when the first notification arrives. This is not a scrollable picture yet. This picture doesn't even have to be the same as a scrollable picture. For example, in the messaging application, this may be the picture of the person sending the big icon message, whatever. In any event, the large picture or long text that will appear when scrolled can also be a message sent by the user. Okay, so now let's add the scrollable picture. After typing .setStyle here, I'll write new notification.bigPictureStyle. Then I'll write .bigPictureIcon. So the scrollable picture notification is now ready. So we can run this and let's see what happens. So the application opens. Let's click the button 5 times. Okay, there's notification. Now, if you look at the notification, the large picture appears scrollable. So let's add scrollable text. Okay, so I can delete this line because it doesn't make much sense to use both scrollable image and text together. Now, if you want to do it that way, you can. If you don't want to do it that way, you go ahead. But I'll continue here. After writing .setStyle, I'll write new notification.bigTextStyle. And then I'll write .bigTextText. Okay, so that adds extensible text. Now, scrolling the text will show the long text instead of short text. You don't believe me? Let's run the application again. There's the application. Press the button. There's notification. Long text now appears. Short content appears when the notification is minimized. When the notification is extended, the short content disappears and the long content is shown instead. What do you think of that? I think that's pretty cool. So that's how to add expandable text and images into that notification. We got something else in store for you, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will cover push notifications. Now, everybody talks about push notifications, but in this course, up until now, we've only dealt with local notifications. So local notifications, as you remember, we create a personal or special event. But there's this other type of notification, and we can send collectively to all users who download the app. So that's what we call a push notification. With push notifications, you can send notifications to users who download your application, even if they're not using your application. You know, like, hey, a new update is available or something similar. But the main purpose of a push notification is to remind the user who downloaded your application to their device of something. So in order to send push notifications to the user, it's usually sufficient for the application to be installed on the phone. The user does not need to take any other action. The push notification is pretty much the most effective way to notify users who have downloaded your app. It also offers the opportunity to send messages to thousands and, well, let's be realistic, even millions of people who have downloaded your very successful application. And it sends these messages out to everybody at the same time. So push notifications are server-based notification types. So in other words, you ensure the integration of your application with a server. Then you send a collective notification to all users from that server. Now, many service providers provide free of charge notification services up to some very high numbers for this. If you want to send notifications in even higher numbers, well, you can just go ahead and get a notification service from these, usually from your service provider at some pretty low cost. Well, I'll leave all of that for you to figure out and do some research on when you get that far. But right now, let's talk about what other kinds of things you're going to come up against, or what kinds of messages, what kinds of anything can you send to the user. But in fact, the answer to this question might not be as simple as you might initially think, because it varies according to the type of application. For example, if you've prepared an application in, let's say, for news or for sports, well, you can send the result of an important game or some breaking news to users as a notification. And that way, all the users receive this message and they can spend more time in your app through the message. For another example, if you have developed a weather application or an application that tracks flight information, let's say, you can send instant weather changes or flight changes to the users as a notification. Now, by the way, let me bring your attention to this. You can also send collective notifications to users in a specific geographic area just by using the user's location information. Now, let's say you happen to be developing an e-commerce application. Well, you can send users notifications about discounts and campaigns. So your sales can be increased just by learning these notification messages. So I think you get the point, right? I mean, you can use push notifications in a variety of ways, depending on your app. Now, of course, there are many service providers, and I told you about that a little bit earlier, that you'll be able to send your push notifications through. One of the service providers that you can use to send push notifications is Firebase. So Firebase Cloud Messaging System. It's one of the features of Firebase, which is a service of Google to developers. Now, by integrating Firebase into your Android application, you can take advantage of many services and send many push notifications. Firebase provides many advantages to Android application developers. In fact, it works in perfect harmony with Android devices, as you might even guess. So, of course, for this reason, we will describe Firebase in pretty good detail coming up. So by taking on this Firebase, we're also going to show how to send these push notifications that I talk so much about. But I do want to tell you that there is another well-known push notification service provider. It's Amazon SNS. And of course, it's a service that Amazon provides to developers specifically. But again, you can do your research and choose what you want to do with your apps. Oh, but let me just mention one other one. It's called OneSignal. It's widely used, and you can use OneSignal as a service provider for push notifications. But that's about it. I think that we've covered everything that we need to in this notification section. So that's push notification theory, if you will. So in the next section, when we learn Firebase, we will also learn the sending of push notifications. Okay, so I want to see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. In this video, we will start our new chapter, and we will learn the Firebase developer platform. So Firebase, it's a mobile and web application development platform, and it provides a lot of tools for developers, and it simplifies the work as well. Firebase was first established in 2011 by the Firebase company, which it was named for, in order to help developers add online chat features to their websites. But then in 2014, it was purchased by Google, and isn't that every developer's dream to sell it to Google? Anyway, the Google Cloud Platform has become a multifunctional platform by combining with other services, such as AdMob, Google Ads. The Firebase platform is currently used by, get this, more than 1.5 million applications with 18 different services. I'd also like to briefly mention the services that Firebase offers to developers and some of the advantages it provides, and you might want to look into it more deeply. But I want to tell you that one of the most important features of Firebase is its ability to work on all platforms. So in other words, Android, iOS, and website developers can use Firebase's services throughout, across the board. So this feature gives developers a huge advantage. For example, Firebase offers real-time database service. What? Real-time? Sure enough, once a database is created, iOS developers and Android developers can use the same database at the same time. Therefore, you can develop simultaneous applications on all platforms. So here, thanks to the real-time database, the data in the application can be updated without the need to close the application or even update it. For example, you can develop an application like Google Drive with Firebase. You can upload users' files to the server from iOS devices, Android devices, or computers, and then access them from all devices. Of course, there are hundreds more examples like this. But one of the other features that Firebase provides to developers is that it automates authentication processes. So as an Android application developer, you can easily add the features of, for instance, logging into your application by mail and phone number without having to know the server management and without dealing with any of those back-end processes. Or you can enable users to log into your applications with their Google account or even social media accounts such as Facebook, GitHub, Twitter, whatever. So being able to use these features in your application takes your application to, boom, professional levels. Also, you can send notifications to users who download your application via Firebase. Or, thanks to the file storage service of Firebase, you can also enable users to keep media files such as music, pictures, videos online and access them from all their platforms. In addition to all this, thanks to the file storage service, you can develop applications such as, well, why not? Listening to music, watching videos, without taking up any extra storage space on the phone. Firebase serves developers in many other areas as well, and you can use all these services for free until they reach, well, it's a really high number of users. So it pretty much makes Firebase incredible for developers. All right, so that's enough for at least a quick little primer on Firebase. But let's put the theoretical explanations aside and get our hands dirty. Let's start using Firebase. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will learn how to create a database, and this is the subject of this very first chapter for Firebase. So when we do this, we will be able to benefit from all of the features of Firebase. Begins with a database. So let's start right away. First up, I'll just open whatever my favorite Google Internet browser is, and I'll write Firebase. And I just click on the link firebase.google.com from these search results. Okay, so I've reached the home page of Firebase. You will need a Gmail account to create a project in Firebase. Now, after logging into your Gmail account, you can click the Go to Console button. And now I have reached the project management panel of Firebase. So why don't we create our first project here? I'll just press the Create a Project button. Now we'll need to name our project here, and since it will be an example project, I'm going to just write example for the name. And click on Continue. Here it asks if I want to add Google Analytic features to the project. We're not going to be using this feature right now, but we'll add it anyway. You can always remove it if you want to later. And I just click Continue. And I will click the Create Project button. And that's how Firebase starts to create our first project. So this might take a little time. But here we have now reached the management section of our example project. So now all of the possibilities of Firebase lay before us. So on this page, you can see the services offered by Firebase. There are things that we can do in the menu here on the left. For example, in the authentication section, you can organize the process of logging into our application with a user's mail and password, and well, just by sending a verification code to the phone. You can also create a real-time online database in the database section. In the storage section, you can store the user's files, such as photos, videos, music, whatever. You can also host your website in the hosting section. So if we look here below, you can reach the reports about the application in the quality section. We can also access user data in the analytics section. Now here in the extensions section, we can do many operations, such as sending notifications and testing. Of course, since we are going to be creating a real-time database in this lesson, I am just going to the database section. You can play around with everything else later. Now here you see there are two alternatives. One is Firestore and the other is real-time database. Firestore is a database type that was developed by Google to store large and complex data and to query it fairly, well, daggone it, really quickly. Now, we're not going to be using it at this particular stage, but we will be using this real-time database. So real-time database is a cloud-based database, and the data is basically stored in the database as JSON data. So Firebase is not an SQL database. So in other words, since SQL queries are not used, they are separated from classical databases, right? So I know it's just a brief explanation, but believe me, and press the Create Database button. Now, in this section, Google asks where to get the analytical data from. So here you can choose which country you're in. And I'm going to pass on this part because it's not on topic. If you want to, you can do all of that detailed research. So now it'll ask us for the security rules of the database. And here you can determine just by reading and writing properties of your database. If you set these properties to false, nobody can read the data of the database or add data to the database. You can, of course, change these features later. I just do it to be locked in the very first instance to show you how to lock and unlock it. You can do that later too. But I'm going to leave it locked. So that means that I can only log in from this administration panel. But of course, in the following lessons, we're going to cover these issues in detail. So right now, I'll just press the Enable button. And that will create our first database. All right, so now our database, of course, is currently empty. There's absolutely nothing in it. But don't worry, I'm going to explain how to add data in here. So after this, we've got to add this database to the application that we will create in Android Studio. So that is the operation we're going to save for the next lesson. I'll see you in the next video. Well, hello to all of my friends here. I am glad to be sharing this with you because I want to show you how to integrate the Firebase project that we created in the previous lesson into a project that we're going to create in Android Studio. All right, so let's start without wasting any time. Now, I hope you remember, I'm sure you remember, right, that we created a Firebase project in the previous lesson. We named the project as the example. All right, so in this project, we're creating a real-time database. The database security rules were closed to read and write from the outside, and our database was empty. So before filling the database, we must ensure that this Firebase project is integrated into the project that we will create in Android Studio. So I need to be creating a new project in Android Studio to do all of this, and I'll name this project Firebase Example. Programming language will be Java. Minimum API level will be 27 or Android Oreo. So, of course, when you press the Finish button, Android Studio creates a new project. Great. So now the new project is ready. We can go to the design page, which is available in the main activity. Now, with the Show System UI option from the following selection, I made this page appear on the phone screen as it appears in front of you now. So what we're going to do is log in to Android Studio with the Google account in the upper right corner of Android Studio. Just press Sign In and see how the Google account that you log in with has to be the same as the Google account that you log in with to Firebase, right? Okay, so Android Studio warns us that, it wants to reach the following data. So I'm going to click Allow. All right, so the entry is now complete. I can go ahead and close this page. Now check it out. If we return to Android Studio, we're going to see you are logged in with that Gmail account. So I'm going to switch to Firebase and click the Add Firebase to Android project button. And naturally, the first project is waiting for us to enter the package names on the newly opened page. So the package name of the project is written in the main activity.java file. Package name is com.company.firebaseexample. So I'll just copy and paste this name here. In the next section, you can also write the application nickname if you want to give it one. I'm going to pass on that because it's optional and I don't like nicknames. Now for the third part, we should just write the SHA-1 key of Android project. So you don't need to add any SHA keys in basic Firebase usage, such as real-time database or Firebase storage, but you do need to have your project SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys defined in the Firebase console for SMS code verification or Google sign-in. So I just want to show you how you can get SHA keys. So let's go on back to Android Studio. Now, of course, there are several different ways to obtain SHA keys, and I'll just try to show you them in order. So first, I want to click on the Gradle tab on the right side of the interface up here. See it? So if you do see Run Configurations as a folder and the signing report option just below this folder? Well, you can double-click this signing report and run the application. All right, so here you can see the SHA keys in the run window. And that was just the first method. So if you don't see such an option under the Gradle tab, I hope you didn't gasp and panic. Just follow the second method that I'm going to tell you now. Open Terminal, which is located just below the interface. Now, you see we have to then write signing report as a command here. So you can find this command from the developers.google.com site. And here I shared with you the link of this site, right? So you can access this link just below the lesson if you still can't find it. Now I scroll the page and come to using Gradle's signing report section. I'll just copy the command here. Then I paste this command in the terminal in Android Studio. Then I press Control and Enter. And what do you see? The signing report has been run, and we have now obtained the SHA keys. Now, I did mention a third method, perhaps. Let's open up Command Prompt from our computer. So for this, I'll type CMD into the search bar of a PC and click Open to open the command prompt. And what we need to do here is access the bin folder in the JRE folder on our computer. So let's first look and see where that bin folder is. So I want to open local disk. Open up the program files folder, and I'll open the Java folder. I'll open the JRE folder. Okay, so as you can see, the bin folder is in here. Why don't we access it from the command prompt? For this, we can first access the C folder. So I'll type cd ... press enter. So this cd ... command, in case you might not remember, or maybe you don't use CLIs very often. Anyway, it moves us to an outer folder. So once again, I'll write cd ... and press enter. All right, so you see how we access a local disk? Now let's access the program files folder. So I'm writing cd program files, enter. Okay, so there we have accessed the program files folder. Now I can write cd Java, and we can go inside the JRE folder. So I'll copy the file name of the JRE folder. I can right-click on the JRE folder, and if I select the rename option, well, I can copy the file name just by pressing Control and C, same time on the keyboard. Now I can paste this file name into command prompt. When you right-click with a mouse, we can automatically paste the file name that you copied, right? So finally, let's go inside the bin folder. So I can write cd bin and press enter. So what you're looking at is how we've accessed the bin folder. But now we're going to type a command here. I'm going to open developers.google.com site again, and here I'll come to the Using Key tool on the certificate section. Are you with me? So I'm copying the command, and I'm going to paste the command into command prompt. Okay. So I'll move the cursor to the beginning of the command using the left arrow key from the keyboard. And here I'll write key tool at the beginning of the command. All right, so I've got to write in here the file path where the .android folder is located. So we're going to need to find that .android folder right away. So in the local disk, I'll open users, open the folder that belongs to the PC name. As you can see, the .android folder is here. So I can just copy the file path of this folder. I'll right-click on .android folder. I'll choose the properties option. Okay, so as you can see, we can find the file path in the location section here. And I'll copy this, open command prompt, Now, I'm going to move the cursor to where it says User Profile. I'm deleting the user profile statement and pasting the file path that I've just copied. Now, finally, I'll write -list-v at the end of that command. All right, so that's the command as you're looking at it. Now, you might want to just pause the video here and have a look at the whole command so that you can imagine where it might take you. Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead and press enter from the keyboard. Are you ready? Finish reading? Memorize it? All right, here we go. As you can see, it's asking us for the key store password. Well, that password is Android, all in lowercase by default. So I'm just going to type Android, press enter. Whew, there we go. There we have now obtained the SHA keys. All right, my friends, that is how you get SHA keys in 3 different ways. So now I want to add, but that wasn't, the end goal, huh? Now I want to add the SHA-1 key we obtained to the Firebase project. So I want to choose the SHA-1 key. I'll press Control and C to copy the SHA-1 key and go back to Firebase console. So I'm going to paste it in here. All right, so we've added the SHA-1 key. We can continue. So I'm going to press the Register App button. Now, Firebase creates a JSON file for us. Now, it wants me to download this file and copy it under the app folder in the project file. So I'm just going to press the download button and download the file. So now I'm going to want to copy the file that I've downloaded and bring it on over to Android Studio. So when I select the project option in the upper left-hand corner up in here in Android Studio, it's going to show me the project files. So here I'm going to select the app folder and press Control V, so that'll paste that JSON file. The Google Service JSON file is added. So now I can just go back to Firebase and click Next. Pretty cool, huh? All right, don't give up yet. The third step is we need to add the Gradle libraries to the project. And for that, we're going to go back to Android Studio. Once in Android Studio, I'll select Firebase from the tool menu in the top menu. Now, Firebase Assistant gets opened over here on the right. So in this section, I'm going to select the real-time database and click Get Started with Real-Time Database as my option.
Here, we will do it step by step. The first step is to connect to Firebase. Therefore, I click on the Connect to Firebase button. As you can see, we got an error like could not parse the Android application module's Gradle config. Resolve Gradle build issues. Unfortunately, we get an error like this since the compile SDK level is 32. API 32 is still in the testing phase, and I think we are getting such an error due to some bugs. You may not have this error. But if you encounter this error, you can set the compile SDK level to 31. Let's fix this problem now. First of all, from the project directory, I choose Android instead of project. Then I open build.gradle module app. Here, I am changing the compile SDK and target SDK to 31. Now let's click on the Sync Now button. Synchronization is complete. Now let's click the Connection to Firebase button again from Firebase Assistant. It asks us to rebuild the project. I click the Build button. Our project is being rebuilt. Our project has been built. Now let's click on the Connection to Firebase button one last time. If you notice, it says that this project is now connected to Firebase. But we can renew the connection. Therefore, I click the OK button. As you can see, it redirects us to Firebase console. From the Firebase console, I choose the Firebase project, that is, the example project, to which we added our Android project. And finally, I click on the Connect button. As you can see, we have connected our Android Studio project with Firebase. We can now close this window. Now let's go back to Android Studio. Notice that the Connect to Firebase section is green, and this step has been completed.
Second step, pressing the Add the Real-Time Database SDK to your app. So when you press that button, it shows all the libraries to be added to the Gradle file. So yeah, I want to accept the changes. So now the required libraries get added to the Gradle file. You can always check it out if you want. I'll show you how. So let's have a look. As you can see, the Firebase database library has been added. All right, so that's that done. So what about the steps to edit the reading and writing rules of the database? Well, I'll just mosey on back to Firebase again. And here I've completed the third step in Android Studio, so I'll click on Next. Now for step 4, I'll just click Continue to Console. And now that we're back on the console, our project gets integrated with Firebase. So I want to take you back to the database section. Rules are currently false. Database has been opened. It is currently empty. Clicking on the Rules tab, we can see the rules. And we're going to change rules of writing and reading right in here. Okay, so you know what? We're going to save those operations for the next video. But before we wrap it up here, I do want to show you how you can add the SHA-256 key. Remember, I told you about that earlier. So just click on the gear icon here. And I'll click on Project Settings. Under the General tab, we can see the basic information about our project. But also, it's going to be useful to select your Gmail account here, where you use the Firebase console from the support email section. Sometimes because of this, we might get an error while running applications, so just to be safe. So when we scroll down this page a little bit more, we can see the SHA-1 key that we added. So now let's add the SHA-256 key. I'll click on Add Fingerprint. I'm going to copy the SHA-256 key that we just obtained. Now I'll paste the SHA-256 key to the relevant field, just like that. And then all I need to do is press the Save button. There you go. We've now defined SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys in our project. Now, you don't need to add them. If you don't want to add them, you're going to receive errors in the SMS verification and sign in with Google operations. But that's up to you. We're going to go over that later. So eventually you'll learn what to do. Okay, so let's leave it here. We've integrated our project in Android Studio with Firebase. Very important step. And as you can see, there's many steps to follow. In our next lesson, we're going to learn how to add data to that real-time database. So stick around. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. In this lesson, we will learn how to add real-time data to the database that we created in Firebase. So why don't we get right to it? In the last video, we created a database in Firebase, but this database is still empty. And in the rules section, we made the rules of the database closed to reading and writing. So why do we leave the database closed to reading and writing? What's the meaning of creating a database if we can't even write something to the database or read the data there? So here we turn off the database for reading and writing, which means that users cannot add or read data from mobile and web. But of course, we can add, remove, change, or read data from the Firebase management panel, right? So that makes sense, right? So now I'm making the read and write properties of the database to be true. And these settings are now applied when I press the Publish button. But look at this, Firebase gives us a warning. It says that our operation is dangerous. Now, in fact, it's not actually the right move to open and read the database completely, is it? Because everybody can access the whole database from within the application. Of course, to repeat myself, it's not distributed yet, so that's okay. But I'll show you this. You can also set the database to read specific sections, write specific sections, as well as close or open both sections when needed. You can also do these operations after creating the database. However, since we are in the experimental stage, we're going to open the entire database for reading and writing. Now, I also close this warning just by pressing the Dismiss button. And I'll go back to the data section. So Firebase database works with a system called NoSQL. In other words, you don't need to create tables like SQL databases. Add data into these tables and then access the contents of these tables with SQL queries. Instead, it works with parent-child logic. So there's a parent at the top, and below the parent there will be children of this parent. And you can also compare this to the tree structure in the data structures lesson, but it works a little differently. For example, this is our main database. So let's add a child under this first. And when clicking on the plus sign next to it, a new child was added. Now, let the name of the new child be, let's say, employee. Maybe you know. While creating tables for SQL queries and database lessons, the first employee table is usually created. So let's add another child to this employee database and let this child's name be name. Then let the value of the child name be David. And as you can see here, only the last child can take the value. Parents cannot take the value. So why don't we add another child to this employee parent? Let this child's name be surname. Let the value of this be Beckham. And as you can see, we've now created a child named employee under the main database. We created two children under the employee. These last two children have values. When I press the Add button, these values are added to the database. All right, so let's add another child to this employee parent. The name of the child may be profession. And let the value be engineer, for example. So when the Add button is pressed, this child is added under the employee parent. As you can see here, the employee parent has no value of its own. Parent cannot take the value in this system. You can add as many children as you want to the employee parent, or you can add as many children as you want to the main database. So here the employee is both a child and a parent. So the employee is both the child of the main database, and it'll also have children. So let's add another child to the main database. Let's call the child salary. And if I give value to the salary child, I cannot add any children under it. So let's make this salary 2,000 for its value, and pressing the add button, the salary is added to the bottom of the main database. So now the main database has two children. One of these children is salary and the other is employee. Employee child has also 3 children. These 3 children are job, name, and surname. So first, the database should be created in this way according to the application's content. For example, we can add a section to the database where you will keep user data. So let's make the name of this section be users. So we'll need to create children for whatever data that we want to keep. For example, we can keep the user's name, and its name may be Mary. And then we can keep the user's email address. So we'll write a value here. And you can, of course, keep the user's phone number. And I'm writing a number here. So by pressing the Add button, 3 values were added under Users. And you can add thousands or even millions of data points like this. So it's a system that we can use when we create this database. Now, there's also another system that we will be able to take and use data from the user and add it here. I'll show you, for example, here users can enter information such as name, mail, phone number in the application, and this data can then be added to the database. Here we will create this process in Android Studio. So we'll move on over to Android Studio and continue over there. All right, so here we are. We've created a project in the previous lessons in Android Studio, and we will continue with this project where we have integrated Firebase. So let's add one edit text to this project. And let's add a button. So when the user enters the data in edit text, I want to add this data into Firebase, right? So I'm going to add this data under the user's parent in the Firebase when I click the button. So first of all, I will delete the text of edit text, and instead of it, I will add a hint. Right, so I'll write in here, please enter your name in this hint section. So the ID of edit text can remain edit text. And I'll change the text of the button to send data to database. Okay, so that way the button's ID can also remain button. Now, since it is constraint layout, I select 2 components and click the magic wand icon. And currently the components have received their constraint values. So now let's define these components on the Java side. So I'll match the IDs in the onCreate method. I also add a click listener to the button. When the user clicks on the button, I must first get the data the user has entered. So I'll create a string username and throw that data into this string. All right, so now it's time to send this data to the database. To do this, first I'll create an object from the Firebase database class. I'll name the database in this object. I am writing Firebase database equals Firebase database.getInstance. Then I create an object from the database reference class. I write database reference equals database.getReference. So in this way, I reach the database. So now I can add the data to the database using this reference object. But I've now reached the main database. So in other words, to the database that I named earlier, example. So if I add this way, the data will be added as the child of the database, but I want to add it as the child of the users. So what do? For that, I just write .child to get reference. So through this .child method, you can reach one of the 3 children under the main database. So I can reach salary or users or employee. I'm writing users here because, of course, I want to reach users. And now the data will be added under users. See how that works? So I'll be doing the send data operation in the click listener of the button. I'll write reference.child here. I will give username to this child as a name. And then a child will be created under users, such as name, email, phone number, etc. And by doing this, we will give a value to this child. This child's name is user's name. We will give a value to this child using .setValue. Its value will be username, and thus we will assign the data that we receive from the user into username, which we will create under users. So why don't we just run the application and see what happens? So sure enough, the application opens. The database also appears. So now let me just write in a name here. Clicking the button, this data is added to the database instantly. So this is what real-time database means. Your application and millions of applications are running simultaneously with your database. You see the potential? So while the data you add to your database can appear in the application instantly, the data that we receive from the users can be seen in the database instantly. You see where I'm going with this? So this feature is just one of the great features that Firebase offers us. So I just wanted to show you how to add real-time data into the database. So that's enough for now. We're going to learn how to read data from the database in the next lesson. So I'm going to save all that for the next video. I will see you then. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So in this lesson, we will learn how to extract this real-time data from the database. So in other words, we're going to pull the data from the database through our Android application and then show this data to users in the application. So why don't we just get right to it? We'll first review the database. So we have our main database here, and the main database will also have 3 children, and these children also have their own children. And we can shoot any of these data that we want to. For example, in this lesson, we will take the name Mary, which is the value of the name cell under users. And let's go to Android Studio for this operation. All right, so we already had an ongoing project in Android Studio. We also did the Firebase integration for this project. So why don't we just go ahead and add a text view to the project to show our data. And I will show the name that I will pull from the database over this text view. and we'll make a few changes to make it look clear. Now, first of all, I'll give the constraint value to the text view so that it appears in the position that I have determined. And then next, let's enlarge the text size of the text view a little. And we can also change the font color. You know how I like doing that. Of course, you can add more. Its ID is text view. All right, so now we can go to the Java side. First, I'll define the text view. Then I match the ID in the onCreate method. Okay, so now it's time to pull that data out of the database. So I want the data to be captured and shown in text view when the app opens. And for this reason, I will perform the data extraction in the onCreate method. So I'll need the object created from the database reference class to pull the data. And we previously created an object named reference. So you can also use the same object if you want, or you can create a new object. I'm going to create a new one so you can follow along. So I'm calling the database reference class, and this time I'll give a different name to the object I will create in this class. So I'll just name it reference2, and I'll write reference2 equals database.getReference. This time I did not add a child, so I reached the main database. I will specify which child to shoot when capturing the data. And by the way, I'll just state this for the record. If the database reference object is created to reach the main database, you can just use the same object as many times as you want. So in other words, you can specify which child you want to reach in the required place and draw that data. But if you want to define the database reference list to reach the child at the bottom, you're going to need to create a new database reference object elsewhere, where you want to reach the above parents. But I'm going to warn you, this will both increase the size of the application and complicate your code. So, for that reason, you should be very careful about creating a database reference object in a class. Okay, so now we can continue where we left off after my brief public service announcement. So here, I'm just going to call the reference2.addValue event listener method, and I'll write new value event listener in parentheses. Android Studio completes the rest. I'll add a semicolon to the end. Now there are two methods here. The first is the onDataChange method, and we perform data extraction in this method. So this method also constantly monitors the database live. It's not called real-time database for nothing. So when there's a change in the database, it instantly reflects in the application. The second is the onCanceled method. So here we state if there's any action to be taken when data cannot be pulled or any error occurs. For example, you can always show the user a toast message. All right, so now let's pull the data. So we pull the data through the object created from the data snapshot class. So I'll write data snapshot.child here, because the database reference has been defined so that it can access the main database. I have to reach its child. The child's name is users, and that's why I write users here. Then I write .child again. This time, I need to reach the child of the users. Its name. For this reason, I'll write name here. And then I'll write .getValue. So we got the data, but we have to assign this data into a string. So here I'll create a container named string real name and put this data that I've drawn into the string. But Android Studio gives a warning. Wait, why is that? Well, it's because the data is kept as JSON data in the Firebase database. So we've got to convert it to string. So I'll just click on the red lamp and select the case to string option. Thus, the data translates into a string. Man, isn't that cool? So if we were to assign integer or double containers, we should have made cases for those data types this time. So now let's print the data that we receive in text view. Username.setText real name. And there you go. The process completes. So why don't we just go ahead and run it and, well, we'll see how it looks. As you can see, the data was pulled as soon as the application was opened, and it prints in text view. Cool. All right, so now I want to show you the database and the application side by side. Now, when I delete the name Mary in the database and replace it with David, the new name was instantly displayed in text view without updating the application APK, without having to restart the application. The application and database are working simultaneously. Oh, it's so very cool. All right, so in this video, we've learned how to pull real-time data from Firebase. I want to see you in the next video. Hello to everyone. So in this video, we are going to practice performing authentication using Firebase. Now, what we mean by authentication is to enable users to log into the application just by entering their email address and a password, or by entering their phone number and a password. So in this way, you can give your users customized information. So as you know, the number of applications logged in this way is huge now, and this is a great way for personal information to be protected, because you do want to protect your users after all. Now, if different people want to log into the same application from the same device, anyone can access their own information by logging in with their own email address and password. For example, when users log into an application with their email address and password, then everyone can see each other's emails within the same application. So in the meantime, users can access their data from anywhere, thanks to server-based applications such as Firebase. The user can log into the application from any device with his or her own email and password and view their mail or messages. However, if your application is not server-based, users can only access its data from their device. So for this reason, developing applications with Firebase will provide us greater advantages. I'll give you another example. In let's say a book reading program, the user can continue from each of their devices thanks to this authentication. And again, you can do the authentication process in many ways just by using Firebase. In other words, you can perform not only authentications with email and password, but also authentications by sending a code to the phone number, or authentication through applications such as Google, Facebook, and Twitter, etc. Now, in fact, you can do these operations not only with Firebase, but also through other servers. However, Firebase will allow you to perform these operations just by writing a few lines of code in Android Studio without having to deal with the server side. So for that reason, Firebase especially facilitates the work of mobile developers. So in this chapter, we're going to learn how to authenticate just by entering the email address and the password using Firebase, and send a single-use message to the phone number in order to authenticate. So first, we're going to start with the login process using email and password. So by entering the email address and password, we can perform the authentication process through our ongoing project in Android Studio. So first, I just want to delete the existing components, and we're going to do everything together in this one. So here we have to design a login page where the user will enter their email address and password. So for this reason, I'm going to add an edit text for the email login. I'll also add one edit text for the password entry. I'll also add a button that I'm going to use to log in after entering the user's information. And I'll add a hint to the first edit text. So in the hint, I'll write, please enter your email address. And the second edit text, I'll write your password into the hint section. And I'll write sign in the text section of the login button. And now I can use this page if the user has already subscribed. If not, I should add another button to be directed to the membership page. Hey, you know what? I'll also write a sign up in the text of this button. So in other words, if the user is not a member, he must first become a member. Okay, so let's give some IDs to the components. So I'll write edit text email, the first place. And I'm writing edit text password to the ID of the second edit text. And I'll write button sign in the ID of the login button. And I'll write button sign up in the ID of the sign up button. And if the user is already a member, they'll be able to log in just by entering their email address and password. Now, if the user is not a member or hasn't ever signed up, well, clicking on the sign up button should open a new page. So for that reason, I've got to create another activity. So why don't we just go ahead and create that now? So the name of the new activity, let's just call it sign up. Our new activity is ready. And since this activity will be a new member page, we've got to add edit text where the user will enter their email and password. And I'll also add a button. So I write the same things in the hint section of the edit text. And I'll also change the text of the button to sign up. I'll write edit text, sign up email in the ID of the first edit text. I'll write edit text, sign up password in the ID of the second edit text. So I'll also write enter button in the ID of the button. Oh, and by the way, since the main activity layout is in constraint layout, I will select all the components and click on the magic wand icon to automatically give them constraint values. And I'll do the same for the sign up activity. Of course, our design was not necessarily the most aesthetically pleasing. I just did it this way because I didn't want to take too much time with the design side. You, of course, can use your imagination and make a much more beautiful design if you want to. Okay, so now we can start the authentication process. So first of all, I'll just delete the codes that we wrote earlier for that main activity. Okay, so now we can start writing Java code. So first we'll need to define the components of the main activity. Edit text email, edit text password, button sign in, and lastly, button sign up. So next, we'll match the components with their IDs. Mail equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text email. Password equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text password. Sign in equals find view by ID, r.id.button sign in. Sign up equals find view by ID, r.id.button sign up. Okay? Now let's add a click listener to the sign in and sign up buttons. And we'll open the sign up activity when the user wants to become a new member. So I'll do this with the intent method. So I'm writing intent I, main activity dot this, and sign up dot class. And then I write start activity I. So now when the user clicks on the sign up button, the sign up activity will open. So now let's write the Java code of the sign up activity. Edit text mail, edit text password, button enter, and then let's match the components with their IDs. Mail equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text sign up mail. Password equals find view by ID, r.id.edit text sign up password. Enter equals find view by ID, r.id.button enter. So now let's add a click listener to the button. Now I'll also define the main activity in the manifest file as the parent activity of the sign up activity. So here in the XML tag of the sign up activity, I'll write Android parent activity name equals main activity. So I'll show you what this line of code does in the app. Of course, if you want to, you can run the application on the real device. I'm going to be opening the simulator. So let's run the application and check the operations that we've done so far. All right, so the application's open, and clicking the sign up button opens the sign up activity. And if the user wants to give up and return to the login page, they can always return by pressing the back button in the upper left corner. So the definition in the manifest file automatically adds a back button, and it works. Okay, so after that, we've got to write the code that's related to the membership of the user. Now, before we start writing code to be written for the user to be a member, we've got to first do some operations over on the Firebase side. Now, if you remember, we were last in the database section, so we will do the sign in and sign up process in the authentication section. And here is the sign in method section. So in this section, you should activate which methods that you want the user to be able to log in with. The options here are log in with email and password, log in with phone number verification, log in with Google account, Facebook, Twitter, many more. So right now I'm just going to activate the email and password section, and because we're doing this concurrently, I entreat you to choose the same. All right, so this section is currently closed. Selecting Enable and pressing the Save button will now be able to authenticate via email and password through the application. Okay? So after that, we can write the necessary code for someone to become a member in Android Studio. So in Android Studio, I'll select Tools and Firebase from the top menu. Now, the Firebase Assistant has an authentication section. From the authentication section, I will click the Authenticate using Custom Authentication System. And clicking here opens the email and password authentication section. So the first step is the integration of the application with Firebase, and we've already done this before. In the second step, the necessary Gradle library needs to be added. And here the Firebase auth library will be added. So I'll click the Accept Changes button, and then Android Studio adds the necessary libraries. So let's check it out from the Gradle file. And as you can see, the Firebase auth library has been added. All right, so now we need to move on and write the Java code. So we'll close up this menu. So first, we're going to write the necessary code for the sign-up part in the sign-up activity. Now, we defined the components in the Java section of the sign-up activity. We also added a click listener to the sign-up button. Now, first of all, when the user clicks the register button, we need to get the data entered by the user, right? And that is the email address and password. So I'll just write in here string user email equals mail dot get text dot to string. Okay. Now I'll also need the password, string user password equal password dot get text dot to string. All right, so after that, we'll do the membership process. But I want to create a new method below and do it in that method. Then we're going to call the method in click listener. All right, so the name of the method can be sign up Firebase. The method will have two parameters. The parameters will be string user email, string user password. And before doing the operations here, gotta create an object from the Firebase auth class above. All right, so Firebase auth, the name can be auth again, equals Firebase auth dot get instance. And we're going to use this auth object to sign up, okay? So the codes that I need to write in this method are available in the Firebase Assistant menu. So that's handy. Let's copy it from there. So I'll just open up the Firebase Assistant again. And from the 7th section, I'll click the link here to open the complete guide for custom authentication. Now on this page, I will click password authentication from the left of the page here. All right, so hopefully you can see here is the necessary code for email and password authentication. So I just need to copy these. And when we continue, I'll explain everything about what these codes mean. So I'll paste all this code into the sign up Firebase method. And the red sections here are just because the classes are not important because I copied and pasted. So let's go ahead and fix them. So this part will be the name of the object to be created from the Firebase auth class. All right, here, the name of the object that we created, namely auth. The parameters here will be user mail and user password. And I'll just delete this code so that we're not all confused, and we can write the necessary code together. Oh, I can also delete the code in the else section. Now also, we will need to do some import operations. So I can do this just by pressing the Alt and Enter keys on the keyboard, right? And that imports the necessary classes. And I import the required class into the task. And now the alerts have disappeared. All right, so now let's have a look at these codes. Now here, the auth.createUser with email and password method has been called, and this method automatically creates a user account in Firebase. It takes the email and password entered by the user as a parameter in order to create the account. Then we can just add a listener to this process here. And this listener checks to see if the process has been completed, so it checks if the user's account has been opened. And if the transaction has completed, then we define the transactions to be performed in the if section. So if there is a problem creating the account and the account is not opened, we can define the actions to be performed in the else section. For example, if the account cannot be opened in the else section, we can give the user a warning. So what are the actions that we want when the account is created, do you think? Well, first we can show the user a toast message that the account has been created successfully. So I'm writing, your account has been created in this message section. What other actions do we want to do? So if the account has been created, the user should be redirected to the section where the email and password will be entered again from the login page. So we do this by using intent again. And I'll also call the finish method to close this page. So now let's show a toast message to the user in the else section. So I can just copy the same toast message and paste it into the else section. And you can write the message that you want here. Okay, so finally, let's call this method inside the click listener. And after writing sign up Firebase here, I am sending the parameters, user email and user password. Great. So now the application's membership creation section is ready. So let's just run the application just to make sure. And the application opens. Now by pressing the sign up button, the sign up activity is opened. So let's write in an email address in the email section. And I'll also write in a password in the password section. All right, so an account is created by pressing the sign up button. Toast message is displayed. The sign up page was closed and the login page was open. Perfect. But first, let's check to see if the account really is open. Now, if we switch to Firebase, we enabled the latest email and password. If we switch to the user section here, we can see the account that we created. Now, as the administrator of the application, I can see the email address entered by the user. Of course, I won't be able to see the password. So from here, I can see the date when the user created the account. I can also see the last entry date from this section. And here is the user UID. Now, this is a special code, and it is unique for each user. So using this code, I can do several things, like sending a private notification to the user. All right, so after that, we should now be able to log into the application using the account created by this user. All right, fantastic. So we will write the necessary code to log in using the account created by the user in the main activity. So why don't we go ahead to the Java page in main activity. And in the main activity, we've already described the component. We also added a click listener to the buttons. So now we will do the login operation in the click listener of this sign-in button. All right, so first we'll get the email address and password entered by the user. String user mail equals mail.getText.toString. I'll also grab the password. String user password password.getText.toString. And now we'll log in using this email address and password. But I want to create a separate method for the sign-in and call the method here. So the name of the method can be sign-in Firebase. And it'll also be a 2-parameter method. And we can get the necessary code for the login process, guess where? From the Firebase documentation. All right, so on this page, under the sign in a user with email address and password section, we can find the necessary code for sign in with an email and password. Cool, so I'll just copy the code and paste it into the method. And you know what? I can delete the parts in these codes that we're not going to use at this stage. And also, we will need to do some import operations. So I can do this just by pressing the Alt and Enter keys on the keyboard. Right, and that imports the necessary classes. And the parameters will be user mail and user password. As for the mauth part, we will create an object above from the Firebase auth class. And I can give auth as the name to this object again. And then I'll write auth here as well. And now we can examine the code. Sign in with email and password is the method here, and it compares the previously created account information with the account information currently entered. And if it's the same, it will do the login process. So while doing this, it takes the email address and password as parameters. Then with a complete listener, it's checked to see whether everything is complete. Now, if the transaction is completed properly, we will write the actions to be made in the if section. And if the login is not done successfully, for example, if the email and password are not the same, we'll define the actions to be performed in the else section. So if the email and password are entered correctly and logged in, let's define those operations to be performed. Now, if the user enters the email address and password correctly here, a new page should open. And this page will be the home page of the application. And then the user can be directed to the section that they want just from this home page. So that means for this, we've got to create a new activity. The name of the new activity may be the main menu, for instance. Pressing the Finish button will create a new activity. So let's add a text view to this new activity. So I'll write main menu in the text of this text view. So this section is only to indicate that we have come to a new page, right? There is no need to design this page at this stage. So let's go back to the main activity. So we're going to open a new page in the if condition with the intent method. So when switching to a new page, I will call the finish method to close this page. All right, so let's show a toast message to the user in the else section. So in the message you can write, mail or password incorrect. Okay, so looks like our sign-in method is ready. So let's call this method inside the sign-in button. And I'll also write its parameters. And now we can run the application. All right, so the application is open. And in order to log into the application, I've got to write the email and password that I entered while I was signing up. And I'll write the email address. I'll also write the password. And click the sign-in button. The main menu activity opens and the sign-in activity closes. Boom. So we made the authentication process in Firebase using email and password. Well done. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we will learn how the user can log in without entering email addresses and passwords each time when logging into your application. In other words, once the user enters their email address and password, the application will not ask the user for an email and password again until they log out or want to log back in after they've logged out. Because users do not want to enter passwords and emails every time when they enter the application. So any way that we can make this login process easier will up the user experience. All right, so I want to show you how the system works through the application. Now, I do want to show you this example on my phone because some virtual devices, well, can show there are limitations with the authentication operations. And if you have any problems on your virtual device, if your code's correct, it's useful to try it on the real device. All right, so I'll open the Firebase example application. And since it's my first attempt, it'll ask me for an email address and password. So I'll enter the email address and password with the user information that we've created in the previous lessons. And when I press the sign-in button, the application is launched. And now I'm closing the application, and I'll just open it again. All right, so as you see, This time it goes directly into the main menu, so I don't have to write my email address and password again. So when the user is logging in using this device, until that user signs out from the application, they're not going to be asked for the user email address and password again. And doesn't that make you feel good? Okay, so let's sign out of this. Now I wrote the sign out codes for this application so that when I click on the main menu text view, it will be logged out. So in other words, when I click on the main menu text, the user will log out of Firebase. So when I click on main menu text, it logs out. And again, the sign in activity is open. So now I'll close the application again. And now let's see if it will ask for the email and password when we open the application again. So I'll open up the app. And there you go. So it now asks for an email address and password, even though we've already been there. So here's where I'm going to show you how to add this feature into your application. I'll show both, remembering that if the user was already logged in, and how to log out from the application, because logging out of the application is actually as important as logging in. You know that, right? I mean, if the user does not exit from the application, the user's personal data can easily be stolen. So let's say that this could be a bank application. You should be very careful about these kinds of issues when you're developing your applications. All right? So why don't we start developing immediately? Now, although the process that we'll do is very important, it is very easy to do this using Firebase. We've already said that one of the most important features of Firebase is that it makes server-based transactions very easy. So let's first get to know the user while logging in. And we're going to do this in the main activity, and that is in the activity where the email address and password are entered. So if we look at the main activity, we've created the Firebase login method here. There is the onStart method in Android Studio. I override this method, and I'll do the user recognition process here. All right, so here I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. And I'll name this object user. And I'm writing Firebase user, user equals auth.getCurrentUser. And if you remember, we created an object from the Firebase auth class above. So now we get the user information using this object. Now, once the user enters the email and password, Firebase auth keeps the user's information until the user logs out. So now we can receive this information from Firebase while the application is opening. If the user has already logged in, the user object will have a value. Then we check this user object with an if condition. We will define if user not null, that is, the actions to be taken if the user has already logged in. So what is that action that we will do? Open the main menu activity without opening this page, the page where the email and password will be entered. So the user will be checked in the onStart method. If the user has a value, this page will never open. Main menu page will open. So we will open the main menu page by using intent. So this main menu activity will be opened with the intent method. And there you have it. The user recognition process has now been completed. So let's sign out. And we will sign out in the main menu. Now I have to add a sign out button here so that the user can indeed sign out. And I'll add the button here. You can do this with a button or the menu option, or with a sign out icon. So I'll write sign out in the text of the button. And since it is a layout constraint layout, I give it a constraint value to the button. The ID of the button is button. And let's define that button on the Java side. So I'll add a click listener to the button. Here the user will log out from Firebase. So I'll write Firebase auth.getInstance.signout for this process. The user will exit from Firebase with this code. Of course, this ain't everything. When the user logs off, this page must be closed, and the page where the email address and password will be entered must be opened again. So that means we're going to do this by using intent again. To activate intent, so I'll write start activity I. So I'll also call the finish method to close this page. And now the sign out process is complete. So let's run it and check this application. And yeah, the application opens. And since the application is open for the very first time, it'll ask for email and password. And I enter it. And clicking on the sign in button, it completes the login. So now I'll close the application and I'll open it up again. And there you go. This time it did not ask for the email and password. So now let's press the sign out button and exit. And there you go. It returns to the login page. Cool. So we finished this topic. Now in the next video, we're going to learn how to add a forgot your password option, or forgot your password as an option. No, forgot your password option. Okay. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, I promised you we're going to learn how to reset if the user forgets the password while logging into the application. So as you know, when a user clicks the I forgot my password option in many applications, a password reset email is sent to the email address that the user enters while signing up. So the user enters a new password by clicking the link in this email. We can also perform these operations with Firebase. What? Firebase can't be that great? Well, I'm going to show you how to integrate this system into our application. So let's first start with Android Studio. Now we can do this right here at the place where the email and password are entered. Here there are sign in and sign up options. Let's add a password reset section then. So for this, I'll just add one more button here. And I'll write, I forgot my password, and the text of the button. So write button forgot in the ID of the button. And I'll also give the button constraint value. All right, so let's go to the Java side and define the button. I name the button forgot password. So let's match the button with its ID. Let's add a click listener to this button. And now when the user clicks on the Reset My Password button, a new activity will be opened and the user will enter the email address used while signing up. So now we can open the new activity again with the intent method. And I'll name the new activity Forget Activity. And of course, it'll give a warning because I haven't created this activity yet. So why don't we just create the new activity now? So I'll write the name of the new activity. And just by pressing the Finish button, it will create that new activity. So now let's add one edit text and one button to enter the email address of the user into this activity. And I will write, enter your email address in the hint section of edit text. And I'll also write reset password in the text of the button. And we'll give an ID to these components. So I'll write button reset into the ID of the button. And I'll also write edit text reset into the ID of edit text. Now let's select the components and assign constraint values. So next, we'll define the components on the Java side. So we'll match the IDs in the onCreate method. So let's add a click listener to the button. And to start the password reset process in Firebase, I'll first create an auth object from the Firebase auth class. Next, let's take the email address entered by the user and assign it to a string. So now we will do the reset using this mail. So here I'll call the auth.setPasswordResetEmail method. And this method will automatically send the password reset link to the user's email. Of course, this method will take the email address entered by the user as a parameter. As you can see, the password reset process is very easy to use. That's just the nature of Firebase. You just have to write the required code on the mobile side, and the Firebase server side automatically handles it. So let's add complete listener, and that'll check whether this method has been done or not. So here I'll write .add on complete listener. And let's add a semicolon at the end of the method. And to check to see if the mail has been sent, let's write if task dot is successful. So that means if the task is successful, we will define what will happen next. we can show a toast message to the user. So, all right, we set a password reset email to your email address in the message section. I'll also call the finish method to close this page. And therefore, the application will return to the section where the email address and password will be entered. So now let's run the application. Application opens. I want to create a new membership before clicking I forgot my password. So I will write a new email address and password in this section. And now by clicking the sign up button, the new membership has been created. Now let's check our new membership in Firebase. So when I refresh the page in Firebase, the new membership appears. And I'll log out. It returns to the login page. So this is the email address that I entered when signing up. It's empty now. There's no email. So let's go back to the application. And I'll click on the I forgot my password button. So I'll write here the email address where the reset email will be sent. And when we click on reset password, we return to the mail login page, and the toast message indicating that a mail was sent to the email address was also displayed. Oh boy. So let's check the email. All right, so new mail has arrived here. I'll open the email immediately, and the reset link appears. Cool, so far so good. Now, let's click on the link. It'll open a new page, and on this page, let's enter our new password. And now when I press the save button, the password is changed. Cool, so let's go back to the application, and let's try logging into the application with this new password. So, by clicking the Sign In button, the application is logged into with a new password. Awesome. Now we can also customize this sent mail in Firebase. So when we click the password reset option in the template section, we can see the draft of the email to be sent to reset the password. So I'll click on the edit icon to customize the email. This is the name who sent the email. You can write whatever name you want. For example, WhatsApp support can be written for WhatsApp application. And from the no reply section, well, it also defines the email address the user will see. So if you want to send the mail from a particularly special email address, you just define that here. All right, so now in this section, if the user wants to send you an email, you can write the address to which the user's email would be sent to, because the mail that's sent to the user from the Firebase server, the email address that you write here is the one that they will reach you at. And this part is the subject of the email and the draft of the message. So you can also customize all this if you want to. And then if you press the save button, the password reset emails will now be sent just as you wrote. So that's how to reset a password. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to log into the application using Firebase. And that is how to authenticate by sending a one-time message to the phone. As you know, many applications are now authenticated just by sending a message to the phone. For example, this system is used in many banking applications. But I'm here to tell you that Firebase makes it very easy to add this system to your application. So let's move on over to Android Studio and see how to do it. Now, we already have this ongoing project in Android Studio, and we added to this application the login with email and password. Also, if the user doesn't have an account, the user can create a new account using an email address. And when the user forgot the password, they can always reset the password. So now let's add another option if the user wants to log in by phone number, because it's all about options. Remember, we're upping the user experience. Now, before I begin here, I want to show you the finished version of the application and show you how it's going to work. So we added the sign in with the phone number button to the current application. And just by clicking this button, it opens a new activity. And then in this new activity, the user writes the phone number in this section. And then by clicking the Send SMS Code button, a one-time use code will be sent to the user by Firebase. Then the user can enter the code in the section below and press the Sign In button. And that's how the user will be able to log into your application. Now, you can divide this stage into two activities if you want to. That is, when the user enters the phone number on this page and presses the Send SMS Code button, both the password is sent and a new activity can be opened, and then the user can enter the incoming code in the new activity. Of course, it's up to you and your design. After all, the logic is the same in both. So why don't we just start developing the application? So first, let's add a new button into the application. And I am writing the text of this button as sign in with phone number. And I'll write button phone sign in the ID of this button. And since it is a layout constraint layout, I give it a constraint value to the button. Now let's define this button on the Java side. So I'll call the button phone sign. And of course, you can give it whatever name you want to. Now let's match the button ID in the onCreate method. And I'll also add a click listener to the button. And now when the user clicks on this button, a new activity must be opened where the user can enter the phone number. And we will open the new activity using intent. So the first parameter of intent will be mainActivity.this. The second parameter will be the name of the activity to be opened. We can name the new activity phone sign activity. And of course, it gives a warning because, well, there is no such activity yet. But have no fear, we will create it soon. All right, so then I'm going to write start activity to run the intent. So now let's create the new activity. I'll write phone sign activity in the name of the activity. And then just by pressing the finish button, it will create a new activity. All right, so when a new activity gets created, the error in the main activity disappeared. That's cool. I'll also add the finish method in order to close this activity. All right, so now we're done with main activity, so we can close it up. And now it's time to design this new activity. So first I'll add an edit tag so that the user can enter their phone number. Then I can add a button that the user will request the password with. Then I'll add one more edit text for the user to enter the incoming password. And then finally, after entering the code, I'll add a button to sign in. So we've added the necessary components. Let's pull it all together and organize them. So first of all, I'll add a hint into the edit text. So I'm typing your phone number in the hint. And I'll also write edit text phone number in the ID. I'll write send SMS into the text of the button. And I'll also write button send SMS in the ID. Now I'm also going to write a description in the hint section of the other edit text. And the description can be enter sent code. And I'll write sign in the text of the button. And I'll also write edit text code in the ID of edit text. So I'll write button sign phone in the ID of the button. All right, so now we can define the components on the Java side. So first, I will define the edit text where the phone number will be entered. And then I'll define the button that will ask for the code. And third, I'll define the edit text for the incoming code where that's going to be entered. And then finally, I'll define the button for login. So let's also match these components with their IDs. First up, I'll match the phone number edit text with this ID. And then I'll match the send code button. Then I'll match the SMS code edit text. Excellent. So finally, I can match the sign with the phone button. So let's add a click listener to two buttons. And in the meantime, since the layout on which the components are located is a constraint layout, I'll give constraint values to the layouts. Constraint values are given automatically when you select all the components and click the magic wand icon. I guess that's why they call it a magic wand. So now we can write the code required to send a one-time password to the phone. So first, when the user enters a phone number, let's send a password with SMS. So first of all, let's take the phone number entered by the user in the click listener of the send code button and assign it to a string. We use the phone auth options class for phone number authentication in Firebase. So I'll create an object from this class. Phone auth options equal phone auth options dot new builder. The new builder method takes the object of the Firebase auth class. In the global area, I create an auth object from the Firebase auth class. Firebase auth Firebase auth dot get instance. Cool, so now we can write the auth object as the parameter. And let's continue. Now I'll define the phone number. And for this, in the next line, I'll write .set phone number. Inside parentheses, I'll write the user phone number. And we'll need to set the timeout, and that is the validity period of the incoming message. So I'll write .set timeout. And this method takes two parameters. The first one is the validity period of the code, and this will be the long type. So you can ensure that the code that you send to the user is valid for a certain period of time, which is great. So it may be a minute, it could be a day, a month. You determine it. So I'm writing 60L here, and the L just represents long type because I want it to be valid for 60 seconds. Of course, you could start a timer for the user to see when the message comes up, but I'm not going to do the timer counter thing right now. You can add it yourself if you want to. But anyway, that way the user, of course, can see just how long they've got, right, to enter the incoming code. Make it, gamify it. Can be fun. Anyway, the second parameter of this method will be to determine whether the 60 that I wrote here is 60 seconds or minutes or hours. So here I can just write time unit dot second here. All right, so that way the code obviously will be valid for 60 seconds. Now, if I were to write time unit dot minute here, of course, that would be 60 seconds. No, sorry, 60 minutes. Anyway, let's continue. The next method will be the setActivity method. All right, so thanks to this method, we will determine in which activity the incoming code will be verified. So inside the parenthesis, I'll just write phone sign activity dot this, because I will do both operations in this activity. And the next method will be the setCallbacks method. And I'll write mCallbacks as a parameter. So the mCallbacks is the name of the object that we will create from the callback class. It gives us a warning because we haven't created this object yet. We will create it soon, though, I promise. So lastly, I'll write .build. And now we will call the verify phone number method of the phoneauth provider class. And I'll write phoneauth provider.verify phone number. Also, I will give the object of the phoneauth options, that is the options object, as a parameter. Okay, so this is a standard section for Android. So why don't we just create the mCallbacks object. Outside the onCreate method, I call the class phoneauthprovider.onVerification state changed callbacks. So I call the object I created from this class mCallbacks. After the equal sign, I'll write new, press Control and Space key on the keyboard, and select the phoneauth provider.onVerification state changed callbacks. Android Studio finishes the rest. So now this class, you see, has two methods in and of itself. The first is the onVerification completed method. So here we will describe the actions to be taken when the code is verified. The second is the onVerification failed method. So we actually define the actions to be taken if the user code is wrong or there's some kind of a problem. So let's close the method by adding a semicolon at the end. Now, we could also add a third method here by override. So the name of that method would be onCodeSend. I'll override this method. So Firebase sends the single-use code with the S parameter here. See, so the code that Firebase sends is assigned to the S string here. And I'll create another general code send string above in order to use the code assigned to this S outside the method. Then I write code send equals S. Right? So I assign the incoming code to the code send string. I can now use this code elsewhere. So in this way, the code will be sent and we will receive the incoming code, right? But now we have to define the actions to be done when the user enters the incoming code in the required section and press the sign-in button. We're going to do this in the click listener of the sign-in button, but it's far more convenient to write this process as a separate method and then call the method here. So I'll just create the method public void sign with phone code below. In this method, I must first get the code that the user entered, because I'm going to compare this code with the sent code. So I can, just tell if the user entered the code correctly. All right, so I've assigned the code entered by the user to the string user enter code. Then I create an object from the phone auth credential class. Call this object credential. I write credential equals phone auth provider dot get credential. So here we determine the criteria for the login process. This process also takes two parameters. The first one is the sent code by Firebase, and that is code sent. The second one is the code entered by user, so user enter code. Now Firebase will automatically check these two. All right, cool. So we have to create a method that makes the entry process according to these criteria. Okay, so I'll create this method just below. And here I create the method public void sign-in with phone auth credential. So this method takes the credential object created from the phone auth credential as a parameter, right? Now we've already set the criteria for the credential object above. Now we're going to check these criteria and do the login process. All right, so the login process will be as we did before. Now we will log in using the auth object. I call the auth.signin with credential method, and this method will also take the credential object as a parameter. Then I'll add complete listener to check whether this method is logged in or not. And I'm writing .add on complete listener. And this will take two parameters. The first one is context, this. Second one is new on complete listener. And we'll close out this method with a semicolon. Now, do you remember this section is the same as other Firebase authentication sections? So that means that here we check with the if condition using the task object. If task dot is successful, we define the operations to be performed. In another, we define the actions to be taken in case of a problem. So we'll do those operations here a little bit later, but for now, let's call the sign with phone auth credential method inside the sign with phone call method. This method takes the credential object as a parameter. And we should also call the sign with phone code method inside the click listener of the button. That way the login process with the phone number is complete. So it is left to complete the procedures to be done when logging back in, right? So what to do when the password is entered, in other words. If task is successful, That is, the main menu activity will be opened. And we can do this again using intent. We also close this page with a finish method. Now, in the case of else, let's show the user a toast message. Of course, you may write the code you entered is incorrect or whatever you want in the message. All right, so you know what? I think this application is ready. But we do also have to do the last operation in Firebase. So I'll open up the Firebase website. And in the authentication section, I'll switch to the sign in method tab. Now, we previously activated email and password login, right? But now I will activate the phone entry. So I click the Add New Provider button. I'll enable the sign-in method and click the Save button. Cool. All right, so now everything is ready in our app, so we can run it. Let's see. Application opens. I'll click on the sign in with phone number. New activity opens. So I'll enter in the phone number in the new activity. Press send SMS. Also, at this stage, it's got to be verified that you are not a robot. Or I don't know, maybe you are. Crisis, when I come across those. Am I a robot? I don't know. At this stage, the 60-second counter can start. Anyway, the password's arrived, and I write the incoming password. Now, of course, if you wish, a service class can also be written to automatically read the password at this stage. But in any event, when I click on the sign-in button, that's when the main activity opens. Cool. Now, by the way, as a reminder, if you try to send the message more than once on the same device, well, the message may not come back to you. This is because the phone keeps the previous operation in memory. If you do want to try again, you should actually uninstall the application from the phone and then switch the phone on and off, or that would be off and on, That way you'll be able to receive the same number of messages again, all right? You know that. Now, also, you're going to add the SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys to the Firebase project. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sign in with the SMS code, right? So you've got that explanation in detail in the Firebase Android Studio integration lesson, right? How to get SHA keys and add them to your Firebase project. We don't have to go over that again, but if you do need a refresher, you know where to go. All right, so that wraps us up here. We've learned how to log in by sending the one-time use code to the phone number and get signed in. All right. See you in the next video. Hello, everyone. We will continue our Firebase lectures. So in this video, we're going to start a new topic in Firebase. So with Firebase, we're going to learn how to send messages collectively, in other words, to all the users who have downloaded this particular application onto their device. Firebase Cloud Message is called to send collective notifications to all users with Firebase. The system, which is abbreviated as FCM, that would be Firebase Cloud Message, was formerly known as Google Cloud Message. Now, using Firebase Notification, you can send notifications to users on Android, iOS, as well as throughout the web. But in this particular video, of course, we are going to learn how to integrate this system into the Android application, because that is what we are working in. Just remember, it's multifaceted. So with Firebase, you can send messages to all users who have installed your application onto their device. Hundreds, thousands, even millions of people. You know what? Even if they're not using the application when you're sending out the message, right? So even if the application is closed. So with Firebase, you can send a message to a specific group of users or send a message to a single user or users who want to receive certain information about a particular topic or users in a particular geographic area. For example, let's say you're developing a weather application. You can send instant weather changes related to those particular regions to the users who live in those certain regions with this notification. Or let's say it's a news application. When users want to receive notifications about certain news topics, such as economics or technology, you can send subject-oriented notifications to all users. So yeah, it's a short explanation, but you certainly get the point. My point is, let's get into Android Studio and see how the process works. So in this video, we're going to learn how to send notifications to all users using Firebase in a pretty basic form. Now, if you remember, we already have an ongoing project in Android Studio. We've provided the integration of this project with Firebase, and we can send notifications using the same project. So now we can check how notifications are sent through the Firebase Assistant, which is in Android Studio. So I'll open the Firebase Assistant in the Tools menu. And here I'll click on Cloud Messaging. So now if we look at the process steps here, I would like to integrate the Firebase in the very first step. So we've already done this before, if you can remember back that far. The second step is to add the necessary Gradle libraries for Firebase Cloud Messaging. So in this section, pressing the Accept Changes button adds the necessary libraries. So sure enough, our addition is complete. So let's check it out from the Gradle file. All right, so as you can see here, the Firebase messaging library has been added. So now we can close the Gradle page. Now in this third step, we'll need to create a service class so that the application can receive notifications sent with Firebase. So we'll create that new class now. The name of the class may be, I don't know, My Firebase Service for now. And then this class will extend the Firebase Messaging Service class. So we will also override the onMessageReceived method for this class. Now, when we override this method, our service class is ready. So then we have to define this service class in the manifest file. So let's open up the manifest file. Now, when we open the service tag in the application tag, our service class already is there. So I'll choose my Firebase service. And just follow the steps in the assistant. I'll open the intent filter tag in the service tag. And after writing Android name equals in the action tag, I'll copy the line com.google.firebase.messaging event from the assistant and paste it here. All right, and that is Firebase integration. and we are ready. Now, there is the issue of customizing the incoming notification. So in other words, you can do operations such as adding icons or changing text color, whatever you want that notification to look like when it comes into your user's device. So for this, I can open up the metadata tag again under the service tag in the manifest file. And I'll write Android name equals com.google.firebase.messaging.default notification icon in the metadata tag. So I can change the notification icon. Now on the bottom line, I'll also write Android resources equals, and then specify the icon that I want to appear in my notification. So for this, I write at drawable. And now my icon is under the drawable folder. And I'll show you the icon right away. And you can add a desired icon under this drawable folder. I'm just writing the name of the icon here. Okay, so now that defines the icon that's required for notifications. So the icon section is not mandatory. It's entirely up to you whether you do it or not. I think it's always a good design touch. So let's also change the font color while we're here of the notification in the very same way. So I'll copy the metadata block and paste it under it. This time I'll write color accent, not drawable. And do you remember there were colors defined in the colors XML file under the values folder? Color accent was one of these colors, and there you go. The application is now ready to receive notifications. So let's go ahead and run the application and see. Now, it's probably better if you test like critical issues notification processes with the device itself and not just with this virtual device. Because see, look at this, the application failed while it was opening, so let's check out what our mistake was. And it says that the error is in the manifest file. What? So our first mistake is that we created the metadata tag incorrectly. See, so instead of deleting this part, I added the closing sign here. But by doing so, the Android titles got their color. So Android Studio started to detect the code that we wrote. All right, so likewise, I am changing the other meta tag. Now, our second mistake is that we wrote default notification item in both meta tags. So one will be an icon while the other will be a color, because in the second one, we changed the default color. So let's have a run of the app again. And yeah, there we go. Our application opens. And I'll throw the app into the background so that we can see if the notification is going to come in while we're working on something else, while the app is in the background. So why don't we just go to the Firebase page and send a notification? Now you remember, right, that we were in the last authentication section on the Firebase page. So there is also a cloud messaging section in the side menu. So when you click on this section, it writes, send your first message. Yeah, so let's send it right now. And here we just have to write the title of the notification in the first step. And we write the message to the other section. And if you want to send this notification with a picture, you can upload right to this section, that picture, or write a link or whatever you want. So yeah, I found a picture, copy the link of the picture, and I'll paste it here. Of course, it's not mandatory. And again, you can name it to follow whatever your notifications are here. Again, this is not mandatory. So now the right side shows how the notification will be seen on Android and iOS devices. So I'll click Next after these operations. In the second step, you'll determine to whom you want to send this notification. So here you can post to a specific user group or topic groups from the Topic tab. And I want to send it to all users. So that's why I will choose the package name. And then this notification will go out to all the users who have the application installed. So I'll click Next again. Now the third step, here you can determine when the notification will be sent. You can send it immediately, or you can set it up on a schedule so that it goes out on a specific date and time or on a regular and recurring basis. So I'll click Next again. So then I'll click Next again, and in this section, you can send data or files with the notification. You can also define whether the notification is audible or silent. Here you can determine the validity period. And then when you click on Review, you can check the information for the last time before sending the notification or setting the schedule. And then clicking the Publish button will send that notification. All right, so let's set the phone up to be visible before we send the notification. Okay, so now I'll press the Publish button, and at the same time, the notification shows right up, see? Now let's examine the notification. And here's the icon that we defined. Notification title and message appear. And there's the picture. Now the picture gets larger as I scroll through the notification. So there you have it. We've sent a notification. And yeah, it's pretty simple or basic, but there you are. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for taking part in this. It would be nothing without you. And I want to tell you that in this video that we're going to talk about storage, which is yet another part of Firebase. And you could actually call it cloud storage. So Firebase storage is a section that we can use to store the user's data in. In this section, we can store pictures, music, videos, files. In other words, by storing all the data on the user's device in Firebase storage, we can then prevent the application from taking up much space on their device. Also, since the data is stored in the cloud, the user can access the data on, across all the Android devices. In fact, since Firebase storage can be integrated into all systems, you can also enable the user to be able to access their data from Android, iOS, and in various web apps. Now you can make a Google Drive style application, let's say, using Firebase storage, or you could do an Instagram or Google Photos style photo sharing application. You could also do music listening and video watching applications. You could do applications that require flash storage, such as a book reading program. Now, from this point of view, Firebase storage seriously facilitates our development of quality and server-based applications. Am I right? Yeah. So, in this lesson, we will develop an application that will upload a photo to Firebase storage that the user will be able to choose from their device. So, let's get right to it. First off, let me show you the Firebase storage page. Now, if you remember, this is where we were the last time we were in the Firebase authentication section. Now, there is a storage section in the last menu. So when I click here, the section where the files will be displayed is open. You can enter the promotion page for the first time, and it will open to this page when you follow the directions on the introduction page. Now, the user's data will be stored in this area, and we can upload files such as, pictures, music, videos, anything that we're going to want to use in our application. And we just upload it right into this section. Now, you can also upload these files from your computer from the Upload File section. But in this lesson, I do want to make an application that the user will upload their own files from the device to this section, and that will work independently from what we are doing, right? All right, so let me just show you the app. So here what you see, there's a section that will be where the user will select the profile photo. And here when the user clicks on this profile photo, the picture will be selected from the device as a profile photo. You know how that works. Later, when the user clicks the upload button, this picture that the user chooses will be uploaded to the Firebase storage section. Now, while doing this installation process, the user will create a special folder for themselves and then store the picture in this folder. Oh, but let me tell you one more thing. I'm sure that you remember that within this application that we've been building, the user could be logged in as a member with their user email address and password or a phone number. Now, normally, Firebase does not allow the user to install things directly without being authenticated. So, in this way, it prevents people with an unknown identity to upload files to your server. Makes sense. However, you can remove this restriction in the rules section. Now, the rules are set to not allow people who are unauthenticated. So in this section, you can remove it so that everybody can reach it if you want. So for now, let's move to Android Studio and start developing this part of the app. So of course, we can continue our previous project. So when the user enters the email and password, they were accessing the main menu activity. Now we can do photo selection and upload to Firebase right here in this activity. But before I start, I'll show you a profile photo that I've added to the project here, and this photo will appear before the user selects a picture. Now you can add any photo that you want to into the project and use that. So let's slide the Sign Out button down. And let's add an image view later. I also will select the image that I have added to this image view as the default image. Now we can also make the dimensions of image view 150 dp. Now, when the user clicks on this picture, we will ask them to choose a picture from the device memory. So let's add a text view that explains this process to the user. So I'll right-click on the picture to select your profile picture in the text of text view. That way the user will know that the picture must be clicked on. Okay, so let's add a button to add the selected picture to Firebase. So I'll write Upload Photo to Firebase in the text of the button. Now, as the user can upload the image just by clicking the button, when you select the image, you can automatically upload it to Firebase in the background. So this part will change according to the application that you develop, but we want the picture to be loaded when the user clicks the button. And that means that we'll have to develop the application accordingly. So now let's add a progress bar here. And this way the user can follow the loading process. Hopefully it won't take too long. So now let's check the IDs of the components. The ID of image view is image view. And I'll write upload button to the ID of the button. The ID of the progress bar is progress bar. And since our layout is constraint layout, when we select all the components and click on the magic wand icon, the components are automatically given. All right, so that's pretty much the design part. Now we can get to writing Java code. All right, so we defined the sign up button in the Java section. So now let's define the new components. So I'll define image view first. And then I'll define the upload button. And finally, I'll define the progress bar. All right, so let's match the components to their IDs. First, I'll match image view. And we'll match the button as well. Now I can match the progress bar. Then let's add a click listener to image view. That way, when a user clicks on the picture, click listener will kick in. So let's add the click listener to the upload button. So now we can let the user select the profile picture from the device's memory. I'll create a new method below for this process, and then call this method inside image view's click listener. All right, so in our new method, I'll name it file chooser, and we will do the image selection process using the intent method. So here I'm creating a new intent, and then I'll write .setType. So the setType method specifies which type of files to show to the user in order for them to choose. Now, because there might be a lot of files on the user's device, since we want the user to choose a picture, we will only show the pictures on the device. So for this, I'll write image/star here. Of course, we should include this in quotation marks. That way the user will only see image files in the device's memory. And then I'll write i.setActionIntent.ActionGetContent. Now this line of code will open the device's file system for the user to choose. And finally, we need to start this intent. So I'll start the intent with the start activity for result method, because the user will choose a picture as a result of this intent. So now we have to somehow learn their selection. For this reason, I've used the start activity for result method. Now this method will take two parameters. The first is the name of the object we created from the intent class, so I. The other is the request code. So I write 1 in the request code. Then I will take the selected picture with this request code again. And now our file chooser method is ready. That's pretty cool. So now we have to determine what picture the user has chosen. And I'll do this by override the onActivityResult method. So in this method, I will get the result of the intent I run above. First, I'll create an if condition if request code 1, and that's because we started it with a code when starting intent, and now we get the result of this intent. But of course, this if condition is not enough, so I'll put the and sign. If result code equals result, okay. So in other words, if the user chooses a picture, we can define the actions to be taken. So what we need to do here is to find the path of the user-selected image in the file system and assign it to a container. So for that, I'll create an object from the class URI above. I will assign the path of the image to the image URI object. Now I'm writing the image URI equals data.getData method in the if condition. Then here the data is the object of the intent class inside the onActivityResult method. Now the path of the selected object in the file system with the getData method is assigned to the image URI object. So now we need to add a library to the project in order to show the image in image view using this image URI object. So what do? I'll open the Gradle file and add it to the library. I'll paste the code of the Picasso library here. And you've got to write this code exactly. The Picasso library, it allows us to display images in the image view from the internet or from the device. So I'll click the Sync Now button to add this library. And also the Picasso library displays images on the circular image view. And our library's been added. Okay, so now I can show the selected image in image view using the Picasso library. I write picasso.get.load. Then I'll write .load, that is, load the picture. Now I should write the link of the image or the path in the file system to the load method. So I am writing image URI, then I'll write .into. Now the into method will determine where the image will be displayed, and I want the selected image to be shown inside the image view. So for this reason, I write profile image inside the into method. All right, so that's that process, and it looks okay. So now the selected image should be displayed in image view. Now, of course, we do need to call the file chooser method in the click listener of image view. After that, there is the process of sending the selected image to Firebase. But we'll do that in the next video. All right, so here we are. So you've been with me so far, and I'm sure that you want to get through this next bit, because here we can see the steps that we need to take in order to send the selected image to the Firebase storage section from the Firebase Assistant. So I'll click on the storage section in the Assistant. And now in the first step here, the application needs to be integrated with Firebase. Now we have done this before already. So in the second step, Firebase storage library should be added. Now when the Accept Changes button was clicked, you see that the library was added. I do want to check the Gradle file though. And yeah, the library has been added. All right, so this process is righty-tighty. Now, let's do the next few steps ourselves. So we'll define the actions to be done when the user clicks the Upload button in a new method below. The name of the new method? Let's just call it Upload Photo. So in this here, first of all, when the user presses the Upload button once, we should make the button not clickable. So he can't press it again, right? So I'll write upload.set clickable false here. That way the user will be able to click the upload button just the one time. Because, of course, the user can upload the same file many times without realizing that they've been clicking the whole time. So that's why also the progress bar should not be seen when the application is first opened. So for that, I'll just make the progress bar dot set visibility invisible where we define the progress bar. All right, so that way the progress bar will no longer appear. Of course, the progress bar must appear when the user presses the upload button, but that's why I'm making it visible here again. All right, so after that, I have got to create an object from the Firebase auth class above. So I'll identify the user who logged in using this auth object. So here I'll write Firebase auth equals Firebase auth.get instance. Then I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. Firebase user equals auth.get current user. And this code is the information of the logged in user. So in other words, if we receive the email address and other information from the user, they assign all the information to the user object. So now I can access the user's email address and other information using the user object. So where do I use this information? I'll explain just by using the user object on the bottom line. So first I'll create an object from the storage reference class. I'll call this object storage reference. And then I'll write storage reference equals Firebase storage.getInstance.getReference in the onCreate method. Now, in fact, I can store the photo in Firebase using just the storage reference object. But since all the user's photos will be in the same place, well, they could get very easily scrambled. So for this reason, I do want to create a separate folder for each user. So I'll want to give the email address of the user as the name of this folder. And then each user can have their own folder with the name of their email address. So to do this, I'll just write user.getEmail inside the get reference. And then user.getEmail will take the user's email address and create a folder with this name in Firebase, right? Okay, that's clear. So then when I upload the image to the Firebase using the storage reference list, that's how the image will be saved into this folder. Okay, so let's go back to the upload photo method. And in this section, I just create another object in the storage reference class. I'll call this object reference. So I'll write reference equals storage reference.child. The storage reference here is the name of the object we created above. So I also write user in the child method. Now this line of code determines the name to be given to the file that will be saved. So in other words, the picture will be saved in the folder created with a user's email address under that username. So here I name the picture username, but of course you can give it any name that you want to. Or you can take the name of the picture from the user and the user store the picture with the name that they want. But again, that's entirely up to you. In any event, after typing reference.putFile, we'll specify the path of the image to be uploaded to Firebase in the file system. So, image URI. So actually, this process will work okay. The image can be uploaded to Firebase with this code, but we will need to add a complete listener to check if the process has been completed. Okay, so these methods are available in the Firebase documents. So you can copy it from here if you want, or you can just write the same just by looking here. Now, one of these three methods is a success listener. In other words, if the process is completed successfully, we will determine the operations to be performed within this method, right? The second is the failure listener. In other words, if an error occurs in the installation process, we will then also define the actions to be taken. The third will be our progress listener. And that way we can follow the loading progress in this method. So first, if the process is successfully defined, let's define the action to be taken. All right, so if the image is loaded, the progress bar should disappear first. And also, we can show the user a toast message that the transaction has been done. So I'll write upload successful into the toast message. Now, if an error occurs during the loading process, I can also show the user a toast message. So this time I'll write, sorry, an error has occurred to the message. Maybe put a little sad face in there. All right, so now let's see what the deal is with the progress method. Here too, I can follow the loading process of the picture. And while uploading the image to Firebase, sure, you could always follow what percentage is already uploaded. So first I'll create a double progress container for this process. Progress equals 100 times task snapshot dot get bytes transferred. So then after I put the division mark, task snapshot dot get total byte count. So here the get bytes transferred method will measure how many bytes of the image are loaded. The get total byte count method will also measure how many bytes the picture is in total. And yes, you guessed it, this rate gives us what percentage of the picture is loaded. So according to the loading of the picture step by step, the progress value will increase until it is 100%. All right, so now let's assign this progress value to the progress bar. So for that, I'll write progress bar dot set progress. So the progress bar will now show progress until it is 100%. Now, of course, the progress value is a double value, so that means we must assign an integer value to the progress bar. Now I'm converting the progress value into integer by writing int in front of it. All right, so now that process is complete. And we can run the application, try it out, see what it looks like. The application's open, and I'll log out first. So now let's log back into the application with one of the accounts that we created in Firebase. Now, when I click on the profile picture, the pictures on the device are listed. And when I select an image, it appears in image view. So now I'll press the upload button and the progress bar appears. And the toast message displays when the image is uploaded. So let's check it out from Firebase. So as you can see here, a folder with the same name was created with the email address that we entered. And when we open the folder, the picture named user appears. Now when I select the picture, the information about the picture is on the right. Preview of the image shows information such as the date of the image, the date the image was uploaded, and below is the location of the image in Firebase and a link to download the image. Very good. So now when I click on the section that says Access Token, the link is copied. Now the picture appears in the browser when you paste this link in Google. So anyone can see this picture when you share this link. All right, so what do you think about that? We've learned Firebase storage and its usage. There's more to do though, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in this lesson, we will start developing a new application. We're going to continue to develop our application step by step in each section. But first, we will develop the opening section, which we will call a splash screen. Often this page is a promotional page that's displayed to the user when applications are first opened. It remains on the screen for a short period of time and then closes automatically. Now, the important part for us on this page is that we're going to add a little animation while we design this page. So the quiz game text here will start from 0 and gradually appear. So that means we're going to learn a little bit of animation for your application. So why don't we just get developing and go right to Android Studio. So I've created a new project for this application, Android Studio. Name the project Quiz Game. So when I first click on the eye icon in the menu, our design page looks, well, how it's going to appear on the phone. Now, since the name of the application is Quiz Game, it appears right here. And we will do this together, step by step. So first, we're going to design this landing page that we call a splash screen. We create a new activity for this process. So I select File, New Activity. Empty Activity is my option from the menu. Now the name of this activity, well, I'll say Splash Screen. And I'll press the Finish button and Android Studio creates the activity. Now, I don't want the action bar at the top to appear in the design of this splash screen page. Now, we can change this process from the Themes section of the application. Now, when you look at the following, you can see the default theme of the application is a theme type called App Theme. How appropriate is that? But how do we change it if we want to? On the left over here, there's a Values folder under the Res folder. So I'll open the themes.xml file, and in this file, we'll see all the features of the app theme. And we can change them if we want. So app theme, named theme, is actually a kind of theme that's ready to go in Android Studio. So let's say I don't want the action bar to appear in my splash screen. So if we look at these other types of themes here, there's an App Light action bar theme. No action bars appear. But that's not all we've got to do. This part just changes the look. We also need to change the theme from the Styles section. But if I change this theme, the change will be applied to the whole application. So because of this, I don't do it this way. I just copy and paste the theme below. I'll change the name of the new theme to App Theme Splash. So this theme will be a no action bar theme, and that way there won't be an action bar in activities when I apply it. course, I know what you're thinking. I do need to apply this theme to the activity I choose, but I'm going to do this in the application manifest file. So if we don't specifically define a theme in the manifest file, what does it do? Automatically uses the default theme. So splash screen activity is defined here in the manifest file. So when I write a theme in XML code, alternative themes appear. And I can choose App Theme Splash from here. And that way, the No Action Bar theme will be applied on the splash screen activity when the application is running. Other activities will still use the default theme. Now for the color features of this theme, those are also described at the bottom. So when we change them, these changes will be applied to activities that use this theme. So I'll just replace two of these colors with another XML color code. And that way, when I do this, the color in this section will change to my new color. So it's not currently visible, but it will be applied when the application runs. Also, this activity will not be in the action bar, but we can see how it'll look when it works by selecting it from here. All right, so that's how you handle the theme for our activity. Why don't we move on to the design page? All right, so first of all, I want to add the picture that I'm going to use in this activity into the project. So I'll just add the picture to the drawable folder. And then when I right-click on the drawable folder and select Show in Explorer, the drawable folder opens. Then I add the picture that I use in the project to this folder. And I'll close the folder. So let me show you the picture. So now I'm adding an image view to the activity. I need to choose an image for image view. So I choose the picture that I attached for this page. As you can see, the picture is big. It covers the whole screen, so got to change the dimensions of image view. So I'll trim it to 200p. And it was a little small. Let's do 300. Okay, that's good to go. So I will now select the center crop option from the scale type section to cover the entire image and image view. Okay, so now let's move the image view to the middle. I'll then add a text view to the page and select text view, add it under image view. And let's move the text view here. So I'll write in quiz game in the text section of text view. Now, let's increase the font size. So we'll do 36. I can go a little more. Let's do 72. Let's also change the font color. And yeah, I'll choose red. Of course, you can change the text color to whatever color you want, the color you use in the theme. You can copy the XML color code here and paste it into the text color section of text view. All right, so whatever you decide for your color is fine. Now, text view needs an ID. So I'll write text view splash. And I'll also write image view splash to the ID of image view. So now let's go to the Java side and identify these components. So first, I define image view. Then I define text view. We can also match the components with their IDs. Now, normally this page can be opened up like this, but we want to add some animation to the text view. So for that, I just right-click the Res folder, select Android Resource Directory, and then in this open window here, I'll select the NM option in the Resource Type section. So when I click on the OK button, the animation folder is created. Now I'll right-click on this folder and click on Animation Resource File. I name this file, same name, Splash Anim. So when I click on OK, the XML file gets created, and I can now delete the set XML tag on this page. I'll open the alpha XML tag instead, and I'll choose the option that appears when I write in the letters A and N next to the alpha tag. I've added this line of code to the alpha tag, so I also write Android instead of the abbreviation here, and Android instead of auto. All right, so now we can turn off the alpha tag. And I'll write Android from alpha 0.0 in the alpha tag. I'll write Android to alpha 1.0 on the bottom line. So these two lines will define where the animation starts and where it ends. The animation will take place from the 0 point, that is, too small to see, until at one point it's the entire view. So I'll write Android duration 4000. So this line of code answers your question and defines how long the animation process will take. And for us, it'll take 4,000 milliseconds, or 4 seconds. And that's how you define the animation. So now we're going to apply this animation to the text view in the splash screen activity. So I'll create an animation class object on this page. I'll call this object animation. And I'm writing animation equals animation utils dot load animation. And then I'll write get application context and r.anim.splashanim in parentheses. And that's how you assign the splash anim XML file that I've already created in the anim folder. So now we've got to apply the animation to text view. You can also apply this animation to other components, for example, image view. But after I type title.startAnimation, I'll just put the animation object in parentheses. And that way the animation will be applied for 4 seconds whenever the splash screen activity is open. All right, so after applying this animation, the splash screen activity should be automatically closed, and the main activity should be open. So we do that by creating a handler, and then the handler will allow us to prepare a schedule. So the process to be made will be waiting for the time that we have defined. Then when the time is up, the codes are executed. So I'll add the new handler.postDelayed method here. I'll also call the new runnable method inside the postDelayed method. I'll add a comma at the end of this method and write 5,000. So then this line of code will hold the process to be 5,000 milliseconds, or 5 seconds. And then I'll run the code in it. So the animation time will take 4 seconds, wait another second after the animation, and then the code will be executed. So now we can write the codes of the transactions that we want to have happen. The action that we want is to open the main activity. So we can do this using intent. Now let's create a new intent. And we'll start the intent later. So let's close the splash screen activity with the finish method. And let's return to the design page before we run the application. All right, so here we've placed the components. However, we didn't determine the constraint values for the constraint layout. Now, if we run the application like this, all the components will be located at point 0, 0. So when I select the constraint layout and click the magic wand icon, the necessary values are applied automatically. So let's reduce the text size of text view a little. Oh, and by the way, if we look at the manifest file, it looks like the main activity launcher. In other words, when the application is open, the main activity will open, not the splash screen. So we need to fix this. So at launch, we want the splash screen activity to open. For this, I'll cut the code here and paste into the XML tags of the splash screen. And now the landing page is the splash screen. All right, so we're ready to run the application. And here the application opens, and there's the picture. Quiz game text appears gradually, simple animation, and then finally the landing page closes and the main activity opens. And that's a complete landing page. Now we can continue to develop the other parts of the app in the next lessons. Hello, everybody. In this lesson, we will design a login page of our application. So it's on this page that the user will be able to log into the application with email address and password, or they'll be able to log in using their Google account without signing up. But also in this section, if the user wants to log in with the email address and is not a member, there can also be a section where the user can become a member. And let's say the user forgets a password. There's also going to be a section where the user will reset the password. So we'll develop this design and each section step by step together. So if you want to, and you're ready, let's move over to Android Studio without wasting any more time. Of course, you remember that we designed the splash screen page in the previous lesson. So now we're going to design a login page. So this page is our main activity. Let's create a different activity for the login page. We can name the new activity Login Page. And it is created. So for now, we can turn off the main activity. And now I want to change the color of the action bar. So of course I need to create a new theme for this. So I'll open the themes.xml file and I'll copy and paste the codes here one time. I'll name it App Theme Login Page. Now also, since this new theme will have an action bar, I can make the theme type Dark Action Bar. And currently this theme appears on the login page. The top color will also appear when the application is running. Okay. Now, of course, this is just for me to see the theme. Now, I need to make an assignment in the manifest file in order to apply this theme. So the XML codes of the login page are here. So I'm throwing the app theme login page here. Now the new theme will be applied to this page. So if we now look at the design of the application, there is an image view here. So I have to add the official project that is necessary for this image view. I'll open the drawable folder and paste the new picture here. So let me show you the picture. You can, of course, use whatever picture you want. And I'll need to add another picture. So this picture will be the background image. And if you look at this design, the background is actually already an image. I just need to add this picture to the project. Of course, you can also use the color code for the background if you want to, but I just want to use a background ready image for this page. So this time, without opening the drawable folder, I have selected and right-click and just click the paste option. So when I press OK, the picture named Orange was added to the drawable folder. So now let me show you the picture. And let's apply this picture to the background. Now when Constraint Layout is selected, I select the background from the right-click menu. And then I select the orange picture in the window that opens, and the picture I select was applied. So let's add one image view here. I choose the image named Login Page in this image view. Let's change the dimensions of the image view. We can do 150, I think. Also choose Center Crop from the Scale Type section for this image. So the picture covers the image view. Okay, so let's take the image view into the center. All right, so that looks good. So after all that, I should add 2 edit texts under this image view. So the user will enter their email address and password into these edit texts. First edit text will be for the email entry, and the second one will be for the password. So I'll delete the text of the first edit text, and instead of that, I'll add a hint. So I'll add a hint to the second edit text as well. After that, I will add a button. So this is our button to be used for a normal login. So I'll write sign in into that text. And I'll add one text view under the button. And I'll write or in the text of this text view. I'll add one more button below the or text view. Now, since this button will be used to log in with Google, I will not add just a normal button. In fact, you can do the same with any button, but there is a particular sign-in button that is particular to Google, and it's ready to go. So if we use it, the design will be more elegant. Of course, we will need to add new libraries into the project to add these ready-made designs. These libraries will be used not only for the button, but also when signing in. There's no problem for us adding it now. I added the 2 libraries here. The first is the Firebase auth library. The other is the Play Service auth library. So I just click the Sync Now button and libraries have been added. Fantastic. So now we can add the Google Sign-In button. Now we can also switch to the XML tag and add it under or text view. When you type com here, you'll see alternatives. Here I'll choose the Google Sign-In button. I write wrap content for its height and width. And if we look at the design page again, we can see that the button has been added. So let's move this button down a bit. And that completes that process. So if we look at the design again, we should also add a text view that will be used to, well, have the person who is about to sign in become a member if they're not already. So we'll add it now. Now it can be located here in text view, but there will be a different situation in the text of this text view. So there is a string XML page under the values folder on the left side. So I'll open this page. I will create a new string here. I'll name the new string account. Now I will write the text between these two string tags. And I'll write create one if you don't have an account as text. You can write, of course, the text that you want. Then we'll assign this string to text view. Now, when you select the string named account from the text section, it is written in the text view. But here's a different situation other than what we have practiced. So here, the sign-up section of the sentence is in a different color. So actually, I do want to show you how to do this, so I'm glad this happened. If you want the whole sentence to be one color, you can just write it from the text color section. But if you want to use two different colors, it can be done with XML code. Now, if you want to translate which sentence into what different color in the string file, we have to put that sentence in and among the font XML tags. So here I just open the font tag for the word sign up, and I'll write color next to it and write the XML code of the color that I want. Then I can close the font tag, and I move the word sign up between the font tags. Then when we switch back to the design part, it was actually implemented. Believe me, when the application is running, you'll see how it appears on the device. So now let's make the text color of the whole sentence white. And that way the sentence will be white. Only the word sign up will be in a different color, which I specified earlier. So let's increase the font size. And then we should add the option to forget the password. So I'll add another text view immediately. And I am creating a new string in the string XML file because I want this sentence to be underlined in this text view. So we call this string forgot password. So for the text, I'll write, have you forgotten your password? So now I need to assign this string to text view. And again, I'll select the forgot password string from the text section. The string was printed in text view. So let's make the text color black. Now I also want the text to be underlined, and we can do this with XML code as well. But first, why don't we enlarge the font size a little? So I'll switch to the string XML file again and put the text between these XML tags. All right, so this sentence will now be underlined when the application is running. And the design is pretty okay. Some minor adjustments can be made, of course. For example, we could always change the background color of the sign-in button. Make the text color black. You can always enlarge the text of text view or make the text color black. And of course, since our layout is a constraint layout, I click on the magic wand to fix the components. So when we position it this way, some settings may be disrupted. So we need to check them again. For example, the height of the image view is changed here. I'll just make it 150 again. Also make the width of the email edit text 300. And also let's change the width of the password edit text. Yeah, design takes a lot of time because there's tweaks everywhere. Now there is one more thing that we need to check before we run the application. Now, if you look at the splash screen Java file, the main activity was opening after the splash screen when the application was open. The login page should now open. So I'll write login page instead of main activity here. Okay, so now let's run the application and see. Application's opening, and it looks pretty good. Yeah, some minor things can be fixed. Here, the word sign up is a different color. The forgot password clause is underlined. But if you want to, you can always do a color match of the color in the action bar. After that, we will write the necessary code for each feature to work. Hello everyone, in this video we will develop the membership creation page of the quiz application. As you know, if the users want to log in with an email and password, they must first create a membership. And we'll do this membership creation page together. So let's go to Android Studio. In the last video, we designed the login page. And if we just look through the application here, the user should click this section and create a membership. So when we click here, the membership creation page opens. And it's on this page that the user will create a membership with an email address and password. Now, by pressing the arrow here or the back button from the device, it'll return to the login page again. Okay, so let's start developing this part. So first up, let's give an ID to the components on this page. We'll let the ID of this be edit text login email. Let the ID of this be the edit text login password. Let the button ID of the button be login sign-in. Let the ID of the Google button be the button login Google sign-in. Now the ID of the text view can be a text view login sign-up. And the ID of this text view can also be text view login forget password. So now let's define the components on the login page Java page. First, I'll write edit text email. Second, edit text password. Third, button sign-in. Fourth component, button sign-in Google. And the fifth component, text view sign up. And finally, text view forgot password. So now let's match these components with their IDs. First, I'll match the email. then password. Third, the sign-in button. Next, let's match the Google sign-in button. Now finally, let's match the sign up and forgot password text views. And we also need to add a click listener to buttons and text views. So first I'll add a click listener to the sign-in button. Then I add the click listener to the Google sign-in button. And third, I'll add the sign-up text view. So finally, I can add a click listener to forgot my password text view. Now, since we will create the sign-up page in this lesson, a new activity must be open when the user clicks on this text view. So first, let's create a new activity. So I'll write a sign-up page for the name. Our new activity has now been created. So the action bar color of this page, it might be the same as the login page. So in the background, we can assign the picture named Orange in the drawable folder. We could also do this from the background section. And we also need to link this page to the login page. In other words, when the login page is open, we should connect the two pages together and indicate that the sign-up page is a child of the login page so that the upper back arrow can be seen, right? We do all that in the manifest file. So I'll open the manifest file. Now, when I write a login page in the parent activity name section of the XML tags of the sign-up page, the sign-up page is assigned as the child of the login page. Very nice feature here, huh? So now when the sign-up activity is open, the back arrow button will automatically appear in the action bar. Cool, so now when we click on this text view, we can write the necessary code to open the sign-up activity. And I'll write the required code inside the click listener of the sign-up text view. Okay, so now I'm writing a new intent here. And then I run the intent, and I won't write the finish method here because the sign-up activity is the child. If we close a login page and the user wants to stop being a member and return to the login page, the application will crash. Why is that? Because we just closed the page that the user would return to. So that's why I'm not going to add the finish method here. So yeah, that finishes the login page for now. So we can close any unnecessary pages. And now let's switch to the design of the sign-up page. So first of all, we should add the picture that we're going to use in the design of this page. We'll open up the drawable folder. paste the picture here. And I'll show you the picture. I'll assign this image to image view, which I will add here. So I'm adding an image view, and I'll choose the picture that I added for this image view. Now, since the picture is large, it covers a whole screen. So let's change the dimensions of image view to 200. And I'll also choose center crop from this scale type. Let's also adjust the position of image view. Let's also add two edit texts beneath image view. First edit text is for the user to enter their email address. So I'll write email into the hint section of edit text. The second edit text will be for the password, so I'll write password in the hint section. And I'll make the width of edit text 300. And finally, I'm going to add a button here. I'll write sign up in the text of the button. And I'll make the width 200. You know what? Let's also change the background color of the button. All right, so I'll consider this design ready. So now let's give some IDs to the components. So I'll write edit text sign up mail to the ID of the first edit text. Edit text sign up password in the ID of the second edit text. And I'll also write buttons sign up into the ID of the button. Now, of course, you can make the IDs any name you want. Let's switch to Java code now. So we'll define the components. And then we'll match their IDs. And then let's add a quick listener to the button. All right, so now the next thing we need to do is create the user's account when the button is clicked. So it'd be nice to add a progress bar here. So that way, when the user clicks on the button, the progress bar is activated during the, additional time that it takes to do all that. So I'll add the progress bar here. Its ID is progress bar. And now we can define the progress bar on the Java side. And so far, this process looks right. Okay, so now we must integrate our project with Firebase. And we will continue with that from here on out. So first of all, we'll have to log into Android Studio with our email address. And of course, I had already done the login process. Then I went to Firebase to create a new project for this application. So now we're going to carry out all of our procedures related to this particular application through Firebase. All right, so I open the Firebase console page from the internet browser. And sure enough, it is the Firebase console login page. So previously there was a project that we created while describing Firebase in this course. Now we're going to add a new project for our application. So the name of the project may be Quiz Game. So I'll turn off Google Analytics for this project because we're not going to use it right now. And I can click on the Create Project button, and the project has started to be created. All right, so it looks like the project's ready, so I'll press Continue. And now we're on the home page of our project. So I'll switch to the authentication section from here. And here is where I get to the Sign In Method tab. So in this section, I'll activate the login with email and password first. So now the user will be able to log in with the email and password. So when I open Firebase Assistant in Android Studio, I'll just choose the authentication here. From the authentication section, I will click the Authenticate using Custom Authentication System. And clicking here opens the email and password authentication section. Now we need to connect the application to Firebase. So when I click here, the section where I will select the project name has been opened. So now in this part, I'll choose the Ready project, project that I just created. And the name of the project, Quiz Game. So I click the Connect to Firebase button. And boom, just like that, our project connects to Firebase. Now for the second step, we should add the necessary libraries. So I click on the Set Changes button. Required libraries have been added into the Gradle file. So I'll open the Gradle page. Now what you see here is the Firebase Auth library has been added. We already added that for the Google Sign-In button. All right, so now that we know it's here, we need to write the necessary code. So I'll just go back to Java. Now here I'll create a new method for the user to create a membership using the email and password. Name of the method can be Sign Up Firebase. It'll be a 2-parameter method. The first parameter is user email. The second parameter will be user password. So for this method, I must first make the progress bar visible. This method will work when the user clicks the Sign Up button. And when this method works, the progress bar will also appear on screen when Firebase is created. So here I'll write progress bar dot set visibility view dot visible. I then create an object from the Firebase Auth class above for the membership process. So now let's create a membership using this auth object. I write auth.create user with email and password. And this method will take 2 parameters, user email and user password. Then I'll add a complete listener to this method. This listener will check to see if the subscription has been created. So I'll create the if condition. I will define if task is successful, that is, the actions to be taken if membership is created. Else, If there's a problem while creating membership, I'll define the actions to be taken then. And if the transaction is successful, well, we'll first show the user that the transaction has completed by way of a toast message. All right, then this page should be closed and returned to the login page, because now the user is going to log in to the created account with email and password. So for that, I just need to call the finish method here. And this page will be closed with the finish method because the login page is already open. So when the sign up page is closed, the transition to the login page will be made. Oh, and we should also make that progress bar invisible again. All right, so now what do we do in the case of else? Well, we can still show the user a toast message. We can say that an error occurred in this message and try again later or something. Of course, if you want to publish this kind of application, there are many parameters to consider. At this stage, though, we need to tell the user what the problem is. For example, it can be checked to see if the user has a problem with an internet connection, perhaps, or another reason for not being able to create a membership can be reported. Now, Firebase can perform many operations, such as password criteria and internet connection. It'll check to see whether an email is real or not. If you want to, you can add all of these features into your application. And how to do this is explained on the Firebase page. Check it out there. Now, let's go back to this application. So we will get into the sign up button, click listener method, and we'll take the email and password that the user has entered and assign it to the string containers. Then let's call the sign up Firebase method here, and then I'll assign a user email and password as a parameter. All right, so we're almost done with this. We will also, we're going to need to get the permission to access the internet from the user, right? Because Firebase will only work with an internet connection. Okay, so before we start the application, we will need to do one more thing in the Java page. If you remember, we defined the Google sign-in button as a normal button on the login page. So the application will give an error if the Google sign-in button is operated like that, because that's not a normal button. So when I write sign in here, Android Studio shows the sign-in button from the package that starts with com.google. As an alternative. So I'm going to choose this button. And we have already matched this button to its ID below. Also, before running the application, we should position the components according to this constraint layout on the sign-up page. Some values may change when you do this automatically, so you'd better check it out. For example, the height of image view has changed, so I'm going to make it 200 again. We should also make the progress bar invisible at first. So for that, I'll write progress bar.setVisibility view.invisible in the section where I define the progress bar on the sign up Java page. Now, there is one thing that we, and by we I mean I, forgot. Did you pick up on it? The user should be able to click the sign up button just once. Otherwise, the membership might be created more than once while membership is already being created, right? So what I'm going to do is write signup.setClickable false in the onClick method of the signup button. That way the user won't be able to click on the button more than once. And we also need to assign the app theme login page theme to the sign-up activity in the manifest file. So in this section, I'll put the theme of the sign-up page as the app theme login page. And that way our theme gets assigned to this page. Yeah, so now we can run the application. And here our application opens. And then when I click the On Create Membership text view, a new page is open. So I'll write an email and password on this page. Click the Sign Up button, and the progress bar appears. The page closes, and the toast message gets displayed. So let's check to see if an account has actually been created in Firebase. So when we click on the User tab, we can see that the account has been created. So that means that we can now log into the application using this account. So let's create this introduction in the next video. All right, log in with password and email. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will log in with password and email using Firebase. So we completed the process of creating a sign-up in our previous video. So now it's time to make this login process using the sign-up that we created. So if you're ready, let's get over to Android Studio. Now when I click on the Sign In button here, I want to show a progress bar to the user while logging in, because sometimes it can take a few seconds to log in for slow internet supply. So again, it's about improving the user experience. You don't want your user to be going, what's going on? Oh, yeah, here we go. Look, there's a progress bar. All right, so that's why I will add a progress bar. And I also write progress bar sign in right here into the ID of the progress bar. Now, since it is a constraint layout, I will fix it to this location. Okay, so now we can go to the Java side. We'll first define the progress bar. Next, let's match its ID. And now I will make the progress bar invisible. You do that by just selecting invisible from the visibility option here. Now after that, when the user clicks the sign in button, we should write the method to perform the login process. We can write this method below. So I'll create a method called public void sign in with Firebase. And this method will have two parameters in the form of email and password. So in this method, we've got to first make the progress bar visible. In other words, when the user clicks the login button, this method will work and the progress bar will appear. Then, once the button is clicked, we've got to prevent it from being clicked again. So I'll make the clickable property of the sign-in button false. Next, let's create an object from the Firebase auth class for the login process. And now we can log in using this auth object. So I call the auth.signin with the email and password method. And this method will have two parameters. Then I'll add a complete listener to this method. And the first method of listener will be this, and the second parameter will be new on complete listener. Great! So, after that's complete, I will now create the if condition using the task object. If task is successful, I will write the operations to be done. Else, if the login is not successful, I will write the operations to be done then. So if the process is successful, we should open the main activity page. So I'll show you the main activity. I'm creating an intent for this process. Then I run the intent. We also need to close this page. We could also make the progress bar invisible again. We can also notify the user that the operation was successful with a toast message. Now, in the case of else, we can also show a toast message to the user. All right, so now our method is ready. So now we can call this method in the onClick method of the sign-in method. Now, of course, we've got to get the email and password that the user is going to enter. And then let's send this data to the method. And yeah, that is the process, and it looks okay. So now we can run the application. So the application opens, and I'll enter the email and password that we previously created. Now, when I click on the sign-in button, the login process takes place. We can also see if the user logs in from Firebase. So when we refresh this page, we can also see when the user has last logged in. So I'll show you something else. We can also add an extra feature here. So once the user logs into the application, we can add the feature of logging in to the user without entering email and password again until the user signs out. So now the user is logged in with email and password. This process will make it easier for the user to use the application because you know how annoying it is sometimes to enter your email and password every time you want to enter an application. Now, of course, this process might vary from application to application. For example, it might not be appropriate to use it, for instance, in a banking application or something with, security concerns, but it certainly can be useful for other types of applications like this game that we're doing. So I'll show you how to do it. We'll do this on start method. So while opening the application, we will check to see whether the user has logged in with the onStart method or not. So what I'll do first is create a user object from the Firebase user class. And I'm writing user equals auth.getCurrentUser. And then this method allows us to have information about the user. So then I'll write an if condition inside the onStart method. If the user is not equal null, that is, if the user is already logged in, I will write the operations to be done. The action to be taken is the same as when the user enters their email and password. So I'll just copy and paste the same processes here. All right, so that's okay there. So now, if we run the application again, because we've already logged in earlier, this time it's not going to ask us, or it shouldn't ask us, for the email and password. Here the application is opening, and when the application opens, yeah, see, it goes directly to the home page. So there you go. That's how you complete that, so the application doesn't have to, or the user doesn't have to enter emails and passwords again. However, let me show you how to sign out. So that means we should do the sign out process in the main activity. So I'll open the main activity Java page. So when we click on the text view here, the sign out can be done right inside. So let's give an ID to this text view. Let's define the text view on the Java side. And match it with its ID. And now let's add Click Listener to text view. So here I'm creating an object from the Firebase auth class for the sign out operation. I'm also writing auth.signout in the onClick method. So now when we click on text view in the home page, the user will sign out from Firebase. But of course, you're right, if I guess what you're thinking, this is not enough. You've got to close this page and then open the login page when the sign out happens, right? How do you do that? Do you know? Well, let's do it together by using intent. So let's run the intent. And now let's close the page. So now let's run the app again. And as you see, the main page opens directly. Now I'll click on the text view to sign out. Home page is closed, login page opens. Right, so now the user has to re-enter their email and password. So that is sign in and sign out, and stay signed in. In our next video, we're going to activate the option, gosh, guys, I forgot my password, because it doesn't happen to any of us, does it? All right, hello everyone. So in this video, we will activate the I forgot my password feature. As you know, in applications that are logged in with memberships, when the user forgets a password, an email gets sent to the user to reset the password. The user enters their new password by clicking on the link in the email, and then the password gets renewed. So without any further ridicule, let's go ahead and start developing it. Now you remember that there was a text view on the login page that says, I forgot my password. So when we click here, it's necessary to open a new page. So we'll create a new activity. The name of the activity can be Forgot Password. And there a new activity has been created. So the theme of the new activity can be the same as the theme of the login page. So let's assign this theme to this activity in the manifest file. So I'll add the theme to the XML codes of the Forgot Password page. Okay, so now we can design this page according to the theme. All right, so first, when the user clicks on the text view, I forgot my password, we'll write the code required for the forgot password page to open. On the Java side, we'll add a click listener to the forgot password text view. Here we can open the new page by using the intent in the onClick method. So let's run the intent method with the start activity method. So here we're not going to close this page with a finish method. So we'll define the forgot password activity as the child of the login activity. And if you remember, that's what we did on the membership creation page. So we can do this again in the manifest file. Now I'm doing this in the XML code of the forgot password page. And yeah, so the process is okay. Now the forgot password activity is the child of the login page activity. Now pressing the back arrow button or the back button of the device will close the forgot password activity and then return to the login page. So how about we design this page? So first up, let's add the picture that we're going to use on the page. So I'll open the drawable folder and paste the picture here. And the picture will be like so. So let's add one image view. And I'll choose the picture that I've added. Now let's change the dimensions of image view to 200 dp. So here I'm making the scale type option center crop. I'm adding edit text to write the email address of the user. And I'll write your email in the hint section of edit text. You know what? Let's also make the width 300. Let's add one button. So I'll write continue in the text section of the button. That way, when the user clicks on this button, a password reset link will be sent to the email address they wrote above. So now let's give the components an ID. So I'll write edit text password into the ID of edit text. I'll write button password continue to the ID of the button. So now we can start writing the necessary code on the Java side. So let's first define the component. Next, we'll match their IDs. Add a quick listener to the button. Okay, so now we can write the necessary code for the password reset process. So what I'll do here is create an object from the Firebase auth class. And then we'll do the password reset process in a separate method. Public void reset password method will be a single parameter. User will receive an email as parameter. Oh, by the way, it would be nice if we added a progress bar to the design here too. Yes? I'll add the progress bar right here. Now let's do the positioning process according to the constraint layout. Be consistent. The height of the image view changed when doing this, so I'm just going to make that 200 again. I'll make the progress bar invisible. All right, so now let's give an ID to the progress bar. Next, we can define the progress bar on the Java side. So we'll match it up with its ID. And we'll make the progress bar visible first in the reset password method. Then let's do the password reset using the auth object. So I'll call the method auth.sendPasswordResetEmail. And this method will receive the user email as a parameter. Now again, in this method, I'll add a complete listener. And in the complete method, I'll write an if condition. If task is successful, that is, if the reset link is sent to the email address, I will define the actions to be performed. Else, if the transaction is not successful, I will define the transactions to be performed then. So if the process is successful, this page should be closed first. So when this page is closed, the user will then be returned to the login page directly. So we'll show the user a toast message. You can write a statement into the message that says maybe, we sent a password reset email to your email address. So let's go ahead and write the necessary code so that the user can click the button just once. Now the progress bar must also be invisible again. In the case of else, let's show the user another toast message. And you can write a message that you want to in the message section. Now we can call that method in the click listener method. Now let's get the email that the user will enter beforehand. And then let's assign this mail to the method. Okay, so now we can run the application and watch it happen. So there you go, the application opens. So I'll click the Forgot Password button. New page opens. So clicking the back arrow button returns to the login page. Now I've previously created a new email. Now I will reset my password using this email address. And the inbox also appears here. So let me go back to the application and I'll click on the I forgot my password text view. And I'll write here the email address that I used to create my membership. And the page was closed by clicking the continue button. Toast message gets displayed. Whoa, and return to the login page. That's good so far. Now let's have a look at our email. So there you go, the email has arrived. I'll open the email, and here's a reset link. The message here is in English. If you want to, you can change the message text, but that's in the Firebase settings. So now let me click on the link. I'll enter a new password on the page that opens, and I'll write the new password here. Clicking Save button sets the new password. Now it says, log in with your new password. So I'll just close this page. So now I'm going to attempt to log in with my new password. Type in the email address, new password, and click the sign in button, and the login is complete. So here my password was changed. So far, so good. So that means we have created a membership. We've logged in with email and password. We have reset a forgotten password. Now we're going to sign in with your Google account, but we're going to save that for the next video. See you then. Well, hello. All right, so now we're going to learn how to log into the application with a Google account. So naturally, everybody sees these things out there. It increases user satisfaction. It really makes signing in a whole lot easier. But this way, the user can log into the application only by using the user's Gmail account without having to be a member or even making a password or anything, right? But anyway, that way we can get the user information from the Google account automatically. But how do you do that? Well, the process actually facilitates the work of us as well on the developer side. So let's check it out. Let's go to Android Studio and continue from there. Now, there's no need for a new activity for login with a Google account. We can actually do this on the login page. So here we have sign in button with Google. It was already ready. We also do have to give this button an ID. So if we look at the Java side, we have defined the login button with Google here. So here we've got to match its ID, right? Then we can just add in a click listener and then continue. Now there is something that I do want to show you on the Gradle page before we get into it. We've already added 2 libraries here. This operation can be done without adding Firebase auth and GMS Play Service auth libraries. But if you haven't added these libraries before, you gotta add them now. So yeah, go ahead and close up the Gradle page. So the second process that we need to activate logging in with Google accounts from Firebase console. So let's open up Firebase page and click the Sign In Method tab from the Authentication section. And I want to click the Add New Provider. So the option to log in with Google in this section is disabled. I can enable it. And by the way, when you enable this option, there is a section that says Project Support Email. So in this section, you do need to write the email address of the project that will be shown to the users. Okay. Now I'll also select the email address that I use for the Firebase console here. And you actually cannot write another email address here. So when I click on the Save button, Login with Google account gets activated. And we can go back to Android Studio and continue on the Java side. First, I'm going to create an object from the Google Sign-In Client class. And I write a method that I will create below in the click listener of the Google Sign-In method. And I'll just write Sign In Google here. And I'm going to create this method below. So I'll just go down here right now. I'll create the public void sign-in Google method. And this method is a parameterless method without parameter, right? So in this method, I create an object from the Google sign-in option class. I'll call the object GSO. And I'll just write GSO equals new Google sign-in options. Then I'll add the .builder method. I write Google sign-in options .default sign-in in the builder method. And we can continue below. So I'm calling the .request ID token method. This method specifies that an ID token for authenticated users is requested, right? So requesting an ID token requires that the server client ID be specified. So for this reason, I want to call string inside the parentheses. So where is the string? That is web client ID. Well, I'm glad you asked. If you look at the project directory, you will see the generated res folder. Now, previously, when we created the Google sign-in method, a folder named values was automatically created under this folder. So under the values folder was also the values.xml file. We were able to get the web client ID from this file, but since this file is created automatically and should never be changed, we can no longer see the values.xml file directly here. So for this, I'll change the project directory from Android view to project view. Check it out. We're now going to open the app folder, and then I'll open build generated res Google services debug. You see them? I'm going to open the folders. And as you can see, the values folder is deep in here. All right, so let's open the values.xml file here. Okay, so you notice the warning? Files under the build folder are generated and should not be edited. Well, like I mentioned before, these files are created automatically. But what we're after, the web client ID, is right in here. And we will use this inside the request ID token method. And as usual, there's a couple of different methods for this. The first is to just directly copy the web client ID here, paste it into the request ID token as a string expression. So let's see. Let's continue from the bottom line again. So I'm just writing .request email.build. Now, if you review this section, I've created an object from the Google sign-in option class. I named the object GSO. Then I chose a standard Google sign-in method with a builder method, because there are other alternatives. So at this stage, the standard sign-in is enough for us. The request email method below will also ask for the user email. So the user will choose a Google account to log in. Then we will continue using the object that we created from the Google sign-in client class above. So now when I write Google sign-in client equals Google sign-in dot get client here, this method will take two parameters. The first is context, so I write this. Second is the GSO object we created above. All right, so all that's the first step. Now, the second step, I call another method called sign-in, and I will create this method below. So you can change the names of this method however you want to, but I will create the public void sign-in method below. I will launch an intent in this method, and this will start the intent sign-in process. Okay, intent sign in intent equal Google sign in client dot get sign in intent. Now, of course, we do not run this intent with a start activity method. Instead, we use the activity result launcher class because as a result of this intent, we will receive some data from the user as a return, right? So when we start this intent, the user will choose Gmail address, and we will reach some data with this email address. So for that reason, I've got to use the activity result launcher. So for this, I will create an object from the activity result launcher class above. Activity result launcher, the type will be intent activity result launcher. Cool. So now we should register this activity in the onCreate method. For this, I just create a separate method outside of the onCreate method. Public void, register activity for Google sign-in. And I'll call this method inside the onCreate method immediately. Also, I will launch the activity result launcher now. So I write activity result launcher dot launch intent. Now we can write the necessary codes for the register activity for Google sign-in method. All right? But we're not going to do that right now. We'll do that in the next lesson. All right? So yeah, let's pick it up then. Well, hi, everyone. We're going to continue right where we left off, okay? So, sign operation has started. Now we just have to write the necessary code for the register activity for Google sign-in method and grab that return data. Activity result launcher equals register for activity result, new activity result contracts dot start activity for result. New activity result callback. First, I will get the result code and data. Int result code equal result.get result code. Intent data equal result.get data. Now I will write an if condition here. If result code equals result OK and data is not equal null, I will define the actions to be taken. So I create a thread using the task class in the if condition, and this thread will get the data from Google in the background. Thread subject is a subject discussed in the Java lessons. If you're kind of fuzzy on that, well, you can take a look at those lessons. Section's kind of standard, though, so you can write it just the same. You won't really ever have to make any changes in the section. So I'm writing task Google sign-in account task equal Google sign-in dot get sign-in account from intent data. And we will receive the data through this data object. Then we will start the input process using this task object. And we'll write the login process with a new method. So the name of this method can be Firebase sign-in with Google. Now this method will be a one-parameter method, and it'll take the task object as a parameter. Okay, so now we're going to create this method below. Here I'll create the private void Firebase sign-in with Google method. The parameter will be the task thread above. And now we'll do the sign-in operation. So I'll create an account object from the Google sign-in account class. And I'm writing Google sign-in account equal task.getResults. I write API exception.class as a parameter. So now we do the sign-in process using the Google API. And if there's any problem while receiving the data from the API, we'll just take this line inside the try-catch block. All right, that's cool. So we can continue from the try block again. So now that the sign-in is done, we can show the user a toast message. And also while logging in, the login page must be closed and the home page must be open, right? So let me just show you the main activity. The page needs to be open so we can make this using standard intent. Let's run the intent. Cool, so we'll close the login page with a finish method. So finally, I'll call another method. Now, name of this method I want to be Firebase Google account. And this method will take the account object as the parameter. And we will create this method below, but first I want to define what to do in case of catch. So, in the case of catch, we can still show the toast message to the user. Right now, we're just going to get an error because we don't define the SHA keys of our project, right? So as the message, let's show the error that we will get. Okay, so that's why I'm writing e.toString here. All right, so now we can create this method. So I'm just going to be writing private void Firebase Google account, Google sign-in account. And I create an object from the auth credential class in this method. And I'm writing auth credential equals Google auth provider dot get credential. So the get credential method takes two parameters. The first one is the account dot get ID token. The second will be null. The ID token here has a unique code for each device. Cool, so thanks to this code, we can learn which device is logged in. We'll register the authenticated device of the person logging into the system with the token ID. Now, notifications are sent to the user with this token ID, right? So we got to do the authentication process using the auth object we created from the Firebase auth class. So I'm writing the auth.signin with credential method here. This method will take the auth credential object as a parameter. Now I'll just add the complete listener to the auth process, just like we did before. See, in this way, we can check whether the authentication process actually gets performed. And here I'm creating an if condition if the task is successful. And else. So if the operation fails, there are things to do. But the important thing for us here is to retrieve the user's data if the login is done. So I create a user object from the Firebase user class to get this data. And I'm writing user equals auth.getCurrentUser. See, in that way, the logged in user is assigned to the user object. Now I can access some data of the user using the user object. So when I type user dot here, I can see what data I can access. For example, I could access the user's data, name, email, image link. So in other words, when the user logs in, it gives us the opportunity to access this data in their Google account. But for now, at this moment, there's no need to receive this data because, well, it's not really going to work for us. But you can get it to use for various applications. That's where you would do it. Okay, so signing in with Google's been done. Let's run it and see the application work. Now, of course, it would be way more useful to test this application on a real device because, you know what, sometimes there are problems with a virtual device. But let's see. Okay, so it opens. I'll click the Google sign-in button. Okay, so here I've got to choose which account to log in with, right? Okay, so yeah, we get the API exception error. This is because we don't define the SHA keys when we integrate our project with Firebase. Now, I didn't do this initially to show you how to define SHA keys later. If you don't believe me, well, let's define the SHA keys right now. So first, let's get the SHA keys. What are you waiting for? Open up the terminal window, paste in the required command. Then I'll press Control and Enter keys on the keyboard. And there you can see we've obtained the SHA keys. Now, we did go over in pretty good detail how you can obtain SHA keys in the Firebase Android Studio integration video. So let's just define these keys to our project, okay? I'll open Firebase console, click on the gear icon, click on project settings. And if there's no support email here, you got to define it. And here is where you define SHA-1 and SHA-256 keys using the Add Fingerprint option. Then, of course, you should download the current JSON file and replace it with a JSON file in your project. However, some of my friends may continue to receive errors despite doing this. So, don't worry. So, that means that we're going to have to do the second method, namely the reintegration of the project, okay? So first of all, I'll just click on the Remove This App button from here. Now we can just add the application again, right? So I'll click the Android icon. As you can see, the integration phases are back in front of us. So we'll enter the package name of our project. And I'm just copying this from Android Studio. Add the SHA-1 key to our project. And I'll click on Register App. Okay, so now we can download the new JSON file. And if you do not update this file, you will continue to receive an error while performing Google sign-in operations. All right, so now just add the file to the project. From the project directory, I'll open Project View instead of Android. So I'll delete the old JSON file inside the app folder. I'll paste the updated JSON file. And go back to the Firebase console, click Next. I'm going to pass these two sections because the necessary dependencies have already been added. All right, so Good. You can now see that the SHA-1 key was added. You can also see the SHA-256 key. So let's go ahead and run the application again. There the application opens. So I'll click on the Google sign-in button. Now, if you pay attention to the explanation at the bottom, it says that Google will share your name, email address, and profile picture with the application. Okay, so here I've got to choose which account to log in with, right? I'm just going to choose the email account here. Okay, and so that way the entry gets made. All right, so we're not getting any errors. I didn't sound surprised there. But I do want to check it out from the Firebase. So let's see if the login process has been done from there. As you can see, yeah, the login process appears. Very cool, very cool. So that's how to log in with Google. Now, I'm going to take a short break, and I would suggest you do as well. And then, well, we'll get on with it in the next lesson. All right, see you then. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will design the application's homepage. We've done a lot so far, but this homepage, is going to be a simple design. So here, when the user clicks on the Start Quiz section, they should be passed into the section where the questions will be asked. And of course, clicking on the Sign Out will exit the application. Now, seriously, I am just doing very simple, basic form, so we're not going to take a whole lot of time here. But if this is where you want to develop and publish your applications, and this is what you want to do, that's great. Definitely, please, I implore you, improve on this design. For instance, if you are actually making a quiz application, you're going to have way more than a single category. You got to be able to choose from many categories, but this is a section anyway where different categories will be created. Users can come across questions that vary in complexity. In fact, it's a very simple process if you want to continue after this. You just add the questions in categories while adding the questions to the database. That way you can pull the questions in that category from the database and then ask the users. Now, we've already shown you how to create the database as well as show the questions to the user when we started developing this application. But you can always develop more categories in history, general culture, technology, all that kind of stuff. You know what you like to do. Now, in addition to all of that, if you want to send notifications to the user, you can always add a page where users can see notification messages and all that kind of stuff. You, of course, remember that we explained how to send notifications using Firebase. You can also add a settings section, and that's where a user could change application theme, can turn on or off notifications. Could also be a section where the user's profile is shown and edited. As you know, when the user logs in using the Google account, information such as name, email, profile, photo, that'll be accessed. So using this information, you can always create a profile page. Also, a section can be added that'll keep the success statistics of the user. So the exam results of each category of the user can be recorded in the database and displayed on a statistics page as graphs, for instance. So all these processes are not very much different from what we've learned in this course. But because we've already explained how to create a database and send data to a database and pull that data from a database, we've done many other topics in this course. The only thing that I really want you to be able to do from now on is design different pages and then integrate them into the home page. What you can do in this course is limited only by your imagination. This divine diversity, so to speak, the extra features added to the application, and the effort spent on the feature that distinguishes your application from all the other applications in Google Play. Also, by creating a rich database in terms of questions, we'll separate the application from any other that you've ever played and that your successful user has ever played. And by creating a rich database of questions, we'll separate your application from all the others out there. The user can also choose the difficulty level of questions after selecting a particular category. And that feature will also distinguish your application from others, level after level after level. Of course, you don't have to add all of these features to your home screen. You can also create a sliding menu or a top and bottom menu on the home page. But like I said, what you do will be limited only by your imagination. So for now, we'll just make a simple design and continue developing our application. All right, so when you're ready, we'll go to Android Studio and continue from where we left off. So in that last video, we finished signing in with our Google accounts. We were on the homepage design, and here there's a text view that says Hello World. So when you click on the text view, the sign out operation was done. So let's open the Java file of our home page. And what you see here in front of you is we've just made the application output using the Firebase auth object here. So let's make the application theme compatible with our other pages. For example, we can apply the following color to the theme named App Theme, and the home page will look like it belongs with the other pages. Next, we can add an image view to the home page. So here I've got to choose an image for this image view. I'll make the dimensions of image view 300. And I'll center the location of image view. So let's scroll the text view down a little bit. And we'll add a button here. So now we'll make the width of the button 300. And I'm also going to position the button better. Good. And we'll increase the font size. So I'm changing the text on the button and doing a start quiz. So we'll give the button ID. And now let's edit the text view. We can make its dimensions 200 to 50. And I'll write sign out in the text of text view. All right, so let's also change the background color. Make the text color white. We can make the font size 30. I'll also change the gravity value of the text to center. I've already given an ID for this text view. And then finally, I'll put in the constraint values to the constraint layout. Okay, so that's a quick and easy down and dirty design section. That's ready. So we can move over to the Java section. So I'll first define the button. Next, I'll match its ID. And we'll add a click listener to the button. So when the user clicks the Start Quiz button, the page showing the questions will open. We can do that using intent. So the name of the page to be opened can be a quiz page. Now it's red because we haven't created this page yet. We're going to create it shortly, but we can start the intent. And now we can create the new activity. So I'm writing quiz page in the name section. All right, so good. That's the new activity. It has been created. So the home page is basically ready. In the next video, we can design the quiz page. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we will design this section where the questions will be asked. So I created a simple design, as you may know. Now, if you want to, you of course can make a beautiful design that is appealing and challenging and everything else that you can dream it to be. But I just want to hand you these main components that should be in a quiz, and you go from there. So basically, the user needs to answer the questions within a certain period of time. So I'll just set this time to 60 seconds. You can, of course, increase or decrease, whatever you want to do. Now, in the other sections, we will show the answers that the user gave right and the answers that the user gave to be wrong. And if you want to, you can show the questions that the user didn't answer. And the questions will be shown in this text view. So the 4 text views at the bottom will show options. And the next question will be started with a next question button. Now with the finish game button, the game will be finished and the score page will be displayed. And also if the user's answer is correct, the text view will turn green. If it's wrong, it'll turn red, and the correct answer will be shown to the user. All right, so now that you've seen all that, we can switch to Android Studio and start developing this design. All right, so we've created the design page in Android Studio and left it blank. The page theme was the app theme. So first, why don't we change the background color? So for the background of the constraint layout, I'll select the picture named Orange, which we've previously added to the project. All right, so that's the background. Now we can add text views. So first I'll add the text view that will show the duration. I write the time in the text section. I'll add the second text view. I'll write 60 in the text section. And I'll add the third text view. And I'm writing the correct answer in the text section. Now the fourth text view will show the correct number of answers. So I'll write 0 in the text section. I'm adding the fifth text view. So here I can write the wrong answer in the text section. The sixth text view will show the number of incorrect answers. I'll write 0 again in the text section. We'll arrange this as well. So now I can select all text views and I'll make the text color black. I'll also slightly increase the font size. Of course, when the font size gets bigger, the position of the text view deteriorates. But you know what? It's you might have to make a small adjustments. Like so. Okay, so that's pretty much okay for me. So I'll add a text view to show the questions. And I'll make the height 300, width 200. That looks a little too big. Let's knock it down to 100. Yeah, you know what? We could also make the width 350. So let's make the background color white. We'll center the gravity value. And make the text color black. And increase the font size just a bit. Now let's add the text view where we're going to show the answers. So I'll also make the width of this text view 300. Also make the height 50. I can make the background color white again. Center the gravity value. The font color will be black. The font size can also be 18. So now let me show you something. When you select this text view and press Control-C and Control-V, it copies this text view onto the text view. So I can grab the top text view, scroll down, and 2 more of this text view is required. So I'll press the Control-V key twice more and place the resulting text view below. All right. So that way, the section where the questions and answers are shown is now ready. Of course, if you want to, you can make the game logic with 5 or less. You can also ask questions like right and wrong. Or you can add an image view at the top and ask questions with pictures. Of course, it just depends on what kind of application you want to develop. So to carry on, I will add one button. I'll make the width of the button 150. I'll also make the height 60. So here I am writing the next question in the text section. You know what? Let's also change the background color. Let's increase the font size. And we'll copy one more of the same button. So I'll position a new button to the left. I also change the text section of the new button. And that is ready to go. So now let's give IDs to these components. So I can just write text view time to the ID of this one. And here I'll write text view correct to the ID of this text view. I'll write text view wrong in here. And I'll give this ID text view question. And that is where the questions will be shown. So I'll write text view A into this text view, and I'm writing text view B to this text view, and I'll write the third text view C into this third text view. And I'll write text view D into the fourth. Now here I'll write button finish to the ID of the first button, and I'll write the next button to the other button. Okay, so let's move on over to the Java side. So here it's necessary to identify the components first. So I'll give the first three text view time, correct and wrong as names, and I'll give the names questions A, B, C, and D to these text views that will show the questions and options. So I'll also give the next and the finish buttons names. So now let's match the components with their IDs. And then we can add a click listener to the buttons. All right, so that's the question page ready. So after that, we have to create the database so that we can continue. And we'll do up the database in the next video. All right, hello everyone. So in this lesson, we rapidly progress. We're going to create the database for our quiz game. So last time we designed the game page, and from this design, we need to create a database to add the questions and to see the questions and options. So first I'll show you the questions. I prepared 10 questions in a Word file. 10 questions in various categories as an example for this particular application. You can, of course, prepare as many different categories as you want and as many questions as you want as well. But for now, we're just going to add these questions into the database. So what I do first is I'll open the Firebase console page. Now this page shows the quiz game project that we've previously created and integrated within the application. So when I click on this project, the project login page is opened. There are two types of database alternatives in our database section. One of them is a Cloudflare store. And this database is used in large-scale projects where high-speed queries are made. But there's also a database type suitable for our project named real-time database. So this database is very useful as, guess what, it's a real-time database. Now you may remember we've already used this database in previous lessons. So I'll just click on the Create Database button. So this section asks the rules when creating the database. So in other words, the database will be created closed to external writing and reading. So when we first start creating the database, it might be good to create it closed first. So after creating the content of the database, you can open any part or all of it to reading and writing. But when I click the Enable button here, the database gets created. All right, so this section here is our main database. So now we'll add some questions here to this database. So I'll add the questions, that is the questions section, to the main database. There will be no value across the questions section. Now, you may remember that when we explained this Firebase database, I told you that it works with the parent-child logic. So that way the parent doesn't take any value, only the child gets value. So here too, the question section does not take any value because it is a parent, apparently. Now let's add a child to the questions parent. So I click on the plus sign. A new child gets created, and I'm writing 1 here because I will add the first question. So I'll add the first question just directly, but if you want to, you can divide the questions into categories. So you write a category name here and add the first question under that category. But since there's no category section in our application, we're just going to add the first question. Now, the first question will not be valued because it is also a parent. But I can add another child under one parent. I need to name this child. And since I'm going to write a question to this child, I will give the name Q. So now the child named Q will take a value. So I'll write the question in the value section here. I copy the question from the Word file, paste it into the value section, and boom, just like that, the question part of the first question is ready. But I'll need to add some more options. So I'll add an other child to a parent. I'll write A in the name section. So yeah, I'll just copy and paste from the Word file into the value section of the option. So we'll add option B as a child. We can write the value of the B option by ourselves. And let's add the C option the same way. And then finally, we'll add option D. So now when you press the Add button, the data is added to the database. Okay, so that way the data of the first question was created under the question section. So now if you look at this, the child of the questions parent is the very first question. But the question section is also the child of the main database. So if I want to add another section under the main database, for example, the scores section, I can add it here. If I want to add another section under questions, I can add it here. I can add another section below the question. But I can't add a new child under the A, B, C, and D children that I already gave the value. Another important point here is naming these particular children. So here's the name of the child and the value of the child, but the other parents have no value. So the last child can only take value. And we call this value with the name of the child. So let's add the second question. We add the second question under the questions parent again. So I'm writing 2 here, and I'm building a child underneath. Now, all of the children's questions must have the same name, because we will call with these names into the application. So we're not interested in the value section, right? That's what I mean when I say in the value section, we will be displaying exactly what it is in the application. So I'll copy the value of QChild from the Word file and paste it here. And let's add another child. I also will copy option A. Add the B child. And I'll also add the C child. And then I can add option B as child. Now, one of the most difficult parts when developing an application is creating the database, because the more questions and categories you add, well, as I said earlier, that will differentiate your application from any other application. So that's why once you get the hang of it, you can develop more and more. So that said, I just click the Add button, and the second question is now ready. So Firebase lists the data that I added into the database while listing it in alphabetical order. That's not really that important to us because we're going to call the data with the child's name. Make sense? So that means that we need to add the 8 remaining questions in the same way. So I've added the 8 other questions, and that way a database of 10 questions was created. But we're going to develop this application in such a way so that when new questions are added to the database, they're going to be added to the application without the need to push any updates or have your users responsible for updating anything. This will take care of that updating process automatically. Now, I did actually forget a section while creating the database. We've added questions and options to each question in the database, but we did not add the correct answer. So for each question, we should add a section with a correct answer. So returning to the Word file again, I've added the correct answers from the Word file named answer. For example, the answer to the first question is A. So in the application, we will compare the answer given by the user and check to see whether the answer of the user is correct. So for this reason, we should add the correct answers to the database. So let's add the first answer first. So I'll write answer in the name section. I'll also write A in the value section. And it was added to the database by clicking on the Add button. So likewise, we'll add the answer to the second question. And the second question gets added in the answer section. So I'll also add the answer to the third question. And you get the idea. We'll need to do this for all of the questions. Right, so now the correct answers for all of the questions have been added. So now let's check the user's response according to the choices and the correct answers here. Okay, so our database looks ready. So now we can start writing the code to show this data in the application. Cool. Hello, everyone. So now it's time for the lesson where we take the necessary steps to show the questions in the database that we created in the previous video. So when the application opens, the first question will appear. Okay, so when we click the next question button, it will continue to the second and then the third, respectively. So why don't we just scuttle on over to Android Studio. Now, in Android Studio, this is the design that we made. So on the Java side, we define the components. We added a click listener to the next and finish buttons. We also created the database on the Firebase side and added 10 questions. So now we're going to pull these questions into the application and print them on the components. So to do that, I'll first open the Firebase Assistant from the Tools section of the menu. I'll choose Real-Time Database from here. And this section explains how to extract data from the database and add data to the database. So, in the first step, it's necessary to integrate the application with Firebase. And we have done this before, so you might recognize it. But in the second step, that's when we need to add the library of the real-time database to the application. So I'll click on the Add button, and the library to be added is displayed. So clicking Accept Changes, library is added to the Gradle file in the project. So now we can open and check the Gradle file. Firebase Database Library has been added, and now we can close this page. So the third step, we will need to determine the rules of the database. And we're going to do this from the Firebase console page. So here I'll click the Rules tab. I'm sure you remember that we had closed this section for reading and writing in the previous lessons. So it means that the application won't be able to pull any data from or add any data to the database. So that means that we can open reading and writing to this database for this particular lesson. So what I'll do is set the false options here to true. And in that way, the data in our database can be received by our application. So now we can also add data to the database if we want to. So these new rules become active when you click this Publish button. And here Firebase throws up a warning. It says, hey, it's very dangerous to open the whole database for reading and writing. And of course, in a real application, it would be wrong to open the whole database because, of course, someone accessing the application code can delete or change the entire database. But you can go ahead and organize these rules according to whatever you need to happen within your application. For example, you can open the question section for reading only, because the user is only going to be able to see the questions in this section. But you can, of course, turn off reading and writing. Here, this part where you keep the user information. Or you can open sections where you will receive data from the user, and that'll be just for writing. So, like I said, these rules can change according to the type of application you are developing. So after completing this process, we can go back to Android Studio for the fourth and fifth steps. Now we'll get into how to add and extract data to and from the database. So that means we're going to pull some data from the database. So we will do the Read database section. While capturing the data, we will use the code Firebase shows here. Now, of course, the operations in the fourth step must be done first. Okay, it's said that the action that needs to be done here is to create an object from the Firebase database class. Then an object from the database reference class is said to be created. And after creating these references, we will write the read database commands. So I'll close up this section, and we'll do it ourselves from here on out. So first up, let's create the database object. And then we'll create the database reference object. I also create the database reference object using the database object. I can now pull data from the database using the database reference object. But in this way, we've reached the main database. Currently, there's only one question child under the main database. But these children may increase in the future, of course. So for that reason, I want to set the database reference object to reach the question's child. So to do this, I just add the child to the end of the getReference method. So in the child method, I write the name of which child of the main database I want to access. So I'm writing questions here. So now my database reference object will reach the data under the question's child. That is, the questions, right? Cool. So after this process, we'll need to create strings that we will assign the data to before we pull the data, because we need to assign string containers when we pull the data out of the database. So we have to create the necessary strings. So here I'm writing string quiz question here, and we will assign the question of the test to this string. Now if we look at the database again, there are 6 data points under each question. We must shoot the question. We should shoot the options, and here we have to draw the right answer to compare. So that means I've got to create a string for each of these. So I created a string for the question. Now I create a string for option A. And likewise, I create strings for B, C, and the D options. And then finally, I create a string for the correct answer. And there you go. I've got 6 strings ready. Now, in addition to this, an integer container is required. So we're going to learn how many questions there are in the database and then assign them later. The number of questions in the database is important to us. Currently, there are 10 questions. So this number is going to increase in the future, maybe in yours, not necessarily mine. But we should prepare the application, not for, of course, 10 questions, but check the number of questions and work from there when the application opens. Thus, as new questions are added, the application will prepare itself to work according to the total number of questions without any need to update. So that's pretty cool. So make sure that you do that. So I will here create an integer called question count. And I will assign the number of questions to this integer. All right, so we are going strong. We've created a string and integer containers that we will assign when we pull the data out of the database. So now we can start capturing this data. So I want to pull the data in a different method. So here I'll create a method called game, and I'll pull the data in this method. So we can get the necessary code from the Firebase assistant in order to pull this data. And I can copy the code in the read from database section. And I'll just paste it into the game method. Now the myRef object here is the database reference object. We gave this object database reference as its name. So I'm writing this instead of myRef. There are listeners here that check the process is complete, and I import the classes of these listeners into the project. There are also some tags here. I'll just delete these tags. This is primarily for control. And I'll also import the database error class. And this is where we will determine the operations to be performed in case of errors. So this line of code is a section that pulls data from the database, and we will pull the data using the data snapshot object. So of course, I'll delete this line, and we'll pull the data using the strings we created above. So if we look at the database again, there are 10 questions. It continues from the first to the second to the third. So we've got to decide which question to pull. So let me create another integer showing the number of the question that we're going to pull here. I'll name this integer question number. And I'm going to equate this value to 1. So we will start pulling questions from the first question. So let's take the question part of this first question to the quiz question string. I'm writing quiz question equals data snapshot. Data snapshot reaches the questions section in the database, but we want to reach the value of QChild under the first question, under the questions. So I'm writing data snapshot.child. So, which child will I reach? Well, of course, the number 1 child. Then I write child Q again. Now I can get the value of the Q child, and I'm writing .getValue. So the data will now be received. At the end, I'll write .toString, and that way the received JSON data will be converted to string. Now, if we go back and look at it again, the main database was reaching up to the questions child. We pulled the value of the Q child under 1 child and under the questions child. And after that, converted it to a string. We have now assigned this string data to the quiz question string container. But we wrote directly 1 here. The number 1 is a fixed value. We created the variable named question number above. So if we use this variable, whatever number this variable takes, the data below that number will be drawn. So I write a question number instead. But question number is an integer value. So that means I need to write a string here, because the database recognizes this not as a number but as a string. So for that reason, I have to convert the question number to a string. I'll write string.valueOff. I put the question number integer in parentheses. Now, the data below the question in the value of the question number will be drawn. So since we assign a value to the question number, the values of the first question will be drawn. We should do the same with the other data of the first question. So I'll copy this line and paste it 5 more times below. Secondly, I'll write quiz answer A as a string. Likewise, I'll write strings for B, C, and D. And then finally, I can write the string name for the correct answer. Question number is the same for all, because in all of them, the values below the first question will be pulled. So for option A, the value of child A here will be pulled. For this reason, I'm writing A here. And I'm writing the name of the child B for option B. C and D are the same. And we will pull the value of the answer child for the answer of the question. And I'm writing here answer. Thus, we pulled all the data under the first question. Now, we've got to print the data that we receive in the text view that we have defined above. So first, let's print the question in the question text view. Now, I don't need to write the correct answer somewhere right now. We will use it in the future, so we've just printed the first question, right? Okay. So how do we get to the second question? When the game method is called, again, we must move on to the second question, and then it needs to continue in the form of 3 to 4, etc. Now, of course, before I do this process, I have to find out how many questions are in the database so that we can continue until the last question or the questions have been exhausted. So in other words, if there are 10 questions, let's increase it to 10. If there are 100 questions, we'll increase it to 100. All right, so we created the question count integer for the total number of questions. We can learn the total number of questions by using the data snapshot object. I know, I took the words right out of your mouth. So in other words, Firebase will tell us how many children are under the question parent, right? The numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 here are actually the children of the question's parent. So in that way, we must learn the number of these children. So I'll just write here, question count equals data snapshot.getChildrenCount. Now this method will give the child number of the question's parent. And of course, Android Studio will throw up a warning. And that's because this method gives us the number in long terms, because they can have millions of children. Integer value might not be enough in this case, but now integer is great for us. So for that reason, we've got to convert the long value to integer. Now, transformation gets made when int is written. That should be a bumper sticker. But in any event, that's how we learn the total number of questions. So currently, the value is 10 for this child. Now, if the number of questions increases in the future when the user opens this page, the number of questions will be calculated online and that way taken from the database. Right now, we just get the number 10. Now, we started with the first question. Now we need to increase the question number to 10. So what if I create an if condition here? As long as the if question number is less than the question count, that is, increase the question number as long as the question number is smaller than the number of questions. Thus, each time the game method is called, the question number will be increased by 1 until this number is equal to the number of questions. And that's when it'll stop, because now the question is over. Kaput, finished. So in the case of else, that is, the actions to be taken when all the questions are shown, well, they can also be defined. When all the questions are finished, we can show the user a toast message. Of course, in a real application, you've got to complete the exam and go to the score page, right? So in other words, after you get to this stage, we can move on over to the database error section. So we've done all these operations in a way that, will build questions. So what happens if an error occurs and the questions are not withdrawn? Well, in that case, we should define the actions to be taken in the error section. So why don't we show a toast message here? Of course, this is just for us. So to understand the questions could not be withdrawn. Otherwise, it would be illogical to show such a message to the user. All right, so we created the game method. Let's first call the game method in the onCreate method. And let's call the game method again when the user clicks the next button. Now, currently the application should show questions this way. Of course, we cannot understand this without running it. So, yeah, why don't we run it now? So the application opens, and we go directly to the home page because we're logged in. So I'll click on the Start Quiz button. And the first question is shown. And this is, of course, our very first question. So let's check it from the database. Yeah, that's no problem. So now I'll click on the Next Question button. And the second question is shown. Yay. And, of course, it'll continue like this. And then upon reaching the last question, the toast message is shown, and now the process stops. Terrific! Really good job. That's some good stuff. So we've showed the questions. Now we can start getting the user's answer to the questions. That's going to be fun. But, of course, we're going to do that in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we will take the answer that the user gives to the questions and decide whether or not the answer is correct. So basically, the user will click on one of the options. We will check if it's the same as the correct answer that we received from the user's answer and recorded in the database. So when you're ready, let's move on over to Android Studio. Now let's have a look at the design. The user will click one of these options, and if the click is correct, it will turn green. If it's wrong, it'll turn red. However, if the answer of the user is wrong, the correct answer option, well, shouldn't that be a notification to the user in a green color? Also, the wrong answer the user gives should be red. So in order for us to do this process, we've got to add click listeners to these text views. So we've got to define these text views as A, B, C, and D. And below, we also match their IDs. We can add the click listener method to the text views below the click listener methods of the next and finish buttons. So here I'll add a click listener to the A text view named A. Then I'll copy it and paste it 3 times below. The first will be A, the second will be B, the third will be C, and the fourth will be D. So that makes the listeners ready. After all that, we've got to assign the item chosen by the user to a string. So I'm creating a string named user answer, and we will assign the user's answer to this string. Now, if we go back to the design, we've got to assign the text view to the string that we created. Now, we can do this in the simplest way, just like this. Let's say the user clicks on text view A. We assign the letter A to the user answer string. We can do the same process as other click listeners as well. If the user clicks on text view B, I'll put the letter B in the user answer string, and I can do the same for C and D. All right, so we've got the answer that the user gave. Now we've already assigned the correct answer to the string called quiz correct answer in the game method. So if we look at the database, we have already set the correct answer as a string in the form of A, B, C, etc. So we already know the right answer. We've also got the answer from the user. Now we can check that these answers are correct or not. So I'll do this control first in the onClick method of TextView. So I'm going to create an if condition here. If quiz correct answer dot equals, that is user answer, that is the answer given by the user, if it is equal, we will define the actions to be taken. If not, that is, I will define the actions to be taken in else. Now, if the user gives the correct answer, that is, the user clicked A, and if the correct answer is A, then we will make the background of TextView A green with set background color method. If it is wrong, so if the correct answer is not A, we will make the background of this TextView red. All right, very good. So what else can we do? Well, if you look at the design, there are text views showing the correct number and the wrong number. We can write the necessary values here according to the user's response. So for this process, I'll create integer containers that hold the number of correct and incorrect answers of the user. So I'll let the initial values be 0. Now, if the user has answered correctly, I'll increase the value of the user correct. And if it is wrong, I'll increase the value of user wrong. All right, so that's that process. Now let's print these numbers in the right and wrong text views. So we've defined these text views with the names correct and wrong. If the answer is correct, we will print the user correct value on the correct text view. And if it is wrong, we will overwrite the wrong text view with user wrong. And that process will work fine. Okay, so far we have done these operations just for option A. So yeah, that means we've got to do all the same operations for the other options as well. So what I can do is copy the if-else structure here and paste it into the other options. If the user clicked on option B in the background of B, the text view will change. Likewise, I'll do the same with C. As well as the D options. Okay, so now we've got the right and wrong answer options ready. So additionally, if the user clicks on the wrong answer, we actually want to be shown the correct answer. For example, the user clicks on A, but the correct answer is C. Text view A should be red, while text view C turns green. So that means we've got to write a method that marks the correct answer. In the case of else, this method will also work. So let's create this method below. I'll call this method findAnswer, and this method will mark the correct answer. And we already get the correct answer from the database. So let's write an if condition. If quiz correct answer equals A, that is, if the correct answer is A, make the background of text view A green. So we did this in option A. So I'll copy this code from here and paste it into the method. And then I rewrite the same method for else if. So this time, if the correct answer is B, we will make the background of text view B green. I'll copy the else if condition below twice, and I'll do the same for C. And D. All right, so that makes the find answer method ready. So now let's see where to run this method. So let's say the user clicks A. If the answer is correct, then the option A will be green. If it's wrong, it'll be red with the else option. Here we can call the find answer method in the else method and show the correct answer in green. Likewise, I add the find answer method to the else method for the other options too. Yeah, so that process looks thorough and okay. So I believe that currently we have considered all of the transactions that are possible. All right, so let's continue. When the user clicks on an option, the correct answer will be green. The wrong answer will be red. So what happens if the user clicks the next question button? The marked options will remain. So when the user clicks the next question button, when the game method is called again, the marking colors must be restored. So what do we do? Well, let's go back to the game method. That's where we fix it. So here I'll make the background of the 4 options white again. And that's all. So that process works. Everything looks ready. So if we take a look at the code that we wrote again, here we have created a string where we will assign the answer user answer. We have created 2 integers in which we will keep the number of right and wrong answers. Then we added a click listener to all options. If the user clicks A, user answer will be A. Then we compare the user's answer with the correct answer that we got from the database. And if the answer is correct, we wrote the procedures to be done. And if it's wrong, we have also defined the actions to be taken. And if the answer is wrong, we call the find answer method to show the correct answer. Then we repeated the same process for all options. Now we also made the background white again to cancel the markings while passing the other question in the game method. Then if the user responds incorrectly, we created the find answer method to show the correct answer. And if the correct answer is A, it makes option A green. And if the correct answer is B, it makes option B green. Correct answer is C, option C green. And if the correct answer is D, it makes the option D green. Nice. So now we can run the application and test these operations that we have done so far. So here I'll run the application and it opens. So I'll click on the Start Quiz button. The first question gets up there, and now I'll click on option A, and it's green, and the correct answer is 1. So now I'm going on to the other question, and this time it's red when I give the wrong answer. And the correct answer is also shown in green. And in addition to that, the number of incorrect answers increased by 1. Nice. So this process will continue in this way, and the markings will disappear as we move on to the other questions. So yeah, we've done a lot of what we want to do with this application. Right now, what we have to do is set the timer and then finish the game up with the Finish Game button. And we can continue all that in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we're going to create a timer. And the timer will be a countdown timer that counts down from a certain number. So here we're going to use the timer to put a little pressure on the user to answer the questions within a specified period of time. And when the time expires, the user will no longer be able to answer the question. You know how the game gets played. So when you learn how to create a timer, you can, of course, use it in other areas as well. So if you're ready, why don't I stop talking about it and we'll go right to Android Studio. So we have created a text view named Time in the section where questions are shown in Android Studio. So the timer will be shown in this text view and it will be counting down. And we'll create the timer on the Java page showing the questions called Quiz Page. But first we need to make a few definitions. Now there is a class that we will use as our countdown timer for Android Studio and Java. So the name of this class is Countdown Timer. But you could have guessed that one, huh? So I'm creating an object from this class, and I'll call this object Countdown Timer. And we'll also need to create several data containers that we will use to create the countdown timer. So first I'll create private static final long total time. And I'll equal the total time to 25,000. Total time here determines, of course, the total time, so the duration will be 25 seconds. Now in Java, as I told you earlier, time is defined in milliseconds. So in other words, 25 seconds, 25,000 milliseconds. And the counter will count down from 25,000 milliseconds, or 25 seconds. So the reason why this is long is because here the integer may not meet this value as the time increases. Currently, integer takes 25 seconds. But if you use longer periods while using it elsewhere, the integer might not meet the requirement. So for this reason, in programming, usually time is defined by long. And since this value will be fixed, I'll define it as private final. Okay, good. Now we also wrote 60 seconds to the text view in the design, but we did 25 seconds here. Well, that's because while testing, I reduced it to 25 seconds so that, well, we don't have to wait 60 seconds every single time we test it. You can, of course, write in whatever time you want. All right, so now I'll create a variable named Boolean timer continue. And this variable will turn false when the timer is not running and true when it is running. And then here I can create a variable called long time left. So I synchronize time left to total time. The reason for doing this is that the time left value will take different values when creating the timer. So while creating these values, I've defined a separate variable so that total time doesn't change. But initially, the time left variable will start equal to total time. Okay, good. So now we've defined the variables. So after that, I can create a new method below. So I'll call this method start timer. I'll create the countdown timer in this method. Now, when you write countdown timer equals new countdown timer, Android Studio completes the rest of it. And now this is the main body of the countdown timer method. All right, so this method has two sub-methods within it. One of them is the onTick method. And in this method, we define the operations to be performed at certain intervals while counting down with the timer. For example, operations to be done every second. In other words, when we set the onTick interval to be 1 second, we count down from 25 seconds, while the operations we define here will be done on the 24th and the 23rd and the 22nd, etc. But if we set the onTick interval to 10 seconds, like I'm doing here, the operations we define will be done every 10 seconds. For example, when counting down from 60, operations such as 50, 40, 30, etc. All right, so right now we're just going to set the onTick interval for this timer to be 1 second. And now for the onFinish method, we define the actions to be taken when the timer counts down and stops. For example, we will define the actions to be done when the timer reaches 0 from 25 seconds. All right, so the countdown timer will take 2 parameters. First is the total time that the timer will run, so 25 for this app. And I'm writing time left here. And if we look up again, we have equalized the time left value to total time, and that is 25,000 milliseconds, or whatever you are writing. So I'll type time left here. The timer will start counting down from 25 seconds. Second parameter is the onTick range. So in other words, when counting down from 25, at what intervals onTick operations will be made. So I'll write in here 1,000 milliseconds, or 1 second. So that means that the timer will count down from 25 seconds at 1 second intervals. So now let's define the operations to be performed in the onTick method. First, I'll write time left equals millis until finished. So the millis until finish value will show how many milliseconds are left until finish. So the remaining time is calculated in each onTick interval. I equalize the time left value to the remaining time. And that way the time left value will be constantly updated. So then I call a method here, and the name of this method will be update countdown text. Of course, this method is red because, well, it hasn't been created yet. We're going to do that separately a little later. Now, this method will update the text view showing the duration. So in other words, it will write the time remaining in each onTick interval in text view in the form of 25, 24, 23, etc. And now, of course, we will write the necessary code to do this while creating the method. So, what needs to be done in the onFinish method? Well, first the timer must stop when it reaches 0. So the timer continue Boolean value will be false, because if the timer is not working, it should be false. Secondly, I'll run the pause timer method, so this method will stop the timer. And of course, we'll also create this method. So third, let's write that time is up in this text view where the questions are shown when the time is up. And that way the user will learn well, wait, time's expired. Oh no, I can't answer this question anymore. So I'll just write in here, question.setText, sorry, time is up. Okay, so I'll also write .start at the end of the method. And finally, I'll set the time continue value to true here. And that way, you can consider this the main draft of our countdown timer is ready. All right, very good. So we also have to create a reset timer method here, because I will call this method when I need to, well, reset the timer. So here I will write time left equals total time, because when the timer starts again after resetting, I'm doing this process so that it can start from the start value. Now it also needs to be updated in the text view, showing the time when reset is done. So for this reason, I'll also use the update countdown text method here. All right, so let's create the update countdown text method. So in this method, I will create an integer named second. The second value will show the remaining time in seconds. Second equals time left over 100 mod 60. Then this calculation will give us the remaining time in seconds. Of course, since time left is a long value, I have to convert it to integer. I also need to overwrite this text view, which shows the time in seconds. That way, while the timer is running, the text view will be continually updated. And only the pause timer method is left, so let's create that one as well. I'll write countdown timer.cancel in the method, and this will stop the timer. Now the time continue value will be false again because the timer doesn't work anymore. All right, so in this example, we only set the timer continue value to true when the timer is running and false when it is not. But we did not use this timer continue value anywhere else. However, you may need this value when making the timer example somewhere. So if this value is true, the timer works, and if it's false, you can use it elsewhere. Okay, so secondly, when the user answers a question before the time runs out, the timer should stop, don't you think? So that means when the user clicks on an option, the pause timer method should spring into action. Now, this can be done with 4 options. So when the user clicks the next button, a new question will come up. The new question will come up with the game method. The game method and the start timer method will work. But before the game method, the timer needs to be reset with the reset timer method. For example, the user answered the previous question 10 seconds, let's say, before the deadline. Timer gets stopped, and then the timer will start again when you move on to the next question. So if the timer is not reset, it starts from the 10 seconds of the previous question. So we should reset it, then the timer will start again from the start value. All right, so that is the process. It looks okay. So now the timer's ready. So let's run the application and watch. Application opens. Click on the Start Quiz button. And along with the questions, the timer starts to work. And since we set the time to be 25,000 milliseconds, the timer starts at 25 seconds, starts counting down. And the timer stops when you click on an option. And see, when it goes to the next question, the timer starts again. Now let's wait to see what happens when time runs out. And when the time expires, the text "time is up" gets printed on the text view that shows the questions. Nice. So when it goes to the next question, the timer starts at 25 again. Ta-da! So the timer's finished. And the Finish Game button remains. We're going to do that in the next video, though. See you then. Hello, everyone. In this video, we will send the user's score to the database. So we're going to want to send the numbers of the correct answers and the wrong answers of the user to the database and then save it in Firebase when the user clicks the Finish Game button after answering some of the questions correctly or incorrectly or whatever they do. So why is that important to us? Well, normally I can save the score in the device's own memory. I could also close this page and create a score page without saving it anywhere and just show the result to the user on this page. But it's not just about the single user, is it? Let's say if you save all the user's scores in the online database, then you can pair the user's scores against each other and then make rankings such as, top of the day, the first of the week, whatever you want to do. Top dog. See, that's a fun game. But also you can determine how many users are among other players who solve questions in the same category. Show that to the user. So keeping the scores in an online database can help you a lot, even if you don't use everything at once. So if you're ready, let's move on over to Android Studio and continue from there. Okay, so when the user clicks the Finish Game button in Android Studio, we want to send the correct answer and the wrong answer values into the database. So in order to do that, we must keep the user score together with the user information. So now we need to know which score belongs to whom. So with which information can we match the score to the user in the database? Well, if we keep it with the user's name, it can be more than one of the same name. How many builds do you know? We can either keep it by email address or maybe keep it with another personal code. Now, if you look at the Firebase Management Console, we can see that certain information is stored in the authentication section. So here, users have a personal email. There's also a code called UID. That's a user ID that's given to each user by Firebase. So that means we can store the user score using this unique user ID. So return to the database. Now, there is a question section in the main database. And we'll create a new child under the main database and save it as scores. And under scores child, we'll record the score of each user using the user UID as its name. All right, so let's go back to Android Studio. And first I can create an object from the Firebase Auth class. And I'll call this object Auth. Then I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. And by writing user equals auth.getCurrentUser, I'll reach the information of the user who logs into the application. Now, since every user entering the application will either authenticate with their email address or Google account or using their phone number, as long as you add that function to the application, we can reach that user unique ID code assigned for this user with the user object. All right, so I also need a database reference object because I'm going to save data in the database. I created one above, but this reference object reaches the questions child under the main database. We want to create a different child. So either we're going to delete the child here, but if we do this, we're going to need to change the codes that we wrote before, or we can create a new database reference object. Why don't we just create a new one for now? So I'll name the new object database reference second. And this reference will reach the main database. I will create the new child when I send the data, and we'll send the data to the database by clicking on the Finish button. But it's better to create a new method for this process by not writing code here. Don't worry, you'll see why in a second. So I'll name the new method sendScore. First, I need to get the user's UID code, and here I'll create a string called user UID. Now I get the UID code of the user who logged into the application with the user UID equals user.getUID method. So now let's send the score to the database using this code. I will use the database reference object to send data to the database in Firebase. And here I'm writing database reference second.child. So then this child will be the child that will hold the scores. I'll write .child again, and this child will be a child named user ID under the scores child. Thus, a different child will be opened for each user under the scores. So I'll write .child again, and this child's name will be correct. You follow? Cool. So we'll keep the number of correct answers of the user by giving value to this child. Now I'll write .setValue here. I'll also write the value of the user correct in the setValue method. Now, if you remember, the user correct value keeps the number of correct answers for the user. Sending data to the database is actually that simple. And likewise, we can send the number of wrong answers, but this time the last child will be named wrong. The data will be sent, and it will be the value of user wrong. All right, so that's the way this code works. But we can also add a success listener to this code just to make sure. This listener will check if the process is taking place. And you can also add this listener to the submission of both scores, but we're only going to add it to the first. So if the process is successful, we can show the toast message. And I'm writing the toast message will be score sent successfully. All right, so that means our method's ready. Let's call this method inside the Finish Game button. And then the scores will be added to the database. All right, so in addition to all this, we will need to close this page and open up a new page where the scores are going to be displayed. We can do that using intent. We can name the result page, score page. Now the score page is currently red because we haven't created this page yet, but we can start the intent. So let's close this page with the finish method. Now let's create the result activity. So the score activity is ready. We will design this page later, but I'll tell you, yeah, we can now run it and test the application. So the application opens. Now we can go to the questions. We'll answer a few questions. And okay, so 2 right, 3 wrong at the moment. I'll open the database before clicking the Finish Game button. So now when I click on the Finish Game button, the toast message gets shown, and the results page has been opened. Now, in addition, the scores child opens in the database. A new child is created under the scores with the user's UID number, and the scores were also written under this. Nice. Now, we can also check the UID number from the auth section. So we printed the scores on the database, and now you can decide what to do by using these scores according to the type of your application. But if we want these scores on the results page, we can again pull it from the database. Let's do that in the next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we will now prepare the section that shows the final part of our application, the scores. So in this section, just simply, in its simplest form, we're just going to show the number of correct and incorrect answers of the users. We're also going to extract these values from the database. There will be 2 buttons in here, and if the user clicks the Play Again button, it'll return to the home page. If the user clicks the Exit button, the application will be closed. So, the purpose in our process here is to show how to extract the data from the database. We stored it with the user's UID number to the database, and now we're going to pull the data with that UID number again. Now, apart from all that, you can add, of course, a lot of different data to this page. For example, you can save the username and other data under the user UID number and show the user's name and results in this section. Or, since the data of all users will be stored in the database, you can list the top highest rated scorers in this section. You know how fun that is. The user can check back here if they are among the top 10. Or you can also show how far the user is among all the other participants. You can really go as wild as your imagination is here. You can display a lot to the user. But if you're ready, let's move on over to Android Studio and we'll continue. So we finally created the score activity in Android Studio. Let's design this page. So first I must add the picture that I'm going to use to the project. So I'll open the drawable folder, add the picture that I'm going to use. So let me show you the picture. I will use this picture for my design, and my picture is added to the project when the folder is closed. So now I'll add one image view and select the picture named Congrat. And I'll make the width of the image view to 80. Its height to 20. And I'll position image view here. All right, so let's also change the background color of the page. And now let's add the text view that I'm going to show the scores in. So I'll choose the 4 text views. First, I'll make the font sizes 24. Also make the text color white. And I'm writing correct answer into the text view of this text view. And I'm writing wrong answer into the other. I'll also write 0 for the beginning of these text views. All right, so now let's add 2 buttons. I'll write play again in the text of the first button. I'll write exit into the other. Now I'll also make the sizes of the buttons 150. Well, I mean, I did. You might have written it right. So let's make the background of the buttons white. And I'll make the text color orange. Okay, so that's the design. Now, let's give IDs to these 2 text views and buttons. So first, I'll write the ID of this text view. And I'll give the ID of the second text view. Now let's give the ID to the play button. And we'll give the ID to the exit button. Now also we'll give some constraint values to the constraint layout automatically. All right, so now we can write our Java. So let's first define the components. Let's create the Firebase database object, as we will pull data from the database later. But here, let's create the database reference object. So the reference object will reach the child scores under the main database. And if we check the database again, you can see the scores child. Now, I'll also create an object from the Firebase auth class to find out which user logs in. Also create the user object from the Firebase user class, because I will be accessing user information through this object. Okay, so that is all the necessary objects. Let us now proceed to the onCreate method. Okay, so in this section, we will match the components with their IDs. So let's add a click listener to the button. All right, so here we will define the operations to be done when the buttons are clicked. So when the user clicks the Play Again button, we want to return to the home page, and we can do this with the intent method. Clicking the Exit button, this page will be closed with the Finish method. All right, so now let's pull the scores from the database. We can do this again in the onCreate method, and I will pull the data using the database reference object. I'll add value event listener to this object. And if you remember, we were pulling data from the database in the onDataChange method. So let's get the user's UID code here first. And I'm creating a string to hold this code. I also have to create two strings that we will keep the data in when we pull that data. So I'll name the first string user correct. I'll give the second string the name user wrong. All right, so now let's draw the correct number of answers. So we'll pull the data using the data snapshot object. And I'm writing data snapshot.child. Our data is under the UID child, under the scores child, right? That's the path. So I have to write user UID here, and I'm writing .child again. And this time I'm reaching the correct child under the UID child. And I'll pull the value of this child. Likewise, let's pull the number of wrong answers. So let's write these values over the text view here. All right, so those processes look correct. And if you want to, you can take a look at the code. But now we can run the application. So the application's open. Home page opens. Now when you click the Start Quiz button, questions are shown. I'll just answer a few questions. So currently there are 2 correct and 2 wrong answers. So when you click on the Finish Game button, there are the results. But actually the scores were first sent to the database, then it pulled it back. So now click on the Play Again button to return to the home page. And if I click the Exit button, the application will close. Well, bada boom, just like that, we have finished the application. Really good job. Of course, you can continue to develop this application. You can develop applications in many areas using all of the information that we covered here. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, using Firebase, we're going to make a chat application. So we can look at the finished application, and I'll show you a few things so that you know what we're going to do before you get into it. All right, so the first page of our application will be a login page. Now, if the user will be using the application for the very first time, they'll be directed to the registration screen just by pressing the Sign Up button. So on the registration screen, they'll be able to register by entering email address, password, username. In addition to all that, the user will also be able to choose a profile picture. They'll be able to change the profile later in the app. And then after registration is complete, the page showing all the users will be open. So when any user here is selected, they'll be able to message with that selected user. And the user can change their profile and exit the application from the menu in the main activity. Now, if they exit using the sign out option, they'll have to enter a mail and password to log in again. But if the application exits without logging off, the application will open directly. All right, my friends, that is our task. Our application will be just like this. So why don't you go ahead, take a short break and gather the resources that you need, and we will start designing our application in the next lesson. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will integrate our application with Firebase. So for this, I'll open up the Firebase site from the browser. I'll add a new project, and I'll determine the name of the project. I'll choose my account. All right, so that creates our project. Let's add our application now. So in the first step, I'll write the package name of the application. In the second step, we download the required JSON file. And add it to the application. So now the second step is also complete. So I'll do my third step in Android Studio. I'll select the Firebase option from the Tools tab. And since our application will include database, image storage, and authentication, I'll add the relevant libraries to the application. All right, so that's a third step. So now we'll go back to Firebase for the fourth step. And I'll skip this step, and that completes the integration of our application to Firebase. So in the next lesson, we're going to design our application. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design our application. So first, we're going to design the login activity. So why don't we just open up Android Studio? And I'm here creating a new activity. First, I'll add one image view. And I'll choose one of the pictures that I added to the drawable folder. And I am going to change the required properties of the components. Now I'll add two text input layouts to the design area. Now this feature of the text input layout component is that when the user writes something, the hint part comes up to the top here. In addition to that, a material design library is required to use these components. So I'll select two text input layout components and change their common properties. I'm changing their IDs. And I'll change the hint feature. So now I can add 2 buttons to the design area. And I'll select 2 button components and change their common properties. I'll also change some other features. And I'm changing their IDs. So finally, I'll add 1 text view, and I am going to change the required properties of the text view components. And I'm changing text. Now I'll define the components in the Java class. Great, so now I'll need to match the IDs. And yes, my friends, that finishes the design of the login screen. In the next lesson, we're going to create the sign up screen. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design the registration screen. So on this screen, there will be 1 image view, 3 text input layouts, and 1 button. So to make the images look round, we're going to add the library here to our application. So we're going to go to Android Studio, and we'll add the necessary library. Now I want to create a new activity. So let's create the image view component of this class. Now, by default, I'll select an image that I'll add to the drawable folder, and I select this image from the vector asset file. So now I can change the required properties of the circle image view component. And now I can add 3 text input layouts to the design area. I'll also change the required properties of these components. And finally, I'll add a button. Now, I also change the necessary features of the button. And now I can define the components in the Java class. So what I'll do is I'll just match the components to their IDs. All right, so that's the design of the registration screen. In the next lesson, we're going to design the password reset screen. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to design the password reset screen. Now, there's going to be one image view for this, one edit text, and one button on the screen. So let's open up Android Studio. And here I will create a new activity. So for this, I'm going to add one image view component. So I select one image from the drawable folder. I'll change the required properties of this image view component. So now I'll add a text input layout to the design area. I'll change its ID and required properties. And finally, I'll add a button. All right, so I've got to change the ID and the required properties of the button. Cool, so now let's define the button and edit text in the Java class. And now we're ready to match their IDs. All right, my friends, that was simple. So we have now completed the necessary designs for the user to register. So in the next lesson, we're going to write the code necessary for the user to register. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to need to write some code for Firebase authentication transactions. All right, so it might not be as complicated as it sounds. So we'll write some necessary code for the user to log in to the application in Android Studio. So I'll add an on-click listener feature to the buttons and the text view component. So now when I press the sign up button and the text view forget component, I will write the necessary code to open the related activities. Then I create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the auth object in the onCreate method. And I'm creating a new method. And I'll write the necessary code in this method. So this method will take an email and password as parameters. So I'll write auth.signin with email and password. I'll write email and password values in parentheses. I'm writing the .addOnCompleteListener method. Using the task object here, we will check to see whether the operation has taken place. If task is successful, main activity will open. We can also show a toast message. If the task is not successful, we can show a toast message. Cool. So now I'll write the sign in method inside the method of clicking the sign in button. Now I have to pass the email and password written by the user to the variables. Using an if-else structure here, we can make sure that the user enters email and password. All right, my friends, well done. So now the user can enter the application using email and password. So in the next lesson, we're going to write some necessary code for the user registration. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will write some code for user registration. So why don't we just head right on into Android Studio. So first of all, I'm going to add an on-click feature to the image view and button components. So if the user wants to select a picture, we will need to show the photos on the device to the user. So we did this in my photo album, if you remember. However, in order to prevent our lesson from getting any longer, we will not obtain permission from the user. So I'm just going to create a new method to access the photos on the device. But this will be a different method here. So if you remember, we used the method in my photo album application. You can use these two different methods. They're not necessarily interchangeable, but my purpose here is to show you how to use both methods, right? So now what we'll do is show the image that the user chooses in the image view component by using the onActivityResult method. To do this, we used the bitmap class in the My Photo Album application. So here we're going to use the Picasso library instead of bitmap. Of course, both methods are available. And like I said before, my purpose here is to show you the different methods, not necessarily showing you the same thing twice. All right, so I've added the Picasso library to the application. Now we can transfer the selected image to the image view component. So I write picasso.getLoad. I'll need to write the file path of the selected image in parentheses. Now we'll get the file path by using the data object. So now I'll write the image URI object in parentheses. All right, dot into. And here I must specify in parentheses where the selected image will be displayed. So I'm writing image view circle. All right. That way, the picture chosen by the user gets transferred to the component. And let's say the user doesn't choose an image. I have to check on this by creating a Boolean type variable. So now I'll write the image chooser method in the click method of the image view component. All right, so now I'll receive email, password, and username from the user. I'm also going to do a check using the if-else structure. And I'll create the sign-up method for user registration. All right, so why don't we take a break here, and we're going to write some code for this method in the next lesson. All right, see you in the next one. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to select photos from the device. So in this lesson, we're going to create a user account and save the user's information in the Firebase database. So let's go ahead and open Android Studio for this. I'll create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the object auth in the onCreate method. In the signup method, I write auth.createUser with email and password. I write email and password values in parentheses. I'm writing the .addon complete listener method. If the task is successful, I will save the username to the database. For this, I'll create an object from the Firebase database and database reference classes. I define these objects within the onCreate method. And now In the sign-up method, I will save the username to the database. I write reference.childUsers.get-UID.username .setValueUsername. So in the database, I created the user ID parent under the user's parent. Under that, I created a child named username with a value of username. So that saves the username into the database. But we will need to open Firebase and indicate that the user registration will be created using email and password, right? So for that, I'll open Firebase, open the authentication section, and I'll open the sign in method tab. So I activate the email and password part. All right, now we can go back to our app. Also, since we'll save the selected image to the database, I will create an if-else structure here. If the user has chosen an image, I will write the necessary code. If the user has not chosen an image, I will print null in the database. So let's see. Apart from the if structure, I will open main activity using intent. I will also send the username to the main activity. Now, if the user account is not created, we can show the user a toast message. Very cool. So let's take a break here. And in the next lesson, we're going to save the selected image to the database. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the user registration. So that means in this lesson, we will save the picture chosen by the user into the database. So why don't we go ahead and open Android Studio for this? First, I'm going to create an object from the Firebase storage class and the storage reference class. Now I'll define these objects in the onCreate method. All right, so now I've got to write some code in the signup method. Now, I want you to pay particular attention to this, because when we're storing pictures, we're going to need to identify a different identity for each picture. So for this, we're going to create an object from the user unique ID class. This class will create a different ID for each image. So we'll set the file name string type by using random ID object. Now we can store our picture. And here I'm writing storage reference dot child image name dot put file. So I've got to write the image URI object in parentheses. Therefore, I will define the image URI object in the global area. And I'm writing the image URI dot add on success listener method. Actually, at this stage, the picture was stored, but we do need to get the URL address of the image saved in the database, because we can print the picture to the component that we want by using the URL. So I will create a new reference for this. The object myStorageRef represents the saved image. So I'm writing the method of myStorageRef.getDownloadURL.addOnSuccessListener. The URI object here represents the URL of the saved image. I'll convert the URI object to a string type. I will save the file path object to the database, and I'll copy the method below. Now I'm writing the object file path instead of null. Thus, registration to the database is now finished. What do you think? Yeah, we've got to check to see whether the process is successful or not. So I am adding add on success listener. So here we can show a toast message. So that means I'll just add an add on failure listener as well. So if the operation fails, we can show a toast message. And then finally, in the image chooser method, I'll write image instead of images. Great. Now, before we run and test the application, I want to select the login activity as a launcher activity from the manifest file. All right, cool. So now we can run and test our application. So I'll press the sign up button. I'll choose an image. I'll enter an email address and password. Change the input type property of the edit text password component later. So I'll enter the username. I can press the sign up button. Main activity is opened. Cool, so now let's open Firebase and check it out there. All right, so first I want to look at the authentication section. So let's look at the storage section. As you can see, the picture is stored. Let's have a look at the database. Username and address of the saved image are saved in the database. So my friends, let's take a short break here. And in the next lesson, we are going to write necessary code for password reset. All right? See you then. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to write some code to reset the password. Let's say that the user forgets the password, because that's never happened to me. All right, so let's open Android Studio. And before we start writing code, let's hide the passwords written by the user in the edit text components. So open the design files, and I'll write, well, here I'm changing the input type properties of the edit text components. Okay, good. So now we can do the password reset. So for that, I can just open the forget activity. I'll create an object from the Firebase authentication class. I define the auth object in the onCreate method. And now I will create a new method. So I've got to write the email address of the user as a parameter. I'll write auth.sendPasswordResetEmail. I write the email object in parentheses. I write .addOn complete listener. If the process is successful, we can show a toast message. So now let's define this method in the onClick listener. And I'm transferring the user's email address to a string type variable. Here we can create an if structure. All right, my friends, that pretty much is the password reset process. So Firebase will send a reset link to the user's email address. When the user clicks on the link, they will be asked to create a new password. Go ahead, test it out yourself. There is one more thing we'll need to do. If the user has created an account and exited the application without logging off, main activity should be opened instead of login activity when they re-enter the application, right? So for this, I'll just open the login activity. I'll create an object from the Firebase user class. I'll define the new Firebase user object in the onStart method. And I'm going to create an if structure. If the Firebase user object is not null, that is, if the user account has been created, I open the main activity using intent. All right, let's run that and test to see how it works. So as you can see, the main activity has been opened instead of the login activity because there was an account that we created earlier. Well done. We'll take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to add an options menu to the main activity. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we're going to create an options menu. Got to have options. So when the user clicks on the profile item in the menu, a new activity will open where they'll be able to update the profile. If they happen to click on the sign out item, the session will be closed and the login activity will open. So I go ahead and open up Android Studio. So here I'm going to create a new menu folder inside the Res folder. Now I'm going to create a new menu design. And I'll add 2 menu items to the design area. I'm changing the ID and the text of the first menu item. Also changing the properties of the second menu item. Now in the main activity, we will define the menu that we created. So I'm going to create two methods under the onCreate method. First, I'll create the onCreate options menu. Using the menu inflator class, I will add the menu I created to the main activity. Now I'll create the onOptionsItemSelected method. If the profile item is clicked, I will open the profile activity. If the sign out item is clicked, I will log out. And I will use the Firebase authentication class to log out. All right, so now let's create the profile activity. So my friends, I'm going to copy the image view, edit text username, and button components from the signup activity. And I can just paste them into the design of the profile activity. And I am going to change the required properties of the components. And I will also add one text view component. All right, so now I'm going to define the components in the Java class. I'm going to add a on-click listener feature to the button. And there you go, my friends. That finishes the design of the profile activity. Very cool. So in the next lesson, we will write the necessary code to update the user's profile. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we created the profile activity. So in this lesson, we will write the necessary code for the user to update their profile information. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio. And here I'm going to create an object from the Firebase database and database storage classes. I'll define these objects in the onCreate method. So now when the user opens the profile activity, we need to show the necessary data from the database. So therefore, I will create a new method. And now I will be able to access the database using the database reference object. All right, so that way I can import the username and image address from the database into string variables. So I print the username on the edit text component. If the user has not yet saved an image in the database, that is, the object is null, or the object image is null, I should say, I will load the default image in the image view component. Make sense? So if the image object is not null, I will upload the image to the image view component using the Picasso library. So for all this, I will call the getUserInfo method in the onCreate method. And I'll add the onClickListener feature to the image view component. Now I can create a new method for updating the information. So first of all, I'll need to save the username to the database. And now we'll be able to copy and paste the code necessary for the user to choose a new image from the sign-up activity. All right, so finally, I will call the update profile method within the click feature of the button. All right, so let's go ahead and run and test the application. The app opens, and I'll just click on this sign out item. All right, so now let me log in. And as you can see, login activity opens, enter my email and password. Main activity opens. Now this time I'll click on the profile item. And here I'll just change the profile picture and username. User information has been updated. Now, let's make sure and check it out from Firebase. Yeah, see, there you go. The profile picture and username have been updated. So, my friends, let's take a break. And then in the next lesson, let's show the users registered in the application in the main activity. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we updated the user information. So in this lesson, we're going to show the users in main activity. So I'll open Android Studio. Now, before writing any code, we're going to need to make a correction to the profile activity. If the user does not choose an image, we need to print image instead of null in the database because the user may have chosen a picture in the registration activity, right? So for this reason, we must write the object image instead of null. For this, I'll define the image object in the global area. Now we can move on to the main activity. So I delete the text view component since we will show users in recycler view. I'll add a recycler view to the design area. And I'm changing its ID. And I'm changing the constraint values. So I'm going to need to create one design file for recycler view. I'll add a constraint layout to the design area. I will change required properties of the card view component. And I will add one circle image view and one text view to the constraint layout component. Now here I've got to change the required properties of the component. All right, so that's our design. Now we've got to define the recycler view component in the main activity. All right, so for that, let's create the adapter class. Now I'm just going to quickly create standard methods of the adapter class. All right, so there are the standard methods. And you know what? I'll tell you, let's take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we will write the necessary code inside of these methods. Cool? All right. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. In the previous lesson, we created the standard methods of the adapter class. So that means in this lesson, we're going to continue where we left off. So going back to Android Studio, I need to define the user's card design in the adapter class. I will also create context and username as constructor, because the user will click on the card view component for messaging and the messaging screen will open. That means that a new activity will open, yeah? So therefore, I will create a context object so that I can use the activity properties in the adapter class. So if you remember in the My Photo Album application, we created the onClickListener method feature for the recycler view component. But we're going to follow a different path here. In fact, both methods can be used, but I do want to show you this method. So we're also going to need to use the username object when saving messages to the database. All right, so I created the constructors. So I'll need to open the main activity. So first we'll get the username from the database. We can get the username in two different ways. First, we can get it from the database itself. Second, we can get the sign-up activity with the help of intent. So you can use one or both methods. It's up to you. For now, I'm just going to get it from the database here. Therefore, I'll delete the put extra method from the sign-up activity. All right, so now let's make our definitions for the database. Now I'll need a reference and an authentication object for this. And I create it immediately. We can get a username using the reference object. I'll write reference.childusers.childuser.getUID because we use the user unique identity in the registration process. Now I will transfer the username to the username variable by using the snapshot object. All right, so we got the username. Now we've got to create the method where we're going to show the other users. I do want to point out something here, so pay attention. You just need to show the other users. It wouldn't make any sense to show the user themselves on the messaging screen, yeah? So that means that I must first get the user unique IDs. So for this, I'm going to use the Add Child Event Listener method. Using the snapshot.getKey method, I pass the user unique ID to a variable of string type. Now I can create an if structure using the key variable. If the value of the key variable is not equal to the user point get ID, I will add the key variables into an array. I immediately create a new array in the global area. And an object from the user's adapter class. Now I can define the getUsers method. Finally, I'll add the adapter object to the recycler view component. And that's how you get the usernames from the database. Cool, so let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to show the users on the screen. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we got the users from the database. So in this lesson, we're going to show the users on the screen. So for that, we need to open Android Studio. I'll open up the adapter class. Now, first of all, I'm going to create the necessary objects to access the database. So in the onBindViewHolder method, I'll write the necessary code to get the data. I write user list point get position. So I'll get the user unique identity. Using the snapshot object, I will pass the username and URL of the image to string variables. And now I'm using the holder and name object to print the username to the TextView users component. I will create an if structure for the user profile picture. If the image object is null, I will upload the default image to the image view users component. If not, I will load the image object. All right, so now I can add the on-click listener feature to the card view component. Let's open the chat activity using intent. All right, I will create the My Chat activity soon. Also, I'm going to send the username and the name of the person to whom we will send the message. So the other name variable to the My Chat activity. Now we wrote down the necessary code to open the other activity. So now let's create the My Chat activity itself. All right, so the activity is there. So let's run it and test the application, see how it works. Of course, there's only one user. I'm adding a new user. And as you can see, the other user appears on the screen. Let's add another. Okay, so now to send a message to the user named Sarah, let's open up the chat screen. And there you go, my friends. The application runs pretty smoothly. Let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to design the MyChat activity. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we showed the users on the screen, and we created the chat activity. So in this lesson, we need to design the chat activity. So on the chat screen, there will be one text view in linear layout and one image view, one recycler view, one multi-line text, and floating action button in linear layout. So let's open up Android Studio and we'll do up a lovely design. All right, so first up, I'm going to remove the action bar feature from the styles file. But in this case, the action bar feature in all activities will disappear. So therefore, I've got to create a new theme. And I'll define this theme that I've created in the manifest file to all activities. All right, great. So now we can start the new design. So I'll add a horizontal linear layout to the design area. I make the height of wrap content Now I can add an image view and one text view. I'll change the required properties of the image view and text view components. And I'll add one more horizontal linear layout. I'll add a multi-line edit text and one floating action button. And let's change some of the properties of the components. Now, finally, I'll add a recycler view to the design area. And I'm changing the constraint values. And I'm changing its ID. Now, finally, I can define these components in Java class. So here, I probably don't need to show you, but here we go, matching components with their IDs. And just like that, we have finished the design of the My Chat activity, my friends. So let's take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to create the design required for Recycler View. See you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we designed the chat activity. So in this lesson, we will make the design necessary so that we can show the messages. So here there's going to be two separate designs on the chat screen. First design will be for sent messages, and the second design will be for the received messages. So let's open up Android Studio and start designing. All right, so first up, I'm going to create a design for sending messages. Let's just make the height of the constraint layout component wrap content. I'll set the margin and padding features to 3. And I'll add one more constraint layout to the design area. I'll change the width of the constraint layout component to 300 and its height to wrap content. I'll create a design to align the messages that I send to the right of the screen. All right, so now I'm going to add a card view to the design area. So I'm changing the required features of the card view component. I'll add another constraint layout to the design area. I'm also going to change the width feature of the constraint layout to be wrap content. The gravity feature will be end. All right, so finally I'll add one text view component, and I'll change these properties of the text view component. And just like that, we have created the necessary design for sent messages. So now I've got to create a design file to show the received messages, yes? So for this, I can just copy and paste the card send design. And just make a few rather necessary changes. And there you go, my friends. We have now finished the design required for the messages to be displayed, both sent and received. All right, so we'll take a break here, and then in our next lesson, we will create the adapter class. All right, so I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the messaging screen. So in this lesson, we will write the necessary code to send those messages. So we'll open up Android Studio. And first up, we're going to need to get the username and other name variables incoming from the user's adapter class. And for that, we'll use the getIntent method. Now I'm going to write the other name variable to the text view chat component. And I'll add the on-click listener feature to the image view back component. So when this component is pressed, I'll write the necessary code to open the main activity. Now I'll add the on-click listener feature to the floating action button component. And I'll transfer the written messages to the variable of the string type. And then using the if structure, I will check to see if a message has been written by the user. If the message variable is not empty, I will create the send message method. And I'll also clean the edit text message component. All right, cool. So now let's create the send message method. In order to save the messages in the database, I'll create objects from the Firebase database and database reference classes. And I'll define the objects that I created. All right, so now I can write some necessary code. So while saving the messages in the database, we've got to create a different key for each message. Otherwise, when one user deletes the message, messages can also be deleted from the other user's phone. For this, we can use Firebase's push point get key method. All right, so we're also going to have two different variables when recording messages. The first is the message itself. The second is the name of the sender of the message. Now, since there are two different parameters, I'm going to create a map array. I'll add the message and the username to the message map array. And now I'm going to need to get in there and write some code to save the messages in the database. I'll save the messages in the messages parent. And there you go, my friends. Those are the code to save the messages. So now we can, let's have a go. Let's give it a shot. We'll open up the application and test it out. Okay, so there it goes. And we'll send a message to Sarah. Let's check the message that we sent in the database. And there you go, sending the message has been successful. All right, so we're going to take a break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to show the messages. All right, I'll see you then. Hello, friends. In our previous lesson, we wrote down the necessary code for sending messages. So in this lesson, we're going to write some code required to show the messages on the messaging screen. So I'll open up Android Studio, and first we're going to create a model class. There will be two parameters in the model class. The first is the message itself. The second is the person who sent the message. I will create the constructors of the model class, getter, and setter methods. Now I'm going to create an adapter class. So I'll quickly create standard methods for the adapter class. First, I'll create one array and one variable of the string type. Now I'll create this constructor method. And I'll create the viewHolder class. And I'm creating a constructor. I'll define the text view component. And now I can add the viewHolder class to the adapter class. Now we're going to define the designs that we made to show the messages in the adapter class. But we do have two designs. Therefore, we've got to use the viewType variable here. And I'll create the required method below. So if the person sending the message is the user themselves, I'm going to need to return a value of the integer type. Now, again, there are two different situations here. So let's say the person's either the sender of the message or the receiver, right? So for this reason, I'm going to create a variable of the Boolean type. Now, I do have to determine the initial values of these variables in the constructor. Now I can write the required return values. And now I'll add the design. Create an object from the View class. If the value of the view type variable is equal to the value of the send variable, that is, if a message is sent, I add the card send design. If not, I will add the card receive design. And then I can now return to the view object. And now I will define the adapter class in the MyChat activity. Okay, my friends, so we have now created the adapter class. So we're going to take a break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to, we'll have to continue where we left off. So I'm going to see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the adapter class. So in this lesson, we're going to write some necessary methods for the messages to be displayed on the screen. Okay, so let's open up Android Studio, and I will create a new method. And I'll get messages from the database using the reference object. Now I'm going to create an object from the model class. Using the snapshot object, I get the message and from values in the database. Now I'll add the model class object to the list array. And here I'm using the adapter.notifyDataSetChanged method. Finally, I use the recyclerView.scrollToPosition method to show the most recent message on the screen. All right, list.-1 in parentheses. That way, the last message sent will always be on the message screen. And finally, I can add the adapter object to the recycler view component. I'll write the list array and username variable as parameters. Coolio. So now I've got to print messages on the screen in the adapter class. So for that, I've got to match the text view component to the ID in the messages view holder class. I will use a status variable for this. If the value of the status variable is true, that is, if a message has been sent, I will match it with text view sent. If not, I will match it with text view received. Finally, I will print the messages on the screen in the onBindViewHolder method. All right, so let's run it and test it out. There the application opens, and let's have some messages between Sarah and Ronaldo. And sure, as you can see, they are great at sending messages to each other. Our application works very well. So that finishes up this project, my friends. I certainly hope this has been useful to you. I know it has been. It's been a lot of fun for me. And I'm serious. Keep practicing, expand on it, and we're going to just finish this lesson here. I'll see you on the next project. Hello, everyone. So in this video, we're going to start up a new chapter. So this first section, we're going to learn how to connect our Android apps to web services. And we'll do this by using the Retrofit library. Now, it's through the Retrofit library that we can integrate our Android applications to a website and then capture the data on the website instantly. So in this way, our applications will be able to access both continuously up-to-date and rich website contents. Now, before we start with web services, I'll give you a brief introduction about this Retrofit library. The Retrofit library allows us to pull data from websites via the REST API to Android apps. Cool, so the Retrofit library seriously facilitates the work of developers just like you. So the Retrofit library was developed by the Square Company. Now, this library is an open source library, so for that reason, it can be used free of charge. So after my brief little statement about the Retrofit library, we're going to talk about web services. So I want to show this topic on a live website. Now, this website is a market shopping site called markettime.fi. You can also see the link to the site here. The content of this website contains information about various market products and their contents. For example, there is a variety of information about a particular milk brand here. And the section is the visible side of the website, right? Now, there's also a REST API, which is a web service that this website creates in order to share data. The REST API is an interface that creates communication between the application and the server or between two applications. Many websites today create REST APIs in order to share information about their apps or other apps or websites. So it's through these REST API that they'll open up the data that they want to share with other developers to the outside world. So this general sharing of information, it's all in JSON format. You might remember that or know it quite well. JSON is a data transfer format, and hopefully you remember that the data in Firebase, in the Firebase database, was also kept in JSON data format. Now, since the JSON data is a common sharing data, the data in the REST API is also in JSON format. So what does that mean? We can pull the data into our application in its JSON format and then convert it to whatever data type that we want. So now if we look at the REST API of this website, you will see complex information like this. And actually the data on the front has been shared with the outside world in JSON format through the REST API. So the data in the JSON format here is actually the information of the products in the content of the website. So we can access all the products, descriptions, and photos from this JSON data on the site and then show this information in our Android application. Okay, so that's all great, but how do we read this data? Because doesn't it look fairly complicated here? Well, I'll copy all the data here with Control A and open a site called JSON Formatter. Of course, there are many similar sites. So if you want to, you can write the web address here, or you can just use one of the sites that come up when you type JSON Formatter in the Google search bar. But whatever you decide to do, I hope you've caught up now because I've just pasted the JSON data that we copied from the other site into here. Now, it was automatically edited when I added the data. Now the API of this website is prepared to give us product information. So this JSON data here also contains information about the products on the site. And if we examine this JSON data further, it starts with an array list. So in other words, product information has been transferred into an array. And in this array, each element has its own characteristics. Each product first starts with an ID number, and it continues with some other information. And then as we go down, we see that the other product starts with another ID number. And then in this way, we can pull out the desired data from this array for each product and then display it in the mobile application. I do want to make a particular point here and clarify if it becomes an issue. As an Android developer, you are not preparing the API of the website, right? The web developer needs to prepare and then give you the API to use. So in other words, if you're asked to make an application from which you can extract data from the website, it's the API of that site. That's what should also be provided to you. Cool, just so we're clear. Now, also, you may have encountered that many websites have APIs at the ready. For example, popular platforms such as Facebook and Instagram, YouTube, and all those, well, they open some data to developers through API for developers to integrate into their applications or websites. You can integrate popular platforms into your mobile applications just as well and just as easily by using these APIs. Now, as a result, Either API will be prepared and given to you, or you can use ready-made APIs. As the Android developer that you will become, your task is to pull data from the server or send data to the server using APIs. So let me be clear here as well. You will pull the data from the server to which the website is connected, not from the website, right? From the server. The website is already pulling data from the server. So in other words, the REST API, that's what's enabling the communication of web servers and mobile apps and other websites. Okay, so in this course, we're going to learn how to extract data from the server using the Retrofit library. But first, we need a REST API. Okay, so very good. Now, in the beginning, since the REST APIs of these kinds of websites are going to be very complex, we're just going to use a simple prepared API, and we're going to work on that. Now, there are ready-built APIs available for testing throughout the internet. One of them is in this site here. So if you write the web address in your browser, you can access this ready-made API. So if we examine this REST API, all the elements have been added into an array, and there are 4 characteristics of each element. So let's name them. These features are user ID, title, and body. Okay, so we're going to learn how to pull this data into our mobile app just by using the Retrofit library, and that way we'll be able to communicate with the web server via an API using this Retrofit library. So we're going to finish up this here, review, or go ahead and search on anything that you need, and we will continue in the next video so we can further develop our application. See you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to actually pull that data from the REST API using our Retrofit library. Just to recap, in our previous lesson, we talked about the Retrofit library as well as the REST API. And now I want to show you the data in the Android application using the Ready REST API. So let's start now before we wander down some other rabbit hole. So I've created a new project in Android Studio for this particular lesson, and I've named the project Retrofit. You can, of course, create your own project and give it the name that you want to. However, we're going to do this together from now on, so just follow. Now, before I start, I do want to show you the REST API. Okay, so if you remember, this REST API was an example from a variety of REST APIs that's prepared to pull data into an Android app. In this particular REST API that we chose, the data consists of JSON data embedded in an array. So each element of the array has 4 particular features: user ID, title, and body. All right, all kinds of information in here. So what we'll do with this is we will now take the JSON data from this REST API, and we're going to show it in our Android app. In the meantime, why don't I just give you an explanation about what this data is. So the sample data here is going to be varied for each application and website, so don't worry about that. But just to give you an example, if this REST API was the REST API of an online shopping site, well, this could be in the form of the code to be found in the characteristics section of each element. The product's code number, the link of the product's photo, the price of the product, and explanations of the product, right? So you could make pretty easily a shopping application using this data. I'll give you another example, though. Let's assume this REST API is the API of a news website. Then the characteristics of each element would be the title of the news, description of the news, the photo link of the news, the category of news. So in that way, you could make a mobile news application using this API. So even if the API of each website is different, its basic features will be the same, right? So when you capture data using an API, you can adapt it to all applications. All right, so that's the sort of brief overview. I want to go back to Android Studio. The first thing that we'll need to do in Android Studio is get the internet permission from the user, because we're going to be pulling data using the internet connection. So I'll open the manifest file to get this permission. And in the manifest file, we will get the user permission, right? So this is a section. And of course, if you do such an application, you've got to be able to check whether the user has an internet connection or not, right? Have to start from the beginning. And then you warn the user that, got no internet connection. So I'm not going to show you that at this stage, but just remember that it does have to be done when you're building your other applications going forward. Now, if you're not exactly quite sure how to do this, you can always find examples on the internet. All right, so we should now add the components that we are going to use to show the data. So for this example, I want to show the properties of an element in the array in the Android application. So for an example, let's show the 4 features of the first element of this array in the Android application. So I'll add 4 text views to the app and show this data. I'll show a property of the first element of the array in each text view. So I'll show the user ID in the first text view, the ID in the second text view, the title in the third text view, and that's right, the body text in the fourth text view. Now also, let's give an ID to the text view. So the ID of the first text view can be, let's just call it text view A. And that'll make the second ID be text view B. And the third text view, that should be text view C. And we'll let the fourth text view be text view D. Now let's also select all the text views and increase the size of the font just a bit. And we'll make the text color black so that it can be read clearly. Now finally, since our layout is a constraint layout, I will define the location of the text views just by clicking the magic wand icon while all the text views are selected. Okay, great. So now I have to define these text views in the main activity Java file. So I'll give the text view names, text A, text B, text C, text D. And we'll pair these text views to their IDs. So this process goes quickly. Now, after finishing these operations, we can start writing the necessary code in order to pull the data. Of course, we do need to add that Retrofit library to the project first. So I open the Gradle file for this process, and I'll paste these 2 libraries into this section. Now you should write these codes into your Gradle file as well. First line of code here is a line of code required for loading the Retrofit library. The second line is for the JSON converter library, since our REST API is in JSON format. Now, of course, you remember that we said that the REST APIs are in JSON format, but sometimes there may be REST APIs in different formats, such as XML. In that case, you will need to extract and convert the data in XML format. And when you encounter such situations, you should add that library of the data format that you will convert to instead of this second line of code. And you can find those necessary libraries on the Retrofit website. That's why I showed it to ya. Okay, so after adding the necessary libraries, I just click the Sync Now button, and the libraries are added. Very cool. So the next step is to create a model class. Now, if we look at the REST API again, creating a model class will make our job a whole lot easier because there's repeated data. Okay, so I'm creating a new class immediately, and I'll write model class and the name of the class. And I'll define the data that I will draw in this model class. So first I'll write private int user ID, because our first data, of course, is the user ID. Now, since the user ID will be an integer value, I've created it using the integer data type. So now let's make the second one the same way. So our second is, again, integer ID. And third will be a string value. So for that reason, I'll just write private string title. And I'll write string subtitle in the fourth position. And if you pay attention here, I wrote the first three with the same name as the REST API, but I wrote the fourth element here with a different name. So now I want to show you something here. If the names you withdraw from the REST API and the names of your model class are the same, then you don't need to add any extra action. However, if you use a different name, you must annotate it and present it to the Retrofit library. Otherwise, a Retrofit library won't be able to recognize it. Yeah? So we've also shown the annotate process when describing the room database. And while doing this, after typing @serialized name in the subtitle, I'll write the body between the quotes in parentheses. And then the Retrofit library will be able to detect that the subtitle is a body and then be able to take the necessary actions. Now, like I said, if I use the same name with the REST API, then no annotation procedures will be required. Okay, but I just wanted to show you that if I use different names, I should do those annotations. Now, I also have to create the getter methods for this model class. For that, here I'll just right-click and select Generate Getter. Now, I've got to choose the data that I'll pull later, but I'll just choose all since I will pull all the data. I'm probably going to pull all the data anyway. Okay, so that's how you add the getter methods. So now our model class should be ready. All right, very good. In the next step, we're going to have to create an interface. So the Retrofit library will take the REST API, it'll convert it to a Java interface. So here we've got to create this interface in order to do this conversion. So for this, I will right-click on our project package and select a new Java file. And I'll call this class Retrofit API. Now, of course, it will be an interface, not a class. So when I click on OK, the interface is created. And now I'm going to call a new method inside this interface. And the name of this method is the call method. But if you pay attention, I'll call the call method of the Retrofit library. Okay, so then I can create the array list where the data will be pulled from. And the type of this list will also be the type of the model class. And because of that, I will write the name of the model class here. Now I'll call this method with the name getModelClass. Now because it's an interface, I cannot write the body part of the method, but that process is going to be handled by the Retrofit library. All right, so now I have to annotate this method. And I'll annotate it just by typing @get on the method. And I'll write the name of the last part of the REST API in the get annotation. And there are two parts to this REST API. First part is the basic URL, so the link of this REST API. The second part is the part where the data is listed. Now the data is listed in the post section. Because of that, we will write this post part in the get annotation part. So after making this definition, the Retrofit library will make the necessary arrangements and take the REST API and transform it into our Java interface. Then the data in the REST API will be Java objects. After that, we don't really need to do anything else with this interface. So we'll continue our next operations in the main activity. So first, I will create an object from the Retrofit class. So I'll call this object Retrofit. And here I'm writing retrofit equals new retrofit.builder. And then I'll write .base URL. And now I have to define the link of the REST API in the base URL section. And the first part of the REST API is base URL, and that's before the post part. And I'll copy and paste this link here. And that's how you define the base URL. And then I'll write .add converter factory JSON converter factory .create.build. Now the last part, since our REST API is in JSON format, I use the JSON converter factory library that we added on the Gradle page in the conversion process. So in fact, this line of code is actually pretty standard. You're only going to just add the link of your own REST API. So then I create an object from the interface called Retrofit API. And then after I write Retrofit API equals, I write the name of the object I created from the Retrofit class. So Retrofit. And then after typing Retrofit API equals retrofit.create, I write Retrofit API.class. And again, the last part is the name of the interface. Okay, so now we're going to use the call method in the Retrofit API interface in the main activity. So I'll write call list model class here. And I'll also create an object from the call method. And I'll name this object call. Call equals Retrofit API. So in other words, I'm writing the name of the object that I created in the top line. Yeah, cool. So then I can write Retrofit API.getModelClass. Okay, so we have created the getModelClass in the Retrofit API interface together with a call method. So then we will be able to pull the data using the call method. So I will write call.add enqueue here. And then this method allows us to capture the data. Now I'll write the new callback method in parentheses. And then Android Studio completes the rest auto-magically. Okay, so look, two methods occurred here. One is the onResponse method. So this method is basically the part where we will define the operations that will be performed if we successfully perform the data extraction. So then the other is the onFailure method. And this is the part where we will define what to do if a problem occurs. So we'll first write the onFailure method. If an error occurs, we can show the user a toast message, and I can write an error has occurred in the message section. Awesome. All right, so now let's look at the onResponse method. So I'm first writing an if condition here. Now I want some operations to be done if response dot is successful not. That is, if there is no data to the response object or if there is a null operation. Now the reason that I wrote this if condition, I'm going to print the incoming data in text view. So if the data is empty, the application may crash if it won't be able to write anything over in text view. So to avoid this, I'll just write default data in text views in that kind of situation. You can basically decide whatever you want to write here based on the type of your application. But it's always good to point out. So the moment I will write error on the text view. And I'll copy the same line below just for ease. And I'll just change the names of the text view. So now, if the response is empty, I will write an error to all text views. Now, after the if condition, that is, if response is successful, if the data has been indeed drawn, we'll first import the data into an array list. So I'll just create a new array list here. The type of array list will be in the model class format. So I'll call its name data. And I'll write data equals response.body. Thus, all the data in the API were transferred into the array list as Java objects. So now we can get the data that we want from the array list and use it. So first, let's write the data in the first text view. And after typing text a.setText here, so then I'll write data.getZero. Now this section will reach the 0th index in the array list, and that is the first element. So then I'll write .getUserID. And thus I wrote the user ID of the first data on the text view, right? Right. So I'll copy this line and paste it 3 more times below. I'll make it text view B, then C and D. And I'll print ID with the get ID on the second text view. So I'm writing the title to the third text view with get title. Now in the fourth text view, I will print the last text with get subtitle. I'll add quotation marks. As you may know, the easiest way to convert to string is by using quotation marks. All right, and now, it looks like we have and will be printing the very first data in 4 text views. So why don't we run the application and have a look, see how or if it works. So again, it's not working. Do you know why? I mean, I know why it's not working, but I just want to show this to you. So after Android 9, this is the problem that you get. So I'm not going to tell you too many details about this, but you should just know that if you see this error, you need to add this code line into the application section in the manifest file. So I'll write this, you know what, I think I wrote this code before. And then so after that, I can just run my application. Okay, so the application opens, and as you can see, there is the data printed on text views. Now, if you want to, you can compare the data with the API. So the user ID of the first element is 1. 1 was written in text view. Its ID is 1 again. The title and the body are printed on text views in the very same way. And let's say we want to get the second data, then we've got to get the first index of the array. So if I write 1 instead of get 0 here, that'll get us the second element of the array. All right, so let's run the application again. There it is open, and we'll compare the data again. User ID 1, ID 2, title and body are the same. Great. So this is the way that we can reach the desired feature of whatever data that we want. So it's a process that we're going to do when we receive data one by one. So we can also take all the data at once and show it all in a recycler view. But I want to give you something to look forward to, so we're going to do that in the next lesson. See you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to show all the data from the REST API in a recycler view, all at the same time. So if you remember in the previous video, we learned how to capture any or just a few data points that we want to from the REST API, and we show them in the Android application. So in this lesson, we will show all the data in recycler view. So we're going to just get right down to it. If we first look in Android Studio, we've already done many of the things in the previous lessons, so we are prepared. Now, our main activity is ready. Our Retrofit API interface is also ready. Our model class is also ready. And then I'll delete the text view in the main activity. So I'll be adding one recycler view instead of text view. And the ID of recycler view can also be recycler view. So now I can delete the code that's related to the text view in the main activity Java file. And I'll also delete the code that's inside that response method at the bottom. And yeah, it looks like the rest can remain unchanged. In fact, I wonder if you're thinking this. We've already transferred the data from the REST API to the array list that we created in the onResponse method as Java objects in our previous lessons. However, we showed some of this data in text view. So the action that we're going to take in this course will be to show all of the data that we receive in recycler view. So what are you thinking? Well, our process won't be a whole lot different from the previous recycler view operations. Let me get you up to speed. As you know, each section in recycler view has its own special layout. So first of all, we should design this layout. So for that, I'll right-click the layout folder under the res folder and select the new layout resource file option. And I can name this layout recycler view layout item. Okay, so now we have to design this layout. So let's have a look at REST API again. So as you see here, each of these data has 4 features. And we're going to show these 4 features in a layout that we'll design. So for this, that means I need to add 4 text views in the layout. So let's choose wrap content for the height of the top linear layout. And if I write the layout margin value of linear layout at 10 dp, that means there's going to be 10 dp of space on all 4 sides. So let's change the background color of this layout then. So the background, I want it blue. And we should also give IDs to text views. So I'll write text view 1 in the ID of the first text view, and they'll all be named 1, 2, 3, respectively. And that completes the design of the layout. Elementary, but workable. So now we can just close the Retrofit API interface because we're not working on that anymore. All right, so after that's done, we'll need to create a recycler view adapter. So for this, I'll create a new Java class in the project package folder. I'll call this class Recycler Adapter. And then this class will extend to the RecyclerView.Adapter class. So now I'm creating a view holder class inside this class before I fix the warnings. So I'll write public class view holder here. And the view holder class will also extend the RecyclerView.ViewHolder class. So I'm creating a constructor with the create constructor matching super option for the viewholder class. As you know, these stages are pretty standard for RecyclerView. All right, so now we've got to define the type of our adapter. So the adapter class in here is the name of the recycler adapter class. Viewholder is the name of the viewholder class that we created below. So then all I have to do is add the required 3 methods with the implement method option. Okay, so let's create an array list where the data will be kept. So I'll write private list. The type of array list will be the model class, and I'll give data to the array list for a name. Now let's create the adapter's constructor. So I'll right-click here and select Generate Constructor. And boom, that creates a constructor. All right, so now we've got to change the return 0 in the getItemCount method. So this should return the number of elements of the array list. Therefore, the more elements the array list will have, the more data will be displayed in RecyclerView. So I'll write return data.size here. Okay, once that's complete, we move on to designing the text views of the layout that we need specifically designed in this view holder class. All right, so I'll write text view, text A, text B, text C, and text D. And then below, I can match the text view with their IDs using the item view object. So next, we'll perform the operations inside the onCreateViewHolder method. First, we'll create an object from the View class. View equals layoutinflator.from. I'll write parent.getContext in parentheses. So the parent here is the name of the object created from the View group class. I also add the .inflate method. The inflate method will take 3 parameters. The first one is the name of the special design layout that we've created. r.layout.recycler layout item. The second parameter is parent, and the third is false. And then finally, I can write new viewholder view instead of return null. Now then, we can switch to the onBindViewHolder method. So here we're going to print the data over the text view, and the data is in the data array list. So first we'll print on text.a text view holder.text.a.setText. Now we need to pull the data in every position. So I'll write data.getPosition, and that way all the data will be taken as 0 index, first index, second index, respectively. And of course, I'm writing .getUserID here because we will print the user ID in every index in the text. So similarly, I will copy this line and paste it 3 times below, since we will also print it to the other text views. And of course, there are a couple of changes in the other lines. But that's great. So the adapter is now ready in our class. So what we'll do is we will continue in the main activity. All right, so first I will define Recycler View, and then we'll match it with its ID. So I'll create the Layout Manager object from the Layout Manager class. I'm writing Layout Manager equals linear Layout Manager, this, in the onCreate method. Then I'll throw this Layout Manager into Recycler View, recyclerview.setLayoutManager, Layout Manager. Then we create the same array list that we created from the adapter class in which the data will be kept. So I'll write list model class data here. And I create an object from the adapter class. And we'll call this object adapter. Now after that, we can continue inside the onResponse method. So I'll write data equals response.body here. So as you know, all the data has been assigned to the data array list, right? Okay, so once that is done, we can proceed by defining the adapter object. So I'm writing adapter equals new recycler adapter. I'll put the data array list as a parameter to the adapter class. Just so you know, our recycler adapter class was a single parameter class. And then finally, I can put the adapter on recycler view. So recycler view.setAdapter. Okay, so now our recycler view is ready. But wait, before we run the application, we do have to do one last thing. In the adapter class, I forgot to convert the data to string while printing the text view. Now, if we don't do this, the application will definitely crash. By adding quotation marks here, I'll convert the data to string quickly. It's a great tool to remember, but we must do this operation for the others as well. All right, so now that that's done, we can run the application. All right, so there it is. The application opens. And what you see here is that all the data appears in Recycler View, starting with the first element and all the data that has been transferred in the exact same way. Fantastic. So that means that we've come to the end of this particular lesson and at the end of this chapter, actually, where we got into that retrofit library like nobody's business. So next time we're going to start a new episode in a whole new video. I'll see you then.